weaver of the stuff that nightmares are made of. It was Shakespeare who said, "You only live once." It was Goethe who said, "You only die once." And Nathan Hale said he regretted he had only one life to give to his country. From all this, then, we gather that all we have is this one time, this one life. However, this may not be entirely true, according to a gentleman you're about to meet. You may have as many lives as you can intelligently arrange for. Our mystery drama, The Coffin with the Golden Nails, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Stop in at any of the 16 convenient American Express travel service offices in the New York area. For any airline ticket, see American Express. Don't leave home without it.
In the midst of life, we are in the midst of death, the book tells us. And this should teach us that survival is largely a matter of perception. And perception is the ability to see through the trappings directly into the heart of the matter. Therefore, people with perception never overstay their welcome, never overplay their hand, and are never caught in the rain without an umbrella. A man of perception was Ramon Zorria, Colonel Ramon Zorria, chief of the secret police of one of those little nickel-and-dime dictatorships somewhere south of the border. The colonel had an ingrained cruelty and a sheer delight in the sufferings of helpless human beings. We're about to witness the colonel at work.
One moment, if you please. I am Colonel Ramon Carlos Vicente Maria de Zorria y Sanchez, and this is my story. And I resent the way the gentleman has presented me. I am not some monstrous, sadistic brute. As a dedicated patriot, I was part of a holy crusade to restore law, order, decency, and respect to my beloved country. Well, she refuses to talk, Colonel. Refuses? Refuses? Young woman, is it possible that you believe you're attending a dance where you may grant or refuse a gentleman the pleasure of a waltz? What does this animal call herself?
Anita Dionys.
Anita Dionys. Corporal, hand me a whip. Now, Anita Dionys, you have a pretty face. You also have some information. You may not keep both. Which shall you give up? Who are your companions? Choose. Very well. You have chosen. Yes? Who? Oh, Mr. Chrysalis. I never heard of him. Send him away.
Ah, Colonel. I am Mr. Chrysalis.
I told my sergeant you are not to be admitted. I'll teach you.
You should teach him how to block a right cross to the chin.
I could have you shot.
Sit down before I take my business elsewhere.
Do you know who you're talking to?
How old are you? 30? 35? Very good bones on that face. We can do a lot with them. And you were a school teacher before you got into all of this? What did you teach?
I was an assistant professor of zoology at the university. Now, see here.
My name is Mr. Chrysalis. I am sales manager of Metamorphosis Incorporated. My card, sir?
What does all this mean?
You, a biologist, ask the meaning of metamorphosis?
I know what it means. A transmutation, a transformation from one life to another.
Precisely.
And now I've had enough of it.
That is what I propose to do with you. Ask me why.
Why?
Within 90 days, the revolution will come to this country.
Who has told you this fairy tale? This
Soon you shall have a new government, which will do unto you as you did unto others. I am here to sell you insurance.
Insurance? What kind of insurance are you talking about?
The name of our company answers your question.
Metamorphosis.
Yes. All of our clients have been metamorphosized into other people, and they lead their new lives out in the open.
Ha! You must be insane.
Consider the monarch butterfly. It leads two distinctly different lives. First, a caterpillar, an ugly, crawling creature with a ground's eye view of life. Second, a butterfly, beautiful, airborne, free. Let us say one is seeking the caterpillar. Does one look for him in the butterfly?
Chrysalis.
Ah, enlightenment. Now you know the meaning of my name, Chrysalis. The cocoon. The safe, snug haven where the metamorphosis takes place. The dark brown shell with the bright yellow spots. What do you call it?
The coffin with the golden nail.
Precisely. And you shall enter that coffin not to die, but to be born again.
How?
A complete plastic surgery for your face, and you will teach zoology in an American university.
But how?
You will have documents, a birth certificate, diplomas, recommendations.
But I can't. I don't speak English.
You will, and with an authentic Midwestern accent.
This is a hoax.
It will require a full year of round-the-clock concentration and study. That is why the fee is $1 million.
$1 million? I don't have $1 million.
The chief of secret police doesn't have at least $1 million? Sir, you insult my intelligence. Now, for $1 million, you become Dr. Stanley Parker. Stanley Parker, assistant professor of zoology at Southwest A&M in the good old U.S. of A.
I understand what you say. I even see how it might be done. I could change my face and learn the language, but
what is the problem?
I am the problem. Me. Something in me was never satisfied with the academic life. Something in me will always demand action, excitement, and, yes, violence. I could never settle down. I need violence.
No. Colonel Ramon Zorria was the caterpillar. Stanley Parker shall be the butterfly. There will be nothing of Zorria in Parker. Your attitude toward life shall be different. You will believe in a new philosophy, be moved by another psychology. We shall change more, much more than your face and your voice. Zorria was a devil. Parker shall be a saint.
It's required more than a year, even more than 2 years. I was taken to an island somewhere in the West Indies, exactly where I cannot say. And in that place, Ramon Carlos Vicente Maria de Zorria y Sanchez died slowly, and a man named Stanley Zebulon Parker was born. That is not to say that all memory of Carlos died. Oh, no. I remembered everything about him, everything he was, but he was no longer me. His speech was no longer mine. His long, narrow head seemed to be rounder, his nose shorter, his chin wider. This needed the better part of a year. All visible traces of Ramon Zorria were gone, but my original fears remained.
I told you it would come slowly. Look at yourself. Listen. Who would even dream you were Ramon Zorria?
I would. Yes, I agree. I am the voice and the image of a man named Stanley Parker, but I still think and feel like Ramon Zorria.
Of course, and you must help us change you. In the change is your true safety. The caterpillar enters the chrysalis, the coffin with the golden nails, and within he is given more than a different form and shape. He is given another mind.
And I was changed. I don't know how it was done. I don't remember. I know another year went by. I lived in a constant sea what must have been electric currents. I was always feeling waves of shock. There were always electrodes, always sparks, always the sharp smell of electricity. I was someone else. Oh, don't say a human being cannot be changed. I know better. I know.
Do you remember Ramon Zorria?
Yes, I remember him.
Do you remember being him?
Yes.
What's the matter? Are you ill?
Yes, I feel...
An attack of nausea coming?
Yes. Every time I think of Zorria, I can't help it. I feel sick.
Why?
His loud voice, any loud, harsh voice, disturbs me. The gun, that heavy automatic pistol, I can't stand the idea of it. And a knife, the dagger and the whip. These things, I'm dizzy.
And killing?
The thought of killing, of hurting, of inflicting pain on any living creature.
Even for a good reason?
There's never a good reason.
Well, Professor Parker, I would say that you are just about ready to fly.
Excuse me. I'm trying to read your name badge. Professor Dionis?
I'm Anita Dionis.
How do you do? I'm Stanley Parker. Biology.
I've come here to teach Latin American literature.
Oh, that's interesting. I can't say I've read very much literature of Latin America.
Well, aren't you going to ask me about it?
Ask you about what?
You've been staring at it for the past half hour.
Staring?
The scar on my face.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. It's just that it's so...
Horrible. I'm accustomed to having people stare at me.
May I ask how it came about?
Oh, some years ago, the government of my country, the democratic government, was destroyed by a military junta. And my family, the Dionis family...
The, Dionis family?
Oh, I'm sure you've never heard of us. But we all joined the underground, and I was captured. I had the honor to be interrogated by the head of the secret police himself, a monster called Colonel Ramon Zorria.
Zorria?
Interrogated. He slashed me across the face with his whip.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why, you've gone so pale. You look ill. Please, sit down. Could I get you something?
I don't know what came over me.
Well, you North Americans. This is so foreign to your experience.
I understand there's been another revolution down there.
Yes. The swine has been driven out. Some of the big ones have gone into hiding all over the world. But one by one, we smoke them out.
We?
Oh, we have justice teams. My own brother leads one, and day and night he seeks Zorria. Zorria murdered our father.
Dionis? I don't even remember that name.
But why would you remember?
A daughter mutilated, a father murdered. When I say I don't remember reading about it.
Oh, I'm sure even Zorria himself wouldn't remember. We were among hundreds of thousands, millions. In every country, we are the nameless ones.
About that scar, they do wonders with plastic surgery these days.
Yes, I know. But I must continue to wear the scar to remind me that Ramon Zorria has not yet been brought to justice.
Oh? Is it possible, perhaps, he may be dead?
Well, we will only be convinced when someone has seen his dead body. And until that time, the hunt will continue. Oh, but why do we talk of such things? I am sure it has no real meaning for you.
She touched a nerve when she said, I'm sure even Zorria himself wouldn't remember. And it's tragically true. Zorria himself did forget all about her. The day, the hour, the minute after he slashed her face. And here we have Stanley Parker, a man with a present and future, but no past. Because that past, which belongs to Ramon Zorria, has been transformed. Can Stanley Parker survive him? I'll be back in just a few moments with Act 2. Colonel Ramon Zorria was a fanatic. He would torture and kill all who disagreed with him. Stanley Parker will faint at the sight, even the thought of blood. And yet, Zorria and Parker are one and the same human being. How is it possible? Why do you even ask? Consider what has already occurred in this, the age we live in. Is anything impossible?
Good evening, Professor Parker.
Oh, it's Mr. Chrysalis.
May I come in? Thank you.
Sit down. What can I do for you?
I'm here to sell you some more insurance.
Oh, but I really don't need any.
Oh, but you do. Suppose someone were hunting for you, and he started to come close.
Oh, but that's impossible. There's nothing of Ramon Zorria about me anymore. I spoke to a young lady just last week. She'd have a good reason to know Ramon Zorria, but she never...
Well, what if this lady, or her brother, or someone else, were to somehow unravel...
But I'm not Zorria. You know that. I'm someone else.
Precisely. You are a person who is unable to protect himself. Therefore, metamorphosis will see to it that you are protected at all times.
But I don't need... Look, I dislike argument.
Our fee is 10% of your annual salary.
Even if someone were to threaten me, I'm unable to kill.
You will not have to. We do it for you.
I will not be a party to any killing.
Nevertheless, we shall insist on our fee.
It's blackmail.
It's in your best interests. Now, about Miss Dionys. Campus gossip has it you see a great deal of her.
I feel drawn to her.
Do you have a feeling of guilt?
Yes.
But why? What has Stanley Parker to do with the deeds of Ramon Zorria? Is the butterfly to blame for the depredations of the worm?
Maybe it's more than that. Maybe I'm falling in love with her. Do I dare?
My boy, you are a brand new human being. You may dare anything.
Terrible potato. But at least I come from a tropical country. What's your excuse?
I never got around to learning.
But I thought all North Americans knew how to stick.
Well, that's like saying all South Americans know how to tango.
They probably do.
Why are you laughing so much?
I'm having fun.
Are you?
Oh, it's been so many years since I could do something silly like this. Why, the last time I was out with a man, he was my group leader, and we walked arm in arm down San Sebastian Boulevard.
In Aragonia, the main street.
That's right, it is. But how would you know?
I've become interested in your country.
Why?
Because it's your country, and everything about you interests me.
We pretended we were lovers. Under my dress was an ammunition belt. Under his coat was a submachine gun. And that's why I feel so good right now. Just to be out with a handsome man, to be a woman again.
It was a great afternoon. I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, why don't you come in? Perhaps I could find something for supper.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to go to any trouble.
Oh, well, you must tell me all about yourself, Stanley. Why are you afraid? Always afraid that you may cause someone trouble. I want to know everything about you.
There isn't much to tell.
Oh, there's a whole lifetime to tell. All right, now, into the kitchen, and we'll see what's in the refrigerator. I'm a terrible housekeeper. Some eggs and...
You speak English perfectly.
Well, I was educated in the United States. I only returned home so I could fight against the junta.
Was that the only reason you returned?
Oh, I suppose I was an idealist.
You say was.
Well, not so much anymore.
Why?
Regardless of who's in power, somebody is going to be persecuted. That is the story of the world.
I know, but maybe we should be trying to write a new ending to that story.
I would rather hear about your story.
My story?
Where were you born?
In the United States.
I know that, silly. Where?
Indianapolis.
You know, I went to college with a girl from Indianapolis. I visited her quite often. Her name was Helen Morrison. Did you know the Morrisons?
No, I don't believe so.
Where did you go to college?
Northern Institute of Technology.
But Helen Morrison married a boy from there. What was his name? I was maid of honor at the wedding. Can't remember his name. Walter Pierce. Did you know him?
No.
Anita.
Fernando! Oh, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Stanley, my brother, Fernando Dionís. Fernando, Stanley Parker.
How do you do?
Anita, where were you all afternoon?
Stanley and I were skating.
I hope you had a good time.
What's wrong?
Yes, you had a good time. Your cheeks are flushed, your eyes are sparkling. And Ramon Zorria is still alive.
I'm sorry.
We swore on our father's grave that we wouldn't rest until...
I know that.
And so what have you done today that has brought us closer to this moment?
Today I did something for me. Sit quietly. Let us all sit quietly. Stanley is someone who has become very dear to me, very close to me. And he will be your brother to help make up for the brother we lost. Stanley, can you say something to Fernando?
What can I say? I'm not a man of violence. You know that, Anita.
But that's why you should say something. Because the men of violence have nothing to say to us anymore.
Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. And let us leave it to him.
No.
You must.
Why?
Because it must all end somewhere. The violence, the destruction must end.
Yes? Shall I publish a notice? Run a worldwide advertisement to Colonel Ramon Zorria. Wherever you are safe, you are forgiven, rejoice. We would love to hear that.
Ramon Zorria is not laughing these days at anyone.
How would you know?
Is it beyond possibility that Zorria may have learned and that he has become someone else?
That monster can learn nothing. He has to be destroyed. And I know. I'm close to him.
How do you know?
Because we captured Martinez.
Juan Martinez, El Borracho.
How would you know Juan Martinez?
Because of me. Stanley has become an authority on our country.
Martinez was taken by my team. He was living in England. And he had the most fantastic cover. He was posing as an Englishman.
Posing?
More than that. Passing. His face had been changed. His voice was different. He spoke English perfectly.
And still, you were able to get...
He talked before he died. He was always a bull of jelly. And he told the most fantastic yarn. He said there's an organization that specializes in changing people.
He said that?
Yes. It rearranges people completely.
But why would he say a thing like that?
To stall for time. Obviously, he was hoping to make a deal with us to save his life. He even named the organization.
He did?
Yes. Metamorphosis Incorporated.
Metamorphosis?
Far-fetched as it seemed. I wanted to let him talk more, but the others were hotheads. They killed him. But when I searched his desk, I found a check. He had just written it. Paid to the order of Metamorphosis $5,000.
And what else did you find out?
He was right. There is such an organization, and it can change people. You should see how it changed him. But I don't care how it changed Zorria. I'll find him, too.
Hello?
Stanley, did I wake you?
No, Anita. I haven't gone to bed yet.
I called because I wanted to know if you're all right.
Oh, I'm fine.
I know you were quite uncomfortable this evening. Fernando can sound so bloodthirsty.
I understand, Fernando.
Oh, darling, you understand everyone, and that's why I love you. Oh, perhaps I shouldn't have said that.
I love you, too.
You are the most wonderful human being I ever met. Come see me tomorrow, promise?
Yes, darling. I promise.
Good night, my dear.
Good night.
Who? Hello?
Fernando.
Good evening.
Fernando, what can I do for you?
You can tell me about metamorphosis? You know all about metamorphosis, don't you? Colonel Zorria. He does know all about metamorphosis, but how does Fernando know that? The disguise was perfect. The cover was flawless. The personality change was complete. And yet, here we have Fernando ready to pull the trigger. What could have gone wrong? What little detail was overlooked, if any? Why don't you try to solve it? And we can check each other out when I return in just a few moments with Act 3. If there's no such thing as the perfect crime, can there be such a thing as the perfect cover-up? Everything about Stanley Parker differs from Colonel Ramon Zorria. Appearance, language, personality. And yet, Fernando de Onís sees right through the disguise. He looks at Parker and perceives Zorria. Bearing out, of course, what we had said about perception at the very beginning of our story. But what has he perceived?
Why do you call me Ramon Zorria?
That's who you are. Do you deny it?
Yes.
I can prove it.
I am not Zorria now.
Yes, true. You were Zorria.
Yes.
The last time we confronted each other, you placed a pistol against my head. You remember?
I don't remember.
Don't lie.
I don't remember because there were so many of you. So many thousands of you. How can I remember?
Do you know how we found your friend Martinez? Through his fingerprints. Can you imagine? This metamorphosis makes such seemingly magical changes, but the fingerprints remain the same.
And you found me through my fingerprints?
Yes.
How?
It was a joke on my part. I carried the fingerprints of all of you, always, on the chance. Tonight I couldn't sleep. I said, Zorria will be completely different. He will be someone I would never suspect.
And what made you suspect me?
Nothing. I said to myself, who is the least likely person? Why, Stanley Parker. He is so obviously a Midwestern American. Oh, but Stanley is a zoologist. So was Zorria. And I was laughing to myself. It was so silly. I said, well, let us check the fingerprints just as an exercise. Yours were on a glass.
And what will you do with me?
Kill you.
Does Anita know?
She'll have to.
Why? You can have Zorria, but let her keep Parker, at least in her memory.
No, the whole world must know, especially the scum who are still in hiding. Let them realize there is no escape.
You're not going to kill Ramon Zorria. He is already dead.
I listen to you. You know how? The way you listen to others. With deaf ears.
He died on an island long ago.
He will die here and now. Go ahead and pray.
And what's wrong with praying? It's the will of the Lord that I be found. I'm content. You may kill me.
I was hoping you would put up a fight. I would beg for your mercy.
That will make it easier for you, wouldn't it?
Or offer me a fortune the way Martinez did. How can you stand there quietly, as if you're judging me? What am I going to do with you?
What you set out to do. Kill me.
No, we didn't set out to kill. We wanted to bring you, all of you, to justice.
Then bring me to justice.
But you're not Zorria. Not anymore. Who am I bringing to justice? Allow me to solve your problem.
No, don't. You killed him.
Of course.
Why? Why did you kill him?
My dear boy, I have a very substantial investment to protect.
You didn't have to kill him.
In another minute, you'd have been weeping on each other's shoulder.
Why did you kill him?
Do you see now the value of an insurance policy? Come, we must dispose of his body.
What did the police say?
They said it was a hold-up, that he was robbed on the street.
It happened.
No, it was Zorria.
Zorria?
It can only mean Zorria felt Fernando was coming closer. It means Zorria must be here. Somewhere.
But how could Zorria be here?
Because Fernando is dead. Oh, Stanley. Stanley, please help me. You're all I have left in the world now. Say you'll help me. Say you'll help me find Zorria. Kill him. Promise.
I promise.
Well, what have you been doing with yourself lately, Mr. Parker?
Oh, what do you want?
I've had some disturbing reports about you.
Such as?
Such as drinking. Even as Zorria, you never
Join me?
Oh, no. Besides, we have a very serious matter to discuss. Anita Dionys.
What about Anita Dionys?
She'll destroy you.
That's a lie.
Look at yourself.
I stood by while you killed a man here in my home.
Well, that was necessary.
It was murder. And I'm as guilty as if I had pulled the trigger. I can't face her, and I can't face myself, and I don't know what to do.
The answer is not in the bottle.
There's no answer at all anywhere. I'm what you made me. Stanley Parker. Idealist, pacifist, lover of all mankind.
It's a delicate operation, as you know. And perhaps we went just a tiny bit too far.
How can you go too far?
Well, you can endow a man with too much love. We did that to you. We should make an adjustment. We'll have to teach you to accept killing.
No.
To understand the necessity for it. You will have to accept a certain fact of life.
What?
We shall have to kill Anita Dionys.
Oh, never.
She is about ready to uncover your identity.
What do you mean?
She's getting there. Slowly. Very soon she will discover that she must kill you. Before that happens, you must have your adjustment.
I don't know what it was. Perhaps it was all a bad dream. But it was like that first time with electricity. The sharp, searing, exquisite pain. And certain thoughts were clashing in my brain. Ideas. This is not a perfect world. Man does what he must. The art of compromise. No laws are absolute. Morality is relative. And I don't know. Had I gone back to the island, or was it another bad dream? But there was an idea in my head, an idea. I knew I had to call Anita and ask her something, ask her to go somewhere.
Anita?
Hello, stranger. Where have you been?
I've been busy. I was wondering, care to have a picnic lunch tomorrow? We can go into the country.
Yes.
What is it?
Stanley, I have some questions I'd like to ask you.
Oh? Such as?
It can wait till tomorrow. Stanley, I would like to ask you a question.
Yes?
Who are you?
Who am I? I'm Stanley Parker.
Who is Stanley Parker?
Stanley Parker is a man who loves you very much and wants to marry you.
Trying to know you is like trying to hold quicksilver. You see, I checked up on you.
Oh? What made you do that?
I don't know. But there is no record of your being born in Indianapolis, Indiana.
I have a birth certificate.
But the record does not exist in their records, and there's no record of your having attended Northeastern Institute of Technology.
I have a diploma.
But the record does not exist at the school. Not a single teacher can remember you. Who are you?
Who do you think I am?
You are Zorria, aren't you?
Yes.
You know what I have to do now, don't you? I have to kill you.
But I've become someone else.
It's too late.
I'm Stanley Parker. You love me.
Oh, this has nothing to do with you and me. This concerns a monster named Zorria.
Do you mean you would shoot me, actually shoot me?
I am prepared.
I'm sorry to intervene at such a tender moment. You will please allow that pistol to fall to the ground, Miss Dionys? That's it. Splendid. Pick it up, Stanley. Very good. Now, unfortunately...
Do we have to kill her?
Oh, yes.
Look, we can let her go. We can make her promise.
Can we make you promise anything, Miss Dionys?
No.
But to kill...
Oh, come now. That's what we worked on these past few weeks.
Yes, but
the first law of life. What is it?
Survival.
Say it again.
Survival.
The second great law of life.
Kill
or be killed.
How does that square with the commandment, thou shalt not kill?
We here below are imperfect creatures.
You're 35 years old. You have more than half your life ahead of you. A beautiful, happy, productive life. Shall you throw it away for her?
No.
Then shoot her. It's your life or hers. You don't believe me? Ask her. Ask her.
Anita, is it true?
Yes. Your life or mine.
You'll have to kill her, Stanley.
Why me? Why not you?
Both of us will be guilty of the murder. Shall it make a difference which one pulls the trigger?
No.
Then you do it.
Anita, we could find a way. The past is dead.
No, it's alive. It has just been reborn. Metamorphosis. I see it happening. How strange. In reverse. Parker is becoming Zorria.
No. You can have certain ideals. You can have your life, but you cannot have both. You must give up one. Choose.
And now Parker is talking like Zorria.
Shoot her.
I am not talking like Zorria. I'm not.
Shoot her right now.
I can't. I can't.
I will.
No, you won't. You won't. You won't kill her. You won't kill anyone anymore. Anita, go away from here.
Not yet. He wounded you.
No. He killed me.
I'll get a doctor.
No.
I'll get a doctor.
No, I have to die. You know that, don't you?
I don't want you to die. Even if you were Zorria. Even if you were. You've become another person.
No, I'm still Zorria. You see, the real life, the long life, the working life is the caterpillar. The butterfly only lives a short day. The butterfly is only a dream. A caterpillar's dream.
I love you.
And I love you. And it's just as well that I die.
You're not Zorria. You're Stanley Parker.
Only for a little while. But you see, slowly, I was becoming Zorria once more. Because that's the only life I really know how to lead. The only life I ever wanted. Goodbye, Anita.
No.
Don't be sorry for me. Who else? What other human being has eaten the dust and tasted the sun? I have been both. The caterpillar and the butterfly.
How many lives do we have? Surely it would be hasty to say only one. The caterpillar has two. How many lives have you had? Or how many lives are you leading now? I only have one that I know of, and I'll be back to tell you how we might share an experience in just a few moments. People were killed in our story. But that wasn't what it was all about. It was about the Chrysalis, the coffin with the golden nails, where the magical changes take place. And consider an ordinary, simple creature with nothing even faintly resembling our intelligence can create all that is dull to all that is beautiful. Why is that beyond man, who is the highest form of life? When, if at all, shall we ever learn to do that? Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Marion Seldes, Ralph Bell, and Christopher Tabori. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
WOR's Mystery Theater was brought to you tonight also in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, fiends. Friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is Raymond, your host, inviting you through the squeaking door. Don't hesitate. Come right in. Oh, it's a bit dark. Careful, don't brush up against that skeleton. Oh, he's quite harmless, I assure you. He's only the skeleton in our closet come out for a bit of air.
The idea of a skeleton coming out for air. Such nonsense.
Oh, you mean because it's already so well ventilated? Oh, how do you do, Mary Bennett?
Hello, Mr. Raymond. Now, you tell me truthfully, is there a family skeleton in your closet?
Oh, yes, indeed. And what's more, we make no bones about it. But I'd like to really get him out of the closet. I need space to store my Lipton's noodle soup.
What a silly thing to say. You know very well that Lipton's noodle soup comes in a tidy little package that takes up hardly any room at all.
Oh.
Fact is, Lipton's is convenient all the way around. It takes hardly any time to make, costs less, and makes lots more than canned soups. And when it comes to flavor, nothing can beat Lipton's. It's a grand homemade tasting noodle soup with a chickeny flavor. And, folks, Lipton's is just swimming with tender golden egg noodles. It's like I always say, you just don't know how good noodle soup can be till you've tried Lipton's.
And like I always say, tonight, put a tight hat on your head so your hair won't rise. And get ready to listen to No Coffin for the Dead. It's an original story by Emil Tepperman. And our star tonight is that famous radio actor, Les Tremaine, who plays the part of Tom Archer. Along the swanky East River Drive, all is quiet, except for the footsteps of two men who hurry toward one of the many tall apartment houses. Let me introduce you quickly to these two men before death strikes out at them. The man on the outside, the tall, blonde man, is District Attorney Tom Archer. The other one, the lean, dark-haired fellow, is Tom Archer's assistant, John Frayne. Tom's really worried about something.
I'll walk you to the door of your house, John. I don't like your being out alone this late at night. Whoever's been sending you those threatening letters isn't John. Look out, John. That fellow in the alley with a knife. Look out. Drop that knife, you. Oh, you've killed him. You've killed John Frayne. Don't. Keep back, you. No. With that knife, you don't. No. No, don't stab me. Well, the devil killed John Frayne. Stabbed me. I'll remember his face if I ever see him again. I'll remember. When I began to regain consciousness after that attack, I was lying on the ground at the mouth of the little alley near John Frayne's home. A fussy little ambulance intern had just finished working over me. There was a small crowd around me, and I glimpsed the face of Detective Inspector Lambert just behind the intern.
There. Feel better now, Mr. Archer?
How is he, Doc?
I about got him fixed up, Inspector Lambert. I think he'll be all right. He's conscious now.
Can I talk to him?
Yeah, but better not move him for a few minutes till the shock wears off.
How are you, Mr. Archer? Oh, pretty good. I feel like a mummy with all these bandages.
Yeah, both hands. What did they do? Jump you with knives?
Oh, we were passing the alley. John and I... John? What happened to John Frayne? Speak up, Inspector. What happened to John?
Now, take it easy, Mr. Archer.
John's dead.
They got him in the back. Right through the heart.
Oh, merciful heaven. John?
Did you get a look at the killers, Mr. Archer? Could you identify them?
Well, there was only one man. He came out of the alley. He stabbed John, and then he swung at me. I didn't have time to go for my gun, so I caught the blade in my bare hands He ripped the knife away and stabbed at me. I don't know how many times.
6 stab wounds, Mr. Archer. You're darn lucky none of them hit a vital spot. That was a brave thing, grabbing the knife with your bare hands. Probably saved your life.
That's the mistake the killer made, leaving me alive. I've seen his face. I'll catch up with him, if it takes the rest of my life. I was a bit shaky on my feet when Inspector Lambert and the intern helped me up. But I insisted on going over to where the body of John Frayne lay, covered with a white sheet. And then I saw Susan, leaning against the great comforting bulk of old Mrs. Hogan, her housekeeper. She was looking down at the shroud that covered her husband's body.
It was God's will, Mrs. Frayne.
Susan.
Oh, Tom. Tom, I can't believe it. John.
Be brave, Susan. John's dead. Nothing I can say will replace him.
Have you any idea who the murderer is?
I saw his face for a moment, that's all. But I'll recognize it again, I'm sure.
Mr. Archer, here's something we found in the alley.
What is it, Inspector?
Looks like the charm off a watch fob. It's broken off.
A charm? Well...
You recognize it, Mrs. Frayne?
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It can't be.
No, of course not, Susan. There are hundreds of watch charms like this one.
What is it, Mrs. Frayne?
That watch charm is... My younger brother, Peter, wears one just like it.
Oh?
Oh, nonsense, Lambert. You can buy those in any jewelry store. Besides, I saw the killer's face. It wasn't Pete. Mrs. Hogan.
Yes, Mr. Archer?
Please take Mrs. Frayne upstairs now.
That I'll do. Come along, darling.
I'll see you later, Susan.
Oh, please stay here, Tom. You're hurt. All those wounds.
I'll be okay. Right now, I've got to go downtown with Inspector Lambert and look at pictures while that murderer's face is fresh in my mind. At headquarters, I looked through hundreds of pictures in the Rogues Gallery. It was just 2 hours before I came upon the photograph. Lambert, this is our man.
You're sure?
I'm positive. I'll never forget that face. Turn it over. Let's see the name, quick.
Right. Bart Hogan. Good heavens.
Bart Hogan? That would be the son of old Mrs. Hogan, the Frayne housekeeper. Lambert and I both remembered the case of Bart Hogan. It went back 5 years before John Frayne had married Susan. Bart Hogan had lived with his mother, both working for Susan's father. One day, Bart Hogan had snatched up a kitchen knife and attacked Susan's father with mad fury. Only John's lucky arrival had saved the old man. John subdued Bart Hogan. The mad youngster had been committed to the state asylum for life. But he had escaped 7 months ago. Nobody had heard from him since then. Until tonight.
Great Scott. So that murderous kid has come back after all these years to get his revenge.
I'm going back to the Frayne house. I want to talk to Mrs. Hogan.
You think you might know where her son can be found?
Who knows? I'll talk to her anyway.
By the way, Mr. Archer.
Yes?
While you're up there, suppose you just kind of check on whether Brother Pete has lost his watch charm.
The Fraynes occupied a top-floor duplex in the riverfront apartment house. I took the elevator up, and Mrs. Hogan admitted me.
I'll take your hat and coat, Mr. Archer.
Thank you. Mrs. Hogan, where's your son, Bart?
Bart? Well, why'd you ask after Bart?
Have you seen or heard from him since he escaped from the state asylum?
What makes you ask that?
Mrs. Hogan, there's reason to believe that the person who attacked us in the alley is your son, Bart.
Oh, no. Never say that, Mr. Archer.
I'm afraid it's true.
No, it couldn't be. I swear to you, it couldn't be Bart.
Why not?
I can't tell you why. But it wasn't Bart, I'm sure.
What makes you so sure? You know where he's been hiding since his escape? You know where he is now?
Oh, heaven help me.
If you know where he is, you must give him up.
But he didn't do it. He didn't.
Believe me, Mrs. Hogan, I understand how you feel. But it'd be far better for Bart to go back to the state asylum than to be hunted for this new crime. If he didn't do it.
Mr. Archer, if I prove to you that Bart couldn't have done it, would you let him be? Not make him go back to the asylum?
Well, I don't know what to say. You see, I was downtown just now, and I recognized the picture of the man who attacked us. It turned out to be your son. There's very little chance that I was mistaken.
But if I prove he couldn't have done it?
How can you prove it?
Well, come, I'll show you.
Her usually ruddy face was drained of blood as she led me up the stairs to the upper floor of the duplex, and then along the hall to her room.
I always keep the door locked. Go inside, please.
Oh, I don't see anything in this room, Mrs. Hogan.
Well, over here, please, the closet.
Is that you, Ma? Is that you?
It's all right, Bart, darling. I brought a good friend.
Good heavens. You've been hiding him here in this closet?
For 7 months now. When he escaped from the asylum, he came here. I cleared out the closet. It just holds the cot. He lies in there night and day.
Where's he, Ma? Why'd you bring him? What's he want?
Don't be afraid, Bart. Mr. Archer won't hurt you. He wants to ask you some questions.
Bart, have you been out of this room tonight?
Out? Me? Not a chance.
He tells the truth, Mr. Archer. Here, I'll pull the blanket back and show you the proof. There. Look at his legs. He was shot in both legs when he escaped from the asylum. I couldn't get medical attention for him, and the wounds never healed properly.
I see.
You must believe me now, Mr. Archer. Bart couldn't be one who attacked you, because, well, he'll never be able to walk as long as he lives.
Well, now, if Bart Hogan didn't do it, and mind you, I said if, then who did kill poor John Frayne? Well, whoever killed him must have been a rather cheerful person because he took life so cheerfully.
Cheerful indeed. Mr. Raymond, you've always had such gruesome thoughts on your mind, you wouldn't recognize something cheerful if you met right up with it.
Oh, now, Mary, aren't you being a bit unfair?
No, I'm not. You just don't know what folks like. But you listen to me, because I'm going to make a suggestion that'll please everyone.
All right.
Folks, if you want to give the boys overseas a real taste of home, why not send them a package or two of Lipton's noodle soup? It's so easy to do. You don't even need a request slip. You know, a bowl of hot soup makes a mighty good snack for the boys. And when they receive Lipton's noodle soup mix, they're getting that old-fashioned kind of chickeny-tasting noodle soup. So send a package or two of Lipton's to your favorite serviceman.
That's a terrific suggestion. And here's another thing that pleases me. There seems to be plenty of murder ahead in tonight's story. You remember that pretty little girl, Susan? Well, looks like she's next on the murderer's list. How about that, Tom? Come on, tell us more. And don't spare the gore.
When I entered the living room on the lower floor, a few minutes later, Susan and Peter were there with Arnold Matson, the lawyer.
I tell you, this is a serious problem, Susan, and we've got to find an answer to it.
There is no answer, Mr. Matson. Oh, Tom, thank heaven you've come at last.
Hello, Susan. Hello, Peter.
Hi.
You know Mr. Manson, of course.
Of course. I understand, Mr. Archer, that you narrowly escaped the same fate as poor John.
Well, I was lucky.
Those bandages must be a nuisance.
I can stand them. Bandages are better than a shroud. By the way, Peter, that looks like a new watch charm you're wearing.
What, this? Oh, I lost the other one someplace, so I bought a new one. What of it?
Oh, nothing. Mr. Matson, when I came in, you were saying something about a serious problem.
Exactly. As you know, Susan's father left an estate of $1.25 million in a trust fund to be paid to Susan on her 23rd birthday.
Yes, I know. And she'll be 23 next month.
But there's a proviso in the will, Mr. Archer. In order to receive the inheritance, Susan must be married and living with her husband on that date.
Please, Mr. Matson, I don't want to talk about the money.
Yes, but don't you see? You'll lose it all. The will distinctly says that you must be living with your husband. If not, then the money goes to 8 charities, except for $50,000 to Peter.
I don't care. I don't care what happens to the money. Without John, it doesn't matter.
Well, Peter, it'll be a break for you.
What do you mean by that, Mason?
Well, there's no need to become enraged, Peter. I only pointed out...
You filthy rat, I'll show you what I mean.
Look out, take it easy, Peter. Let go of me. Let go of me. All right. Take your hands off me.
Why are you all looking at me like that? You look as if you thought I killed John. Well, say it. Why don't you say what you think?
Better cool off a little, Pete. This is no time for a scene.
Yeah? For that matter, Tom Archer, what about you? You'd like to marry Susan yourself, wouldn't you?
Why, you rotten little...
You better cool off a little, Tom. This is no time for a scene.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, Peter, you're right. I would like to marry Susan. You know that, don't you?
Yes, Tom, I know.
You two look at each other like a couple of puppies in love. I'm going to get a drink. And nuts to the 50,000.
Right, George, I've got it.
Got what, Mr. Matson?
The solution to our problem.
What are you talking about?
That's it. Don't you see, Susan? You can marry Tom Archer here, and then you'll be able to legally claim the estate on your birthday.
Well, that's a pretty callous thing to suggest, Matson.
Callous? I'm a lawyer. It's my duty to protect my client.
I couldn't do it.
Of course not. Look here, Susan. Is there anyone else in the world who would benefit by John's death?
I don't know. I can't think.
What's the difference? Are you still looking for clues, Archer? You know who the murderer is, young Bart Hogan. Why look further?
Bart Hogan?
Matson, how did you know about Bart Hogan?
What do you mean?
Well, I've just come from Inspector Lambert's office. There was nobody present when we found Hogan's picture. How did you know about it?
Well, it's really quite simple. I phoned headquarters a little while ago, and Inspector Lambert told me.
Archer, Matson!
What's that?
Peter!
Archer, come quick, in the kitchen.
Come along, Matson, quick.
Yes.
You stay here, Susan. All right, Pete, take it easy. We're coming.
Down the hall, the kitchen.
Get hold of yourself.
You open the door. I can't.
Look, go ahead, Archer. Open it. Good heavens.
It's Mrs. Hogan. She lay on the kitchen floor on her back, with blood all over her clothes. The blood came from a gaping knife wound in her throat, and the knife lay on the floor alongside her.
I found her that way.
Her body's warm. She was killed within the last 10 or 15 minutes.
Then the killer's running loose somewhere in the house.
Susan! She's alone!
Good heavens. There, on the floor.
Susan, darling.
Is she dead?
No, she's only fainted. The shock.
Oh.
It's all right, Susan.
What happened? Was it Mrs. Hogan?
Yes.
Who?
We don't know. But the killer's in the house.
That madman is liable to kill us all, one at a time. I have a revolver. Let's search the house.
Right. Matson, you go in the kitchen and stand guard over that knife. There may be fingerprints on it.
Very well.
Peter, you stay here with Susan. Here's my gun. Don't be afraid to use it.
Wait just a minute.
What is it, Matson?
Has it occurred to you the killer may be one of us?
One of us? What are you looking at me for?
You were out of this room for quite a while.
Why, you are... I'll kill you!
Look out, the gun! What the gun, Peter? Drop it!
That's better.
I'll take the gun.
He was going to shoot me.
Sorry. I lost my head.
Susan, I'm sorry you have to go through all this. Everybody's on edge. There's a killer loose in the house, and we've got to find him.
Yes, Tom. I know you'll do whatever's right.
I'll try. You two. You can both stay here with Susan. I'll search the house myself. Manson, call the police.
Yes, but how can you hold the gun with your hands all bandaged? You can't pull the trigger.
I'll use it as a club. All right, now. Don't move out of this room till I return.
Be careful, Tom. You mustn't let anything happen to you, too.
I went slowly up the stairs to the upper floor, gripping the gun by the barrel in my bandaged hand. At the end of the hall, I stopped before the door of Mrs. Hogan's room. I opened the door with the keys. Inside the room, the closet door was open. Bart Hogan was still lying on his cot. He must have been expecting me. His eyes were wild with terror. He had a long pencil clutched in his right hand, the only weapon he could find to use against me. His left fist was clutched into a tight ball. He watched me, stiff with fear, as I moved slowly toward him, across the room.
Keep away from me.
I had no time to waste on him. I swept aside the fist that clutched the pencil.
Help!
And brought the revolver butt down hard on his forehead.
Help!
I went over to the window, opened it. Then I went back to the bed and pulled the sheet, pulled it away, lifted him. His weak and withered legs dangled uselessly. I carried him over to the window, rested him against the sill. He opened his eyes. He was recovering from the blow. I didn't wait. I pushed hard. He went toppling out of the window. I leaned over and saw the body strike against the 10th floor setback, then go hurtling into the air and smash down upon the pavement far below. There wasn't enough of him left to perform an autopsy on. They'd never know his legs had been no good, that he hadn't been able to walk. Everything would be easy sailing from here on. Susan would marry me to save the estate. $1.25 million. Oh, I'd been clever enough. When I called out that fake warning at the mouth of the alley, I myself stabbed John in the back. Then I slashed myself up. They'd taken my story at face value, Lambert and the others. I'd guessed that Mrs. Hogan was hiding Bart, but just as a precaution, I'd stolen Peter's watch chain and dropped it at the scene of the crime, in case I should need another suspect. But when I found Bart couldn't walk, it became necessary to kill Mrs. Hogan, too, for she was the only one who could tell the police that Bart hadn't been able to walk. All I had to do now was go down and say I'd found Bart, we had fought, and he had fallen from the window. The perfect crime. I took one more last look down into the street, where a crowd had gathered around Bart's body. I was able to make out the figure of Inspector Lambert, bending over what was left of him. And I saw Lambert force something out of the clenched left fist of the dead body. In a flash, I remembered that feeble little pencil with which Bart had tried to defend himself. I pulled in my head from the window and glanced across to the closet. I saw it at once. A small white scratch pad. I rushed across the room and snatched up the pad. And there, on the topmost page, were the indentations of what Bart Hogan had written on the page, and then had torn off. I could read it clearly. I could almost imagine his terrified voicing of the frightened appeal as he wrote it.
Archer was here. He means to kill me. He wants them to think I killed John Frayne. That I can't walk. I've got 2 bullets in my legs. For God's sake, save me.
Bart had written that note, meaning to throw it out the window. But I had come back too soon for him, and I had thrown it out of the window for him. I went back to the window and looked down. I saw Lambert peering up. Then he turned away and hurried toward the entrance of the building. He's coming for me. There's only one thing for me to do now. I've locked the door. It'll take time to break it down. In the meantime, I've taken the bandage off my right hand. I'm writing a full account of tonight's work. I gambled for a fortune, and I lost.
Oh, dear. And I loved that boy so. Yes, sir, he seemed like such a nice young man. Well, his trouble was he tried to commit the perfect crime without first practicing up on minor crimes. He should have started by stealing watermelons and then maybe tried his hand at robbing mail trains.
Mr. Raymond, what are you suggesting? And just when I was getting ready to tell people to send a bowl of soup to the boys overseas.
Wouldn't the soup get cold by the time it arrived?
Oh, of course not. Why, Lipton's noodle soup mix comes in a flat package. You simply send it along to your favorite soldier. And he'll be pleased by your little gift because this noodle soup is just like a taste of home. So enclose a package or two of Lipton's the next time you write to him.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry you have to go so soon. But drop in again next Tuesday for another little blood fest. You know, some people have to commit murders to get a kick out of life. Others get their satisfaction from listening to Inner Sanctum. But, word of advice. If you've got to commit a murder, please don't get yourself caught. Because if you do, you'll surely get a free ride with the only person never bothered by backseat drivers. I mean that they're hearse drivers. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is A Time to Die by Hilda Lawrence. Now, I guess it's time to close that there squeaking door until next week when Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown. So until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, here we are outside the squeaking door. And I guess we're all pretty shaken up after hearing about those murders. But I know just the thing that'll put us back to normal again. It's Lipton tea. Yes, a cup of that brisk Lipton tea would do just fine. And did you notice that word brisk? B-R-I-S-K. It's a mighty important word in tea language. The tea experts always use it. It means that Lipton tea has a lively flavor. It's never wishy-washy. That's why most folks prefer Lipton's to any other kind. Now, don't forget, that's Lipton tea. And don't forget to tune in again next Tuesday night to Inner Sanctum.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Everybody everywhere, and a hayloft greeting and our best wishes to radio station WLS on its 20th anniversary. Well, here it is, Victory Garden time again, folks. So get out your shovel and hoe, and away we go. For everybody is planning a victory garden these days. And are we going to be left out? Not us, Joe. Of course we're not. Why, say, look at Archie with that rutabaga seed, and old Gaby over there with the onion sets and garden tools. Say, Pat Buttram.
Yeah?
Just look at Lou Dinning. She's got an old shovel, an old hoe, and, golly, all she needs is an old rake.
Well, I might get Uncle Herkimer.
Here now, this victory gardening is a serious business this year, but we'll have fun anyway. So come on, chillin', let's put it over big and get out and dig, dig, dig.
Get out and dig, dig, dig in the sunshine. You can make one garden grow. Every seed you'll find will stand in multiply till we've overcome our foe. Get out and work, work, work for the nation. We can keep our country free. Help the rain above, feed the ones we love. Dig our way to victory. Let's born every day. Let's be somewhat day. In the fall, trust in God, and the earth will throw away. Get out and dig, dig, dig in the sunshine. Every heart will feel a glow. As we turn the tide, we'll be glad we tried to make a million gardens grow. Dig, 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 to make 10 million gardens grow.
Oh, that's the victory garden spirit, folks. Why, already we're getting results. Just like magic, I see radishes, cabbages, onions. Oh, anything is likely to spring up.
We are here, Joe.
I knew it. And who pops up but those four syncopated young sprouts, Hezzy, Kenny, Gill, and Gaby, the Hoosier Hotshots. Are you ready, Hezzy? Okay. You heard what they say. We got a dig. Let's go.
Tony was a huckster with a cart and horse. What? And everywhere that Tony went, Maria went, of course. Is that right? She sat real close beside him as he shouted out his wares, and he stopped his cart for the customers on all the thoroughfares. From time to time, he'd look at her and whisper in her ear.
What'd he say?
Sweet little words meant for her, for no one else to hear.
I love you.
Apples!
You're sweet as
cherries!
I know my
onions!
You are the berries. Your lips are red like
tomatoes.
Your eyes are big like
potatoes. Oh, celery, celery!
honeydew.
And my celery's enough for two.
While my heart beats just for you. I love you, apples, I do. I love you.
Rice fruit, grapefruit, fruity toot, tooty toot.
I need you.
String beans, lima beans, butter beans, beanie beans.
And that's not
spinach, turnips, parsnips, squash.
You are the
berries, raspberries.
Lips like
tomatoes.
And eyes as big as
sweet potatoes.
Olive, oh, I love you. Olive, I do.
And I'm in a pickle, 'cause I relish you.
We can live on
vegetable stew.
I love you, apples, I do. Yes, no bananas. I love you, apples, I do.
but here we go again, folks. Victory Garden time means it's time for the Red, Red Robin. And here he comes, bobbing along with the Dilling sisters.
Have you heard? Now have you
From Holland?
When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. There'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead, get up, get out of bed, cheer up, the sun is red, live, love, laugh and be happy. What have I been through? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing the song. When the red, red robin comes, bobbing along. Each time the robin starts a-bobbing, if I should see him appear, my heart starts a-throbbing, then I know spring is here. When the red, red robin comes, bobbing along. There'll be no more sobbing when he's a-throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead, come on, get out of bed, don't start the day wrong. When the red, red robin comes bobbing, when the red, red robin comes bobbing along.
Well, say, your red, red robin sure is a sign that our Victory Garden will flourish, Dilling sisters. Oh, I can just see our garden a few months from now with country pumpkins and corn, acres and acres of corn. Huh?
You don't have to wait for it, Joe.
I guess not, Archie. Here he is, folks, Alabama's golden bantam boy, Pat Buttram.
Hello, Jody. How you doing?
Oh, just great, Pat. We're starting off our hayloft Victory Garden again.
Yeah, most everybody's starting their garden nowadays, Joe.
Yes.
Everybody's
From
planting.
Hollywood.
Well, Pat, I hope you do better in our Victory Garden this year than you did last year.
Well, I done all right last year. I had so many vegetables in my garden there that I didn't have bugs enough to go around.
Now, listen, Pat, you were too lazy to do any good in our garden. I remember we put you to spading up the dirt, and a little fellow only 5 feet tall spaded up twice as much ground as you did.
Well, he ought to. He was closer to it than I was.
And another thing, Pat, when we were planting the garden last year, you were out there in the field with a hammer.
Well, I told you I was planting mashed potatoes.
Oh.
Nothing wrong with that. You just wait till you see my garden this year. I already got some things planted in it, some onions and radishes there.
Yeah? Do you think the radishes will come up?
Well, on me, they always do.
They do.
Oh,
Now,
I mean,
wait a minute here.
No, but you just watch, Joe. I'm really going to have a good garden this year. There's a friend of mine in Washington. He sent me some special garden seeds. He used to work down there in Winston County. I know him.
What work did he do?
Well, he was sort of a handyman around the depot there. He'd tie up bundles and fix up crates and nail down boards. Anything that needed hammering down, he could do it. He's working for the OPA in Washington now.
Well, Pat, I selected my seeds this year from a seed catalog. I still think that's the best method.
I don't know. I looked into one of them seed catalogs the other day, and there's a picture there of the biggest cocklebur I ever did see.
Cocklebur? Why, Pat, that wasn't a cocklebur. That was a pineapple.
Well, I don't care what you call it. I'd sure hate to have to comb that out of a horse's tail, though.
Okay, Golden Bantam Buttram. But look sharp now, for you don't want to miss our Victory Garden visitor. Folks, the old barn dance has reached way down Texas way tonight to bring you a sweet young Texas miss who has made good in a big way. That brilliant young singing comedian of radio, screen, and stage who writes all her own ditties. And here she is, Cindy Walker.
There's a lonesome gal pining for her pal who's somewhere out there across the plain, and her eyes grow dim as she thinks of him, wondering when she'll see him again. Through the purple haze, she will stand and gaze down the trail he rode away, leaving a lonesome gal pining for her pal, and a prayer that he'll come back someday. Leaning on the old top rail of the big corral, looking down that sunset trail for her long lost pal. Through the purple haze, she will stand and gaze down the trail he rode away, leaving a lonesome gal pining for her pal, and a prayer that he'll come back someday.
Thank you, Cindy. That was just a ticket. Say, Cindy, how about Toodalumbo, huh?
A Toodalumbo, okay, boy.
All right.
Chin that fiddle and make it sing, chin that fiddle and make it sing. Listen to that sassy thing, sing that Toodalumbo. And on the bow, on the string, listen to that fiddle and sing. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Slap that bass and make a jump, slap that bass and make a jump. Listen to it, thump, 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 and that Toodalumbo. And on the bow, on the string, listen to that Toodalum thing. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Listen to that field guitar, listen to that field guitar, listen to instead of fire, keep that Toodalumbo. And on the bass, bass on the string, listen to that swing away thing. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo. Rag back the other way, Toodalumbo.
Thanks a million, Cindy Walker. We're glad that you'll be back again with us next week, and that's a fact. Our Victory Garden Party swings right along, folks, and I mean swings. Come on, Denning sisters, let's hear your version of that San Fernando Valley.
Yippee, 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 yay. Yippee, yippee, yay. Oh, I'm packing my grip, and I'm leaving today. 'Cause I'm taking a trip California way. I'm gonna settle down and never, never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I think that I'm safe to Satan. He will be waiting when my lonely journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise. He will make the two of us one. Don't hit the trail to the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RFD. I'm gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. Yippee-yay, yippee-yay. I'm packing my grip, 'cause I'm taking a trip. I'm gonna leave today. I'm packing my grip, 'cause I'm taking a trip out California way. Yippee-yay, yippee-yay. I'm gonna settle down and never more wander or roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my home. I think that I am safe in Satan. He'll be there waiting for me when my journey is done. And kindly old Reverend Thomas made us a promise that he'd make the two of us one. I'm hitting the trail to the cow country. You can forward my mail, care of RFD. For I am gonna settle down and never more roam, and make the San Fernando Valley my own. Yippee-yay, I'm going back today. Yippee-yay, I'm leaving right away to make the San Fernando Valley my home.
Well, you sure heated up that old valley, kid. But in case you've been wondering about Mistress Mary Quite Contrary and how her victory garden grows, folks, we refer you to those 4 rootin' tootin' young rutabagas who know all about her, the Hoosier Hotshots. Okay, boys, let's go. Okay. Yeah.
They're missing from the cocktail bar.
You never see gal these days at cabarets or matinees.
The answer is they're working hard right out there in their own backyard in a Victory Garden fair. You'll find Miss Victory there. Why, she's up to her ankles, her cute little ankles, in peas and potatoes and little tomatoes. She's up to her knees in good old cabbages green. And does she know her onions? Well, she uses her bean. While her garden she keeps growing, she keeps hoeing, she keeps sowing, and she's 24 carats with me. For she's working so hard in her Victory Garden. She's up to her heart in victory. Yep, she's up at all hours, looking at them cauliflowers. To rake 'em, gotta plant 'em with her golden phantom. Oh, she's up to her waist in each green thing that grows.
And she jives with her chives as she hidey-ho-ho.
Yeah, instead of tangles and rumpers, she's planting cucumbers, and she's counting their numbers.
That's right, Hezzy.
And her songs are all ballads, but vegetable salads. She's up to her heart in victory.
to say is you sure know your vegetables, these are hot shots.
Plant a little garden in your own backyard. There is so much you can grow. All you lovely charmers, help the busy farmer buy a rake and hoe.
We'll have plenty for the folks and children by and by. You should worry if the prices go up to the sky.
Oh, take our good advice and plant a little garden in your own backyard. Get out those old overalls for victory call. Right in your own backyard. Just take a rake and a hoe and victory will grow. Right in your own backyard. Come on, you fellows and gals, victory pals, start with the sun. Dig for the right, and when the fight is won, you'll find that victory lies right under your eyes, back in your own backyard.
So we know there's food enough for everyone to share. Raise a little extra for our allies over there.
So you get busy now and plant a little garden in your own backyard.
The National Barn Dance was rebroadcast especially for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations. As a special after-show treat, here are Louise Massey and the Westerners.
You'll be sorry if you break up our romance. You'll be sorry if you don't give love a chance when you see me out with somebody new. You'll cry and cry. You'll be sorry if you chase my heart away. You'll be sorry night and day. Let heaven start to cross your heart. Say I love you. You won't be sorry.
Shorthand, it's hymn time. And today our hymn is Yield Not to Temptation. Hope you enjoy it.
Yield not to temptation, for yielding is sin. Each victory will help you some other to win. Fight manfully onward, dark passions subdue. Look ever to Jesus, He will carry you through. Ask the Savior to help you, comfort, strengthen, and keep you. He is willing to aid you. He will carry you
I'm going to try to play the game and play it hard and play it fair. I may not win, but just the same, I'm going to try to do my share. I may not always meet the test as well as some more clever guy, but while my heart beats in my chest, I'm going to try. I'm going to try to stand the gaff, yet keep my nerve. I'm going to seek to love and work and play and laugh and never show a yellow streak. I'm going to struggle to be kind and not go hard of face and eye. I'll flop at times, but never mind. I'm going to try. I'm going to try to be a friend that folks can trust and who they know will be the same way to the end, whether the luck runs high or low. I'll hitch my wagon to a star and set my goal up in the sky. And though I may not get that far, I'm going to try.
Ask the Savior to help you, comfort, strengthen, and keep you. He is willing to aid you.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And, as you may suspect, I have a tale to tell. A tale full of sound and terror and signifying... Well, I'll have to leave that to you. And I also ask your indulgence when I personalize this strange riddle, because this story was brought directly to me. Ever since I've been your host on this series, I have the feeling that you expect me to be an expert on the macabre. But I must confess to a sense of surprise when I was buttonholed by a young man the other day who said, "Excuse me, Mr. Marshall, but I have a coffin that I'm sure will interest you."
You cannot frighten me. I am not leaving this graveyard until I get to the bottom of this.
I warn you, your persistence will be your destruction.
I still trust in the Lord. Where's that music coming from?
From beyond the grave.
Is it Judgment Day?
No.
Then you talk nonsense. The dead will rise. The Lord will summon his elect to meet him in the clouds. But until that day, the dead remain buried.
Our mystery drama, A Coffin for the Devil, was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Keir Delay. What do you do when a perfect stranger tells you he has a coffin which might interest you? My first instinct was to tell the young man that I wasn't in the market for coffins. But he quickly explained that he wasn't a salesman, but an avid listener to our series, and that he had a macabre story of a strange coffin that had been in his family for generations. I was intrigued. So the next night, I found myself in his old suburban house, drinking coffee with his wife, Cora, and his friend, Professor Gerald Barker, and looking at a large wooden box, which appeared to me to be a case for a bass fiddle.
This box, although you may not believe it, Mr. Marshall, is a coffin. And this letter, which my wife, Cora, found in the attic, explains how it came in our family, and also how it happens that I'm not today a mortician. It was written by my great-grandfather, whose name was also William Spindles, and the letter begins, I, William Spindles, swear this to be a true and honest account of the strange happenings that befell me when I was employed by Edward Rogers, the undertaker, in the year 1851. The month was December, and Mr. Rogers and his good wife, paying pre-Christmas visits, had left me in charge of the shop. It was a cold night and blowing hard, but my good friend Richard Clay and I were snug enough with a big fire going in the stove.
Only for you, William Spindles, would I spend a stormy night like this sitting in an undertaker's parlor.
Oh, come on now, Dick. You kept me company often enough to know that there's no harm in corpses.
Well, it's not the corpses that worry me. It's their spirits that may be around.
There's no such thing as spirits. Mr. Rogers says that there's no harm in the dead. The harm is in people's minds.
Oh, maybe. What's that?
Someone's at the door. Come in.
Oh, I don't like this.
I'll see who it is. Come in, sir. Come in. You'll catch your death of cold standing out there.
I'm sorry to disturb you on a night like this, but my need is urgent. I require a coffin.
Yes, sir. Did you have a particular type in mind?
Very particular. I know exactly what I need.
Well, we have a complete stock in the next room. Now, if you'll follow me...
No need. You won't have it in stock.
We carry the most complete line in the state.
That's why I have come here.
Well, thank you. Now, if you'll tell me who the coffin is for, I'll be able to help you better.
For me.
For you? You mean it's for your own personal use?
Exactly.
I can see you're going to be busy, Bill, so I'll run along.
Oh, no need to leave, Dick. This gentleman will have to come back tomorrow and see Mr. Rogers, so
I cannot return.
Well, Mr. Rogers is the proprietor, and I honestly believe you'll be better served if you'll wait for him.
I can draw you the way the coffin must be. Here's $50. Will that cover it?
But
goodbye, Bill. I really must leave. Amy's expecting me.
Is the $50 enough?
It's not the money I was thinking of. It's the special requirements you mentioned. I'm not sure I can handle them.
I said I'd draw it. Do you have paper?
I guess so. Here's a pencil.
I have my own. Now, the shape must be exactly like this. Just so.
But that doesn't look like a coffin at all. It's more like the case for a musical instrument.
I know my needs.
Oh, never in my life have I seen or heard of a coffin such as you ask for.
It must be exactly the way I've drawn it.
Very well.
Now, it must also have lids and hinges.
Hinges?
Hinges. You see them? Here, on the drawing.
Yes, but you...
And a lock on the inside.
The inside?
And a good quality lock. Secure. Nothing shoddy, you understand?
I believe I do.
Good. Now, if you have a tape measure, I want you to measure me around.
But why? I mean, the drawing is... It's unusual. It's very clear.
I want to make sure that you leave enough room for my arms.
I really don't know how I'm going to explain this to Mr. Rogers.
Show him the drawing. Now, take my measurements.
Yes, sir. All right, now leave enough room for your arms.
Now, make sure that this is ready by Friday.
But that's the day after tomorrow.
I must have it. I'm sorry to be so particular, but I've been buried before. And this time, I want to have it my own way.
Bill! Are you in there?
Just a minute. I'm opening the door. Lucy, what are you doing here?
Are you all right? Is he still here?
What are you talking about?
Dick told me about that strange man who came here Dick was really scared. He said the man wanted to order his own coffin.
That's right, but I'm sure it was some kind of practical joke.
Well, I don't care what it was. I want you to find another job. I hate the idea of your being an undertaker.
Lucy, we've been through this before, and this job is no different than any other except in people's minds.
I'm sorry, Bill. I'm sorry. I was just so frightened. All the way over here, I was just worried about you and scared, but I came anyway, and now... Oh, Bill, I don't think it's going to work.
Oh, I'd like to punch Dick Clay right in the nose for frightening you like that.
Don't blame Dick. It's not his fault.
If he hadn't scared you, you wouldn't have...
Yes, I would. Maybe I wouldn't have come here tonight, but I hate what you're doing. I hate it.
I know, honey. What do you want me to do?
Quit.
And do what?
Oh, I don't care.
What will we live on?
Well, you'll find another job.
Nowhere near as much money.
I don't care about the money. Bill, can't you understand? I don't want hands touching me that have been touching death all day.
All right, Lucy. I'll speak to Mr. Rogers about leaving.
Good morning, Bill. Good morning. Now, what's all this about some excitement you had here last night?
Good morning, Mr. Rogers. I guess Dick Clay has been busy gossiping again.
I don't know whether it came from Dick or not, but I heard it from the barber. Some ridiculous claptrap about a walking cadaver ordering its own coffin.
Well, sir, what happened was unusual.
How so?
Take a look at this. This is a drawing made by the gentleman who ordered this coffin.
Remarkable. It looks something like a carrying case for the bass fiddle.
Yes, sir, it looks that way to me also. It must be ready tomorrow evening.
You're worried about something, aren't you, Bill?
Yes, sir.
Something to do with this special order?
I suppose so, in a way. Mr. Rogers, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm going to have to leave here.
What? You mean because of last night?
Only partially. It's really because of Lucy.
Oh, I suppose she's upset about the idea of marrying a mortician.
More than upset. She practically gave me a choice. Either this job or her.
I wouldn't worry about that if I were you, Bill.
You're not me, and you're not engaged to Lucy.
I'm sorry, Bill. It's just that I've been there before. I had the same problem with Mrs. Rogers before we got married.
Well, what did you do?
Before I answer that, how do you feel about the business? I mean, would you stay on if Lucy would marry you?
I think so.
Bill, you know I have no son. No one to carry on. I've never said it, but I think you know how I feel about you and what hopes I have that you might be the one to carry on. Until today, I thought you felt the same way.
I don't think I can change Lucy's mind.
Of course you can't.
But you just said that...
You can't, but Mrs. Rogers can. Now, ask Lucy to talk with her, woman to woman. That's your best bet. My wife knows all the problems, and she has all the answers.
I never thought of that. All the same, I wish you'd been here last night. It was... Well, the only word I can use to describe what happened is weird.
Because he ordered a coffin for himself?
That, plus the way he came in, and then the strange shape he insisted on. But most of all, because he appeared to be driven. Almost as if he were compelled to do what he was doing.
What he felt or didn't feel isn't important, Bill. What matters is whether you've changed the way you think about death.
I don't follow you.
You have to see dying for what it is, Bill. Life's ultimate destination. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's just an inescapable fact. In the course of my life, I've met a lot of people, and I'm good at judging them. And up until now, I've thought of you as a no-nonsense, feet-on-the-ground, level-headed young man.
But, sir, you didn't see this man. You didn't hear the terrible desperation he had in his voice.
I've seen and heard almost everything since I started some 18 years ago. This poor fellow who ordered his coffin from you last night was obviously deranged. No question about it. Deranged.
I hope you're right, sir.
Of course I'm right. What other conclusion can there be?
The one I can't get out of my head. He told me he'd been buried once before. And this time he means to have it his own way.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
You find that amusing?
Now I understand everything. That coffin he ordered is nothing but a big fiddle case. A double bass box. And he must be a musician. They're the very devil for playing practical jokes. Don't you see? This is nothing but a practical joke.
A joke on whom, sir?
How should I know? Some fellow musician.
No, I'm sorry, sir. I just can't believe that.
Why not?
Why wouldn't he have told me so? Why would he try to scare the daylights out of me and then pay $50? 50 whole dollars besides.
Ah, well. I expect we'll have the answer to that tomorrow evening when he comes to get his coffin. That is, if he comes at all.
Oh, he'll be here, I'm sure of that. I just pray that we won't be sorry when he comes.
When the reading stopped, I looked at the faces in that sane and sensible 20th century living room. Spindle's wife, Cora, was wide-eyed. Professor Barker's lips were pursed and his eyes were skeptical. My eyes were drawn automatically to the subject of the letter. The large, strangely shaped coffin that stood in the corner of the living room, and I could understand the fear that had gripped that 19th century William Spindles. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. I suppose to the three inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, one could add the right of a man to order his own handmade coffin. Most of us, I believe, would find the thought distasteful, but the feeling that prevailed among us in the living room of William Spindles was one of curiosity. We were all anxious for him to continue reading the letter from his great-great-grandfather.
I must confess that my work suffered during that day. My thoughts were not on what I was doing, but on what the evening would bring, and what Mr. Rogers would make of the stranger when he came to call for his coffin. The day passed somehow.
Bill, when did this customer of yours say he'd be back?
Early in the evening.
Matt, we'll give him another half hour, and then we'll lock up.
That won't help if he wants to pick it up.
What does that mean, young man?
Someone tampered with the coffin, and we don't know who.
We only have Sam's word that the coffin was tampered with.
But he's our best workman.
Well, like everyone else around here, I'm sure he's been infected with the idea that there's something strange about this order for a coffin in the shape of a bass fiddle. At last, he's arrived.
Those raps didn't come from the door?
Nonsense. Of course they did. It's cold out there. He wants to come in.
I'll prove it to you. I'll open the door.
No need. He's letting himself in.
Sir? Sir, there's no one at the door.
Get hold of yourself, Bill. Must have been a draft that blew the door open. I'll close it myself.
Good evening, Mr. Rogers. Is my order ready?
Good evening, sir. Come in. The box you ordered is ready.
Thank you.
My dear sir, you really should wear a greatcoat and a muffler in this bitter weather. You'll catch cold.
Where's my coffin? Ah, that's it, in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Satisfactory? Very satisfactory. Is there a good, secure lock on the inside?
You may open the lid and see for yourself. That way you can also test the hinges.
The make of the lock is unknown to me. Is it a good one?
We never have had a single complaint about any of our coffins.
So I'd heard.
Now then, where would you like it sent?
I'll take it with me.
My dear sir, it's much too heavy for one man to carry.
I'll manage.
Perhaps you have a horse and cart outside. We can help you get it on.
That won't be necessary.
May I have your name?
My name is of no importance.
Sir, I'm a reputable undertaker. I must keep my records in order.
Any name you choose will do.
Come now, sir. I see through your little joke, and I don't disapprove, but you must...
Joke? Mr. Rogers, if there's any joke being played here, it's on me. So, I'll take my coffin and be on my way.
But, sir, you can't just walk out of here with a...
Thanks to you for your efforts, and I wish you gentlemen good night's sleep.
Sir, come back.
Let him go. For the love of heaven. Let him go, Mr. Rogers. He lifted that box as if it were as light as a feather.
Get your coat.
What for?
To follow him, Bill. Couldn't you see the man is ill?
We're the ones who are going to be ill if we follow him.
Stop babbling and get into your coat.
All right, I'll go with you. I don't want you following that spirit alone, but I tell you, he's not mortal.
He is, and he's sick, mentally ill. Hurry.
How far do we follow him?
As far as he goes.
No, sir, I won't, because I believe his destination is hell.
There he goes. Around the corner, down Green Tree Lane.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Where can he be heading? There are no houses after a block of Green Tree Lane.
But there's the cemetery.
Didn't I tell you he was deranged? The cemetery gate's locked.
Locks never bothered spirits.
Then he's no spirit. Didn't he ask for a lock on the coffin?
Oh, let him go, Mr. Rogers, please.
Hurry up before we lose him.
Mr. Rogers, if we do catch up to him, what in heaven's name do you want of him?
Find out who he is, where he lives, and get him safely home. Then I shall call a doctor to attend him.
There he goes, heading directly for the cemetery gate.
Confound it. What's happened to the moon?
A cloud just passed in front of it.
No matter. Even if we can't see him, we shall catch up when he finds the gate locked.
Oh, here comes the moonlight, and here's the gate. Where did he go?
Well, he must have gone in.
Gate's locked.
Well, I have my key.
You don't intend to go in, do you?
Of course. Come on.
No, sir.
There. Isn't that our man? Moving among the trees over there near the Addison Mausoleum?
Mr. Rogers, I've had enough of this. I'm going home.
And allow that poor soul to do himself some kind of mischief?
Sir, that poor soul, as you call him, is a person I want nothing to do with. I don't know whether he's man, ghost, or devil, but whatever he is, and whatever his business is in the cemetery, I want no part of it.
Bill, when a man's dead, he's dead. I've never seen a man or woman come to life again. I'm a God-fearing man, and I go by the Bible. Doesn't the good book say dust to dust?
The Bible says a lot of things, but I remember no mention of men who could lift a heavy coffin as if it were a pillow and pass through locked gates without leaving a sound, to say nothing of a man ordering his own coffin.
Very well, Bill. You can stay or leave. I'm going after him.
I beg of you.
Close the gate.
I beg you, Mr. Rogers, leave this be and come home with me.
Close the gate and make sure it's locked.
At this point, Bill Spindles stopped reading and put down the letter. My reaction was shared by his wife, Cora, who almost screamed at him.
Don't tell me the letter stops there, and we're not going to find out what happened.
The reason I stopped is because the story my great-grandfather was telling up to now was his. But it now changes. At this point, he is writing not what he saw, but what he heard, as he puts it in the letter. Perhaps I was a coward, but I allowed Mr. Rogers to go on into the graveyard alone while I hurried home. So I warn the reader of this letter. This portion of my tale is written here as it was told to me by Mr. Rogers.
The moon again had gone behind the clouds when young Spindles went hurrying off. But I thought I saw some light in or around the big Addison tomb. I started that way, and then I heard what seemed to be the voice of the man I was following, but it seemed to come from far off.
Too far. You have come too far on a useless journey, Edward Rogers. Turn back before it's too late.
Where are you, sir? Listen to me.
Thrice they tried, and thrice they died.
Where are you? What are you doing with your coffin?
Leave here, Edward Rogers. Your business with the dead is finished. You don't belong here.
And what do you do here?
I keep an age-old bargain.
With whom?
You must leave here. This place is dangerous for you.
But not for you?
Leave before it's too late.
The Lord will protect me. Now let me help you. Don't you understand? You're ill. You need help.
So be it, Edward Rogers. You want to join in a dance of death. The consequences will be on your head. Here, I show myself to you. Here I am. See if you can catch me.
It was then that I started after him. I could see him almost clearly. He seemed to be heading for the Addison tomb. He was carrying the coffin, and I was certain I could overtake him. But he kept dodging behind headstones. I turned and twisted after him. And then my foot caught. I lost my balance and fell, hitting my head against the tombstone.
Dick, wake up, man.
Bill, what do you want?
Get dressed. You've got to come to the cemetery with me.
What? The cemetery? Are you out of your mind?
Mr. Rogers went in there after the man who ordered the coffin. He isn't home yet, and Mrs. Rogers is worried.
Then take her.
Come on, Dick. I'll be with you.
I wouldn't care if the whole town was with us. What time is it?
4:00. It will soon be light. Please, Dick, you must.
All right. I'll get dressed and I'll go with you, but we'll wait for the dawn.
But Mr. Rogers may be in trouble.
Bill, whatever has happened has happened. I'll go with you, but not until it's light.
Oh, my head. It hurts. Where am I?
Where you do not belong.
Oh, it's you. Where's your coffin?
Where it belongs.
Good. Come. I'll take you home.
You need more help than I do.
I'll be all right. I was fortunate. It was just a glancing blow.
I'll take you to the gate. See that you get there safely.
You've changed. Why are you now worried about me?
I admire your courage. You were concerned about me. Now I return the favor.
No. You tried to frighten me before.
For your own good. You're still in danger.
From whom?
From the damned.
Sir, I don't know who you are or where you're from, but I'll swear you're of this world. There are no such things as ghosts.
I know that's what you believe. I wish with all my heart that you were right.
What's that music? Do you hear it?
I do.
What is it? It doesn't belong here in a graveyard.
You're wrong. It's the only place it can be heard, and not by everyone. Come, the gate is this way.
No, I am not leaving until I get to the bottom of this.
I warn you, your persistence will be your destruction.
I still put my trust in the Lord. Where's that music coming from?
From beyond the grave.
Is it Judgment Day?
No.
Then you talk nonsense. The dead will rise. The Lord will summon his elect to meet him in the clouds. But until that day, the dead remain buried.
And quiet?
And quiet.
Oh, foolish man. I will not be able to protect you much longer. Go home now, while you can.
I will, if you'll first allow me to take you to your home.
Can't you understand? My home is here.
Tommy rot.
I must go. I have work to do. You've been warned. My conscience is clear.
As I turned my head to see where he went, I felt dizzy. The blow had evidently been more serious than I thought. When my head cleared, I could still hear the music, and I thought I saw a light. I walked toward the light. It seemed to come from the Addison tomb. As I approached, I could see that the door to the mausoleum was open. I was convinced that inside was the source of the music. It grew louder with every step I took. And then I found myself at the door to the tomb. And there, just inside, I saw the large coffin the stranger had ordered. The lid was wide open. But the moment I took one step inside, the lid slammed shut, and the music stopped. I thought the coffin had been empty, but I couldn't be sure. I walked over to it and bent down and listened. I heard the key turn in the lock, and I called out, "You mustn't lock yourself in. You mustn't. Please open the coffin." He wouldn't listen, so I determined to get the coffin open. When suddenly there was a flash of light and a loud explosion.
Bill, I can't see anyone in there. Mr. Rogers must have gone home.
Can't see the whole cemetery from outside. We'll have to go in.
The gate's locked.
I have a key.
Oh, look, do we really have to go on?
It's practically daylight. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Oh, I hear you, but I'm still shivering.
That's the cold. Come on.
Hey, you seem to know where you're going.
Oh, I shouldn't have left him. If any harm has befallen him, I'll never forgive myself.
Well, he shouldn't have been here at all.
The last I saw of Mr. Rogers, he was heading for the Addison tomb. I have a feeling that if we find him at all, that's where he'll be. There's the tomb now.
Oh, the door's open. Should it be?
We'll find out.
Wait. Suppose there's something in that tomb that waited for Mr. Rogers, and now it's waiting for us.
If you don't want to come in, you can wait here, but I'm going into that tomb.
All right, I'll come with you. Good Lord, there he is, lying across that coffin, and so still. Is he dead?
I don't know. But there's only one way to find out.
I can offer no explanation, but I can tell you that the words of a letter written more than 100 years ago had cast a spell over all of us. A spell that had transported us back to a small 19th century graveyard. I'll be back in a moment with the strange end to this strange tale. Like many time-worn sayings, the old adage, curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back, still contains more than a few grains of truth. Certainly all of us sitting in the William Spindle's living room that night were anxiously waiting for him to resume reading the letter from his great-great-grandfather. But he further whetted our curiosity by prefacing his reading with this explanation.
I think it's important to tell you that this next portion of the letter is an eyewitness account, not what was told to my ancestor, but what he experienced himself. So, if you're all ready, I'll continue. After Mr. Rogers told me what had happened to him that night in the cemetery, I was still undecided about leaving the undertaking business, although my dear Lucy was at me every day to give my notice. And then, one morning, Mr. Rogers called me to his office.
Sit down, Bill. I think we should have a talk.
Yes, Mr. Rogers?
My wife tells me that Lucy hasn't been to see her. Have you spoken again to Lucy about discussing your future here with Emily?
No, sir.
You still believe that our strange customer was a ghost?
Let's say I'm still undecided. What's that?
Probably someone who wants to see me. Come in.
Should I get the door?
Don't bother. I'll go.
Good morning, gentlemen.
It's you.
It is indeed I. And I'm not sure how long I'll be permitted to stay.
Long enough, I hope, to give me an explanation of your actions the other night.
That is why I'm here.
Good. Perhaps you'll start by telling me...
I come here, sir, at great personal risk. I ask you to believe me. I beg you to listen and keep an open mind.
I believe I'm a fair man.
Since you're a native of this town, you must know of the Addison family.
Of course. Old Thaddeus Addison owned the leather and dye plant.
He did. And do you remember a young man named Tom Addison, one of Thaddeus's 3 sons?
I never knew the young rascal. Everyone heard about him, of course. He was a ne'er-do-well who finally ran away.
That's what my father wanted everyone to believe.
Hold on. Are you trying to tell me you're Tom Addison?
My father wanted me to go into the factory. I couldn't abide the thought. In all modesty, I had a great talent for music, particularly the bass, a talent which my father felt was foolishness. All of our quarrels came because I wanted to practice my music, and my father thought it was a waste of time and money.
Then you are young Addison.
I am. And I am not. Not in the sense that you mean.
I suppose you can explain that.
The situation between my father and me became unbearable. He finally gave me an ultimatum. Either I'd go into the business, abandon my music, or he'd turn me out of the house. I really had no choice. I left.
Mm-hmm. And what brought you back?
The very same thing that took me away. Music. When my father disowned me, I wandered around the country trying to earn my living as a musician. It wasn't easy. One day, I found someone who valued my musicianship. I made a bargain with him.
Who was he?
He goes by many names. Take your choice. Satan, the devil, Beelzebub, or the Prince of Darkness.
Rubbish.
You believe in the Lord. Why do you find it so difficult to believe in the devil?
I'm a God-fearing man. The devil has no power over me.
Not unless you invade his realm, as you did the other night.
All I did the other night was my duty, as an undertaker and as a man.
How can I make you see the horrors that lie ahead of you if you will not listen? What will change your foolish obstinacy so that you can save yourself? Are you so insensible that if I tell you what I have suffered and am suffering, you'll still close your mind to what I say?
I promise to listen, and I will.
10 years ago, I was in Chicago, living in a cold and miserable garret, hungry, alone, and with no hope of employment. In order to get something to eat, I knew I'd have to pawn my fiddle. Just before venturing out, I wanted to play it one last time, when suddenly I thought I'd lost my mind, because not only was I hearing my own instrument, but it was joined by a full symphony. And he was there.
Satan?
And he offered me the fulfillment of a dream. I would never have to worry about money again, and I could concentrate on my music. It dazzled me. The prospect of a life I'd always hoped for.
And what did he ask in return? Your soul?
Nothing so dramatic. What seemed a simple, harmless request. All he asked is that I play for him whenever and wherever he should ask. I hesitated, but only for a moment. How I wish I had thought longer on it, but I didn't. I agreed. And now I'm his forever. A member of his orchestra of the damned.
And the letter closes as follows. That was the day I left the undertaking establishment of Edward Rogers. I have no way of knowing whether Mr. Rogers believed the story told by the man who claimed to be Tom Addison. I never saw nor heard from the stranger again. Nor do I know whether Mr. Rogers did. Signed, William Spindles. Now, what do you make of that? I'll take the ladies first. Cora, as my wife, what do you think?
There's one thing I know, darling. I'm glad you're not an undertaker, because if you were, I wouldn't be your wife.
Ah, you feel the same way as my ancestors, girl. Lucy.
Emphatically.
Jerry, you're the scientist here.
Well, history isn't a science, thank heaven, but I do have some questions. First, how did the coffin come into your possession?
Well, that's simple. When Mr. Rogers died at the ripe old age of 89, he left a sizable bequest in his will to my great-grandfather with the proviso that we keep the coffin as a memento.
Why would he do that?
Now, that, Cora, is an excellent question. If he insisted that the coffin remain in your family as part of his bequest, I think he must have had a reason.
In other words, you don't believe that the stranger was a ghost?
Let's say I'm dead set against the idea of ghosts playing symphonic music in a graveyard at night.
Well, I believe he was the ghost of Tom Addison.
Well, how do you explain Rogers leaving the coffin to the Spindles family?
Simple. Rogers was probably hurt by Bill's refusal to stay in the business, and he wanted the coffin to remind him.
Sorry, darling, that won't work. If he was hurt, why also leave my ancestor a bundle? And believe me, it was a considerable sum.
Well, then why did he, Bill?
I'm stumped. It's too much for me.
I still don't believe in ghosts, and I think I can prove to you that this man who ordered the coffin was flesh and blood.
How?
Well, I'm going to have to do a little research. When did you say all these things happened? The date, I mean.
December 1851. Why?
Well, give me 2 days, and I'll let you know. Right? I have solved the mystery of our peculiarly shaped coffin.
Good. How?
I kept asking myself, why did this man go to all the trouble of ordering a coffin, which, to say the least, was strange, and also behave as if he wanted everyone to believe he was a ghost?
But have you forgotten Mr. Rogers believed that he was crazy? I mean, wouldn't that account for all his behavior?
Yes, that would, but I preferred to think of this fellow as a con man. You see? A really great con man who successfully conned your grandfather but had more difficulty with the undertaker.
Why?
Precisely. Why? Now, that's where this newspaper article comes in. Here, I made a copy at the library. Let me read it to you. The headline, Wells Fargo payroll stolen. Aha! Then it goes on. Yesterday, the largest robbery in the history of the Wells Fargo Company was successfully perpetrated by 3 masked men who boarded the westbound Lackawanna Limited, entered the baggage car, and made off with more than $40,000 in $10, $20, and $50 bills. So, it goes into more detail, but there you have it.
There you have it. You've lost me.
Now, don't you see? The robbers needed a safe place to hide the money.
And you think that they decided to use a coffin as a hiding place?
Remember, our man insisted on a strong lock on the inside.
That's true, but
that would be one way of making sure that no one opened this peculiar coffin by mistake and found a wad of 10s, 20s, and 50s that had been stolen from Wells Fargo.
But according to the letter, Mr. Rogers found the coffin in the cemetery, and it was open, and there was nothing in there.
That's right. Rogers followed the stranger right from the funeral parlor to the cemetery. He wouldn't have had time to stash the loot in there.
I think it's interesting, but rather far-fetched.
Is it? Look how everything fits. All that uproar in the cemetery. All the warnings to Rogers telling him to keep away. Why?
I'm sorry. You're so convinced your theory is right, you're not thinking straight. Once your man knows Rogers was going to interfere, he'd never have taken the chance of hiding anything there.
Well, he may have had no choice.
What do you mean?
The money may have already been there. Look, have you forgotten that your grandfather's letter said that the workmen believed the coffin had been tampered with?
Oh, Jerry, you're riding a hobby horse.
Oh.
You have a theory, and you're just going to see that everything fits. And you're not going to look at anything that doesn't.
Now, wait a minute. What have I left out?
Well, lots of things. Now, one. How in the world did our stranger lift this coffin and carry it off under his arm?
Perhaps he didn't.
You mean you think Bill's grandfather made that part up?
Well, let's leave that. Anything else?
Well, lots. What about everything that happened to Mr. Rogers in the cemetery? The music, the open coffin. What's your explanation for that?
Well, we know that Rogers fell down and hit his head.
Oh, come off it, Jer. You're not going to try to tell us that he imagined those things as a result of hitting his head.
Well, it's possible.
Maybe,
I don't
but...
believe it. The other explanation, which you refuse even to think about, Jerry, is that he was a ghost and that Mr. Rogers reported everything faithfully. That's the one I believe.
Even if I prove to you that this strange-looking coffin has plenty of room for some kind of secret compartment and there may be money in it?
Why don't we stop talking and see if you can prove what you think?
All right, good idea. Come on.
How do we go about finding a secret compartment?
Well, we'll try tapping and listen for a hollow sound.
Okay. Who wants to do the tapping?
Me, let me.
All right, go right ahead.
It all sounds the same.
You're too impatient. If there's a secret compartment, he'd make it hard to find.
Right. Dear. It's a great theory, Jer. I'm afraid it's just a theory.
Why don't you try down at the bottom where it's widest?
Okay.
There. Right there. Doesn't that sound different?
I think so. Go back there again, Cora.
That's it. Let's turn it upside down. Here. You have to let us do that, Cora. That's got it now. Now what?
Well, I think we should have opened the lid first.
Okay, let's open it.
All right, now, put your hand down in there, Bill. Feel around carefully. Around the joint in the wood. Yes. Do you feel anything?
Nothing. I can't.
You got it. You got it. Jerry was right. It's a secret compartment. Well, is there anything in there?
This.
Money. A $20 bill. Well, there must be more.
No, just the one bill. But wait. Here's a note.
Well, what does it say?
Wait a second. It's hard to read. Dear Bill, or descendants of William Spindles, you having found this secret hiding place should know by now that I was right when I insisted that there were no such things as ghosts. I was also right when I told you, Bill, that there was a fortune to be made in the undertaking business, as is proven by my bequest. God bless you and your family. Signed, Edward Rogers.
What do you do when you discover that the fortune you expected turns out to be a single $20 bill? Well, if you're William Spindles, you advance the idea that Edward Rogers had indeed found the Wells Fargo loot in the coffin and taken all of it except the one bill. Is there another explanation? I think so, and I'll be back with it in just a moment. For what it is worth, I present you with this thought. There never was any Wells Fargo money in the coffin to begin with. Edward Rogers had obviously been a man of strong beliefs, and he took this way of proving to Bill Spindles or his children that there are no such things as ghosts, and that there was money to be made in the undertaking business. Did the Spindles accept my explanation? I really don't know. How about you? Our cast included Keir DeLay, Marion Seldes, William Redfield, Peter Collins, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
WCCO Radio, Las Vegas for 3 days and 3 nights.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents A Coffin for the Lady, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
.04 in the gray, wet dusk of a late winter afternoon on Marmaduke Island, uninhabited and somewhere off the Pacific coast of Canada. Meet Captain Bart Friday and Skip Turner, soaked to the skin, lying in the dank leaf mold screened by a bank of fern, watching, listening, waiting. No sound in all the empty forest, except the dripping of rain-soaked trees and the lapping of water on the bank of the inland bay a score of yards away. Skip stirred.
Honest to my grandma, Captain.
Keep your voice down.
Why? I bet there ain't even a Pacific cat within 20 miles from where we're laying.
As the crow flies?
Yeah, as the crow flies. Here we've been laying for 3 full hours. Ain't that I'd mind playing Indian if the United States of America wants us to play Indian. Tain't that. It's just that if we gotta do it, why'd we have to pick a middle of winter? And I mean a rainy winter.
Take it easy, old boy.
Suckers, that's what we are. We don't know when we're well off. That's the matter with us. We're sitting pretty in our office back in San Francisco. Friday making money for us. We got the cutest secretary in captivity. We got everything. And what do? We come up here on a 2x4 uninhabited island and lay on our stomachs in wet leaf mold. Sucker.
Not so loud, sucker.
And what for, I asked you?
Little job for military intelligence.
Do we know what kind of a job?
No.
Doggone right we don't. We don't even know who we're working for.
Yes, we do. Military intelligence.
And that's what this guy brought us up here says.
Major James Lawrence is everything he says he is.
Maybe.
Now you're just talking through your hat because you're cold and hungry.
You're dadgum right, I'm cold and hungry. And wet and cramped. And I got a cold coming on in my head, and that ain't all either.
No?
No. Do you realize we ain't so much as even set eyes on an honest-to-goodness pretty female woman for more than a week now?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, mm-hmm? You act like women didn't amount to no more than a hill of beans.
I was just thinking.
Thinking what?
This job must be pretty hot stuff.
I figure.
We've been brought up here without a word of information. Major Lawrence hasn't said a word to us about the mission, except that our work should be cut out for us on the return trip. And for us to keep our eyes cocked and our ammunition dry.
He said that?
Yeah. Now he's spotted us here while he's gone back into the woods to keep some kind of a rendezvous.
Yeah, 3 hours. When he rendezvous, he rendezvous. You suppose we're ever going to know what this is all about?
I don't know. Military intelligence. Listen.
I don't hear nothing.
Somebody's coming through the brush.
Yeah, I get it.
Keep down, you crazy idiot.
What if it's Major Lawrence?
Let him come to us.
Hey, it's not the Major. Somebody in Army uniform, though. What's that he's toting in his arms?
He's carrying some. Skip, he's hurt.
Yeah. Guy's stumbling around like a... Hey, he's down.
Come on, quick.
Falls down in a heap. Hey, Captain, there's a knife in his back.
So I see.
Right between the shoulder blades. Is he...
Hasn't corked out yet, but he's unconscious.
No, not unconscious.
Hey.
Who are you? What happened to Major Lawrence? Where'd you get this?
Can't talk much. Get the girl to Port Lancer.
Girl?
Girl to Port Lancer. They want her dead.
Hey, Captain Friday, this is a girl he was carrying. She's gagged and bound hand and foot.
Hurry. Get back to the boat. Get to the mainland. Get her off this island. Major Lawrence is dead.
He's gone, Captain?
Yeah, did you get that? Major Lawrence is dead.
Yeah, you think we ought to go look for him?
No, we've got to get this girl out of here.
You think we can get him and this little hunk of female?
Never mind this man.
Hey, Cap.
Didn't you hear him say to hurry? They must be hot on his trail. Pick up the girl.
Seems a shame.
Take his papers along. Come on, can you run with her?
Yeah. She don't weigh no more than a minute. I sure hate to desert the major and that soldier, though.
We'll notify the authorities first chance we get. What's the girl look like?
Can't tell much. She's gagged and blindfolded. Spring chicken, though, I can tell that.
Hey! Quick! Around the bend in the path. They're shooting at us.
Yeah, doggone right they're shooting at us. I felt that hunk of lead go by just as plain.
We're coming to the boat. Want a hand with the girl?
No. Only you shut the launch off while I'm getting in with her.
Okay. You're going to have to wade out with her?
Yeah, up to our hips.
Woo-wee! Dump her in. Jump in, quick.
Yeah, man. Push off. She's free. Climb in, Captain.
You all set?
Yeah, let her go. Doggone, will you listen to that? Sounds like a little private war going on back there.
We're getting out far enough now so they can't do us much damage.
Yeah. It's funny they don't come out in the open. We've heard all them shots, but ain't seen hide in the hair of nobody.
Shooting stopped, too. Notice that?
Yeah. Saw it was no use and gave up the chase, looks like. Hey, how about me opening this little package and see what we got?
Package?
Yeah, the babe, the doll. She tied up like a Christmas candy bar.
Okay, untie her. But first get that gag out of her mouth.
Yeah. Oh, lady, they got enough dry good stuff in your pretty face to dress a bride. There we are.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Captain, look at what we got. Hey, she's pretty. Even in men's clothes, she's pretty.
Hello there.
I don't know who you two men are, but I want to thank you for saving my life. I think you're wonderful. I love both of you.
Well, now, that's just about the nicest speech I ever heard.
Well, don't stand there like an idiot, Skip. Cut the ropes on her hands and feet.
Oh, sure. What am I thinking about? Shut up, honey, so I can get at those wrists.
They tied my hands behind me.
Oh, say they did. There, that cut them loose.
Oh, all the circulation's gone.
Yeah, we'll rub them together hard. That'll bring the blood back.
They feel like they were dead. Where are we going?
I don't know. Oh, Captain.
What's the matter?
Little lady wants to know where we're taking her.
We'll be arriving on the mainland in another 5 or 10 minutes. Here we are.
But there's nothing here at all. Just forest.
That's all. Run the boat up alongside that old piling and tie her up, Skip.
Aye, aye, Captain Friday.
But I don't understand. I thought you were taking me to some town or at least a village.
Boat's all secure.
Good. We have to wade ashore from here. I'll get over the side and carry you.
Hey, how about me carrying her? I saw her first.
You bring the rifles and bedding.
Oh, that's great. I get to bring the rifles and bedding.
And don't get them wet. Come on over the side, lady.
I suppose there's nothing else to do.
Nothing. Give me a hand.
Here.
Now, over with you.
Oh, you must be freezing in that water.
You just lie quietly and you won't get a drop on you. By the way, what's your name?
Judith.
That all?
Judith, all right. Now, you know more about me than I know about you.
Here we go up the bank. Well, there you are. Back on dry land, safe and sound.
Oh, you don't know what a good feeling it is. Horses. You got horses hidden back in the woods.
That's right.
Woo-wee! Honest to Christmas, every time I wade in the Pacific Ocean, it seems to get colder.
Want to build a fire, Skip?
Fire?
We got to dry out. Besides that, I want a little conversation with Miss Wright here.
Oh, is that her name?
Judith Wright. Miss Wright, this is one of my sidekicks, Skip Turner.
Hello, Skip.
Same to you, Miss Wright.
Oh, Skip to Miss Wright. Anybody who saved a girl's life ought to be allowed to use her first name.
Well, that suits me right down to the skin.
And who are you, Captain?
I'm Captain Bart Friday.
Captain of what?
No, it's just a title.
Don't let him kid you, sis.
Skip?
Yeah?
I thought you were going to build a fire.
Oh, but look, you Cap, I thought we was running away from a bunch of bad boys. Them babies who was shooting at us must have a boat same as we got. And if they're so anxious to get Judith back...
They got the whole Canadian coastline to look for it. It'll take them a month to find this hiding place.
Yeah, but fire makes smoke, and smoke
Make a fire without smoke.
Now, whoever heard of a
Indians do.
Huh? Make a fire without smoke?
Oh, sure. Get me some dry twigs and leaves. I'll show you.
Well, what do you know? The good-looking redhead's a Girl Scout.
You seem awfully cheerful, Miss Wright.
Why shouldn't I be? I've just been rescued. Oh. You're thinking of Major Lawrence and that poor soldier.
Yeah. They both died getting you out of whatever mess you're in. You could be a little more concerned.
I'm sorry. They were friends of yours?
I've done a little work with the Major. I never saw the soldier in my life.
Well, at least it isn't a personal loss.
That was a very dramatic thing. Army GI running down a rough forest trail with a girl in his arms and a 10-inch dagger blade between his shoulders.
Yes.
The girl gagged and bound.
I know.
How'd you get into a mess like that?
It's something that just happens to people in this crazy world.
How old are you?
20.
You working for military intelligence?
I don't think that's a question you have any right to ask, Captain Friday.
What do you know about Port Lancer?
Nothing. Should I?
I don't know. The soldier gasped out Port Lancer before he died.
Yes, I heard him. You're supposed to take me there.
Why?
I don't know. I just heard him tell you so.
Okay, Judith, here's some dry leaves and twigs like you asked for.
Forget them. We're going to Port Lancer.
But, Cap, the fire...
Blast the fire. Get the horses.
Sure?
Well, why the sudden urge to rush to Port Lancer, Captain Friday?
I'm being double-crossed somewhere along the line, and I can't hold still till I find out who's doing it and why.
Judith Wright, the girl of mystery. Port Lancer, the port of mystery. Why have two army men been murdered over Judith? Why was she bound and gagged? But most important, what is there at Port Lancer to make Captain Friday think that... But wait.
Watch out your horse doesn't stumble. We gotta wade this creek.
I don't hear no creek.
You will as soon as we turn the corner. It's just up ahead.
How much further, Captain Friday?
We'll be at Port Lancer in another 5 minutes.
I'm not used to riding.
Neither am I, and that's a fact. I bet they'll have to peel the seat of my pants off. I've ground it between me and the saddle so hard.
I hear the running water up ahead.
Yeah, here's where we cross. Now keep a tight rein. The creek bed has a rocky bottom, and your horse is liable to stumble unless you keep his head up. Here we go now. Come on, boy. Now then, up the bank with you. Good boy. Come on, Miss Wright. Just hang on. Keep right behind us, Skip.
Okay, here we come. Come on, boy. Come on. Hang on, Judah.
Up the bank. Come on, boy. Come on.
Right behind you. Up, boy. Up.
Oh, Corey. I didn't care for that.
Oh, Cowboy Skip to call me. I only pulled 2 handfuls of hair out of my horse's mane, hanging on, that's all.
Come on, boy. Come on. We're right on the edge of Port Lancer. You can see smoke from the village.
That's about time. You realize we've been in the saddle from 11 o'clock this morning till 4:30 this afternoon?
You don't have to tell me. I've realized every second of it.
Yeah, there she is. You can see the buildings through the trees. Hey, you any idea what we're going to do when we get there, Captain?
Put our horses up at the local livery stable. Take a couple of rooms at the little hotel.
And then what?
Then just sit.
Do what?
Just sit till the news of our arrival spreads over Port Lancer. It won't take long with all 300 of the inhabitants thirsting for the latest news.
And after the news is around, what?
And I expect we'll be receiving visitors.
What makes you think that?
Somebody in Port Lancer wants to get in touch with you very much. That was the soldiers' dying words.
Hey, our forest path just sort of widens out into the main street of the village.
And there's the livery stable on the left-hand side of the street, up ahead.
Yeah. And there's a Comstock Hotel just opposite.
Well, if you ask me, the livery stable looks more inviting than the hotel.
You just ain't kidding there, sister. And the horses will get better food, too.
Hello. Must be a boat in the harbor.
Huh? Do they have passenger boat service up here?
Listen. No, not passenger. That'll be a cannery boat. One of the boats that service the fishing canneries. They carry passengers when and if there are any.
You're pretty well acquainted with the country up here, Captain Friday.
That's my job.
Job?
Yeah.
And just what is your job?
Whoa there. Whoa. Here we are. Now let's get down. There.
Oh, man, does it ever feel good to stand on your own 2 feet again. Here, come on, baby. I'll help you off.
All right.
Just let go now and slide. Oh, there. Whoa, boy. Oh. All right, come on. Gotcha. Oh, my goodness, Judith. Man could pick you up and put you in his pocket.
Skip, you're a ladies' man.
Huh.
Put me down. Do you mind?
There you are. Oh, you see? Saddle lane. You want I should pick you up again?
No. I'll get along.
Here, I'll take the 3 horses in the stable.
You won't need to do that, mister.
Oh, hello. You the stableman?
That's right. Will you be leaving the horses here overnight?
Looks like it from here.
Then I'll be taking them along. Come along, boys. Oh, by the way, mister.
No, what's the matter?
Whoa, boys.
What's the matter?
When you better come along. I'll be needing a small deposit on the feed bill.
Well, that's silly. You can hold the horses if we don't pay.
It's a rule we got. Avoid arguments later on.
Well, that's a silly.
Never mind. I'll go along with him. You and Miss Wright wait here.
Sorry, mister, but a rule's a rule.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, come on, boys. Whoa, boys. Whoa. You folks staying across the street at the Comstock Hotel?
I expect so.
You mind just leaving the bay horse in the box stall there?
All right, but hurry it up. We've had a long ride and we're tired. Come on, Baldy. Whoa, Baldy. Whoa, boy.
just time.
Hey! That takes care of one of you. And easy enough it was, too. Now to get the other one in here.
Taking Captain Friday long enough to make a deposit.
Some of these natives along the coast are funny people. Suspicious of everything. Awfully hard to do business with.
Yeah, I suppose. Hey, look. Here comes the stableman. Where's the captain?
Maybe he decided to sleep with the horses.
Hey, what's the matter, fella?
Will you come into the stable a minute, mister?
Me?
Looks like one of your horses is going lame.
Oh? Which one?
The big bay. Your friend was wishing you'd step inside a minute.
Oh, will you excuse me a minute, Judith?
Oh, yes. Is there anything...
No, miss. They'll be out in a minute. Come along with you.
It's mighty funny. I was riding the bay and there wasn't a limp out of her all day.
Right inside here. If you'll step right in the box stall.
Hey.
Hey, Captain, why'd you do that?
Look at this bump on my head.
Hey, you're bleeding.
Oh, not bad. Oh, I'm all right. This crazy old codger lured me into this box stall and then clubbed me over the head. I saw the blow coming and rolled with it, but I still was stunned for a minute.
You mean he brought me in here for the same reason?
That's right.
Why, you dirty old skinflip. Well, he didn't roll with the blow you give him. He'll be out for an hour.
Never mind him. Where'd you leave Judith Wright?
Out in front. She was going to wait.
Oh, come on, let's find out what this game is. Hey, wait. Don't go barging outside when we see the lay of the land. Just a minute.
I don't get it.
Did you say Miss Wright was waiting outside for us?
Oh, she said.
What she said and what she's doing are two different things. Take a look for yourself.
Hey, she's hightailing it off down the street.
Yeah. Avoiding the Comstock Hotel like it was poison.
Well, we better get on her tail.
Wait till she gets further ahead.
Well, there's one thing. She's not heading for the harbor. Hey, but why does she want to give us a slip after us saving her? Hey, do you think she's in cahoots with this old stable geezer who tried to lay us out?
Come on. She's far enough ahead.
Right on your coattail. Oh, how you're going to shadow anybody in this one-horse village?
Yeah, and just do the best we can.
And have you thought that if there's one man who wants to have us put away in Port Lancer, there's probably at least a couple of more?
Oh, anyway, I'm glad it's getting dusk. That's more of a break.
Hey, look, she's turning off the main street.
Okay. Then we can close up a little on her. Now, faster, but keep on the grass so she won't hear footsteps behind her.
Yeah. Right ahead's where she turned off.
Yeah. Hold it.
There's nothing more than a cow path leading off into the woods.
There she is.
I don't see nothing.
I caught sight of her going through the trees. Come on. Easy on those footsteps. Walk along the edge of the grass.
Yeah.
It's getting darker under the trees, so we can close in some more.
What the heck's going on, Cappy? We rescued Judith Wright at the cost of the lives of 2 Army intelligence men. We get her safely to the mainland, only to have one of her friends try to crack our skulls.
We don't know he was her friend.
Well, then why didn't she stick around? Looks to me like the stableman was getting rid of her so she could be on her way.
Smells rotten, all right. Look ahead.
Uh-oh, cabin.
With a light in the window.
And there's friend Judith knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Well, looks like we come to a place where we might get information about a lot of things.
Door's opening for her.
See who let her in?
No. Come on. Let's creep up outside the window. See what goes on inside.
Think they might have a guard outside?
Why didn't he challenge Miss Wright then?
Sounds logical. Come on.
Not too fast. Let's look the situation over as we go. Let's try for that group of trees near the cabin first.
Okay, go ahead. I'm right behind you.
Come on.
Made it.
See anything?
Gotta move out of nobody.
Okay. Our next dash will be at the shadow of the house.
Yeah. Oh, night comes down on you like a blackout out here in these woods.
All right. Here we go. Make it quiet.
Yeah.
Made it.
And still no sign of man or beast.
Now then, we'll ease along the house up to the window.
Uh-huh. Oh, Captain, did you see that? They pulled a curtain over the window.
Yeah. It's too bad.
So what do we do now?
Let's have a look anyway. Oh, don't brush against the logs. They can hear you inside.
I'm watching.
Hold it.
Hey, there's a crack. You can see under the curtain.
Keep quiet, you idiot.
Yeah. See anything?
Uh-oh. Put your eye up to the crack.
Can you see? Captain Friday, the girl's laying on the floor.
I can see her as well as you can.
They've killed Judith.
I don't see any blood.
Hey, what's that big oblong box that they got sitting on those kitchen chairs?
Where?
Across the room there. They're lifting up the girl's body. But they're putting it in a box.
It's a coffin, Skip. They're putting Judith Wright in a coffin.
Did you see her face? She's not dead yet. They're burying the girl and she's not dead yet.
Skip.
Huh? What's the matter?
If I'm not mistaken, somebody's standing right behind us.
Either you two gentlemen so much as twitch an eyebrow, I'll blast you to kingdom come.
Why did Judith Wright elude her rescuers to rush to her own destruction? Why was the coffin in the cabin? Were these men just waiting for her to deliver her body in the satin-lined burial box? But Skip Turner said she wasn't dead yet. No one wants to be buried alive. And what of Captain Friday and Skip Turner, each with a gun in his back? Chapter 2 of A Coffin for the Lady is entitled The Conversation in the Casket, and will bring you further developments in this newest Carlton E. Morse production. Be with us next week at this same hour.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents A Coffin for the Lady, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
The evening dusk was fast settling on Port Lancer, far up on the Canadian coastline, as Captain Friday and his operative, Skip Turner, picked up the trail of Judith Wright. She led them down the main street of the Canadian seaport village, and then off into the woods. She finally came to a log cabin just as darkness settled, knocked, and was received inside. Captain Friday and Skip tiptoed to the window. But let Captain Friday tell you what brought them to this out-of-the-world settlement.
My office in San Francisco was approached by a Major Lawrence of a branch of Army Intelligence. I was asked to bring one of my men and do a job for the government. I chose Skip Turner as he was a good outdoor man and was fast with his fists in a tight place. We were transported by seaplane and put down in an isolated cove off the coast of Canada. There was a fast speedboat waiting for us. With Major Lawrence, we crossed over to a tiny atoll called Marmaduke Island, some 10 miles from the mainland. Major Lawrence hid us in the underbrush near the shore and told us to be ready for action at any moment. Then he went inland. At the end of 3 hours, a man in the uniform of a GI burst into view carrying a girl in his arms, and in his back was a knife blade. The girl was bound and gagged. The GI lived long enough to gasp, "Get the girl to Port Lancer," and then he died. We grabbed her up just as rifle fire began to pour in on us from behind. We got her on the boat and got her to the mainland where horses had been planted for us. In 6 hours, we were in Port Lancer.
Yeah, Captain, but once in Port Lancer, stuff began to happen.
All right, Skip, you tell it.
Well, we took our horses to the only stable in the dump. What the old coup to run the stable tried to do but knock Captain Friday and me over the head. Well, in the rumpus, Judith, that was the girl's name, Judith Wright tried to give us a slip, and that's when we followed her. We slipped up to the window and peeked in, and there she was laying on the floor. Some big goon was picking her up and putting her in a coffin. I'm telling you the honest truth. There was a coffin there, sitting on 2 chairs. And this guy in the room picked up the girl and put her in it. And she wasn't dead either. I saw her face.
And just at that point, a voice said,
If either you gentlemen so much as twitch an eyebrow, I'll blast you to kingdom come.
Captain Friday, did you hear what I did?
Yeah.
Well, are we going to take it?
Put up your hands, Skip. Don't be a fool.
Very excellent advice, Captain Friday.
So our hands are up, so what do we do now?
March over to the front door.
Come on, Skip.
But, Cappy.
Do I have to tell you twice?
You're the boss.
That's far enough.
You want me to open the door?
Keep your hands right where they are. Abed.
Didn't hear you.
Keep still.
What is the matter? Oh, who are these men?
Search me. Found them peeking in the window.
What is that?
Yeah, I thought you'd want to interview them.
Yes. Come in, gentlemen.
Sure. Hello. Wolfskins and bear rugs on the floor.
You will please keep your hands up. Close the door, English.
Yeah.
I have them covered. Take away their weapons.
We don't carry guns.
Search them.
It's a pleasure.
If you touch my extra pack of cigarettes...
I'll still you.
What is your name?
You talking to me?
I am.
Bart Friday.
This other guy called him Captain.
Okay, Captain Bart Friday. The title's honorary.
Yeah, I see. And this man, what's his name?
My sidekick, Skip Turner.
Nothing on either of them, Abbott.
You can put your hands down.
Okay to smoke?
Go ahead. Sit down if you wish.
Thanks, we'll stand.
Suit yourself. Now then, what are you 2 men doing here?
We're strangers here. We got away from Port Lancer and got a little mixed up.
That's a lie. They trailed the girl here.
You saw them?
I did.
What do you men say to that?
Then you admit you're holding Judith Wright prisoner.
Judith... Who is Judith Wright?
That blonde, blue-eyed girl who came in this cabin less than 15 minutes ago.
Her name is Judith Wright?
That's the name we know her by. What did you do? Invite her in and then slug her behind the ear?
That is rather a strange accusation.
Oh, don't try to be so mealy-mouthed. We got a glimpse in the window. We saw her stretched out on the floor. We saw you pick her up and put her in the coffin.
Coffin?
That's what I said, coffin.
You saw me pick up this Judith Wright girl and put her in the coffin?
You're repeating yourself.
But you can see for yourself. There is no coffin.
That curtain wasn't pulled across the far end of the cabin when we looked in the window.
Are you saying that I have a coffin hidden behind that curtain?
A coffin with a girl in it.
English.
Yeah, Abbott.
Pull that curtain aside. These men apparently have hallucinations. Go ahead. Pull it back.
Sure. Why not? There you are.
Hey, Captain.
As you can see for yourself, these are my sleeping quarters.
There was a coffin in here.
My good man.
Don't give me none of that my good man stuff. I saw what I saw.
But you can see for yourself. There is only one entrance to the cabin. One door and one window. You came in the front door. And the window is nailed shut, as you may observe.
There's a closet over there. What's in that?
You may look for yourself.
Thanks.
What's in there, Captain Friday?
Canned goods. Looks like you're planning to hole up for the winter.
Does that satisfy you?
You must have done it with mirrors, or else we were mistaken.
We saw what we saw.
English.
Yeah, I'll be...
Tie them up.
With pleasure. Here, put your hands behind you.
Captain, are we...
Put your hands behind you.
Better do it, Skip.
Oh, the way we get pushed around.
Look, how would you like to be a limp body on the floor? Put your hands behind you or I'll give you a headache with the butt of my gun. Here. Yeah, that's better.
But I don't have to, Hey, you don't have to cut my wrists in, too.
Yeah? Well, when I tie a man's hands behind him, they stay tight. Yeah. Those buckskin thongs don't hold you till you rot up. All right, now, you.
Go ahead.
Oh, nice and tame, huh? Well, that don't mean you're not going to get tied up just as tight as your partner.
cutting off the circulation. You know that.
Yeah. It's just a burning shame now, ain't it? Now what, Albert?
Take them out to the stable and tie their feet and lock them in.
You want them gagged?
Why bother? No one can hear them.
All right. Okay, outside, you two. You coming, Albert?
No, time is getting short. You take care of them.
Sure. I said, come on, you two. Close the door, Albert. Now down the steps and take the path to the left around the cabin.
What's that?
Sounds like a wolf.
That ain't what the wolves sound like down in California.
You're thinking of the Hollywood kind. This is the real McCoy.
When you hear a dog howl like that, to say he's sitting on somebody's grave.
Never mind the conversation. Take the path to the right.
Right through the bushes?
Right through the bushes. All right, hold it.
Hey, there is a building back here. Hidden back here in the brush.
Okay, inside with you now.
Well, it's a barn, all right, but no horses.
Hay on the floor, though.
Okay, both of you lie down on the floor.
Now, just a minute. Why, you lousy. Hitting a man with his hands tied.
When I tell you to do something, I don't want any back talk. Now lie down on the floor.
Come on, Skip.
Yeah. Okay. All right, turn on your faces and stretch out.
Great stuff. I just love being somebody's prisoner.
Yeah. Put your feet together. Yeah. I'll lace your ankles together with this buckskin thong. Want you boys to be here when we get back.
Why don't you just saw my feet off and be done with it?
Yeah. Now you. Feet together.
You know, a person could freeze to death in a place like this overnight, this kind of weather.
It's a thought. Now, you two boys just make yourselves at home. I gotta be going. If you get cold, you can play Eskimo.
Now, ain't this great?
Listen, Skip. They didn't examine my shoes. I've still got that razor blade tucked in the sole of my shoe.
Hey, I forgot about that.
Squirm around in the hay. If you can get your fingers on it.
Yeah.
No, my left shoe. Yeah, that's it. All right. Run your fingers along the edge of the sole.
With my hands behind me, tied so tight. Oh, there, I felt it.
Yeah. Can you pull it out?
Now, my fingers are so numb. I got it.
Attaboy. Now, squirm around so we're back to back.
Yeah.
Then you can cut through my wristbands.
Yeah.
Okay, how's that?
I'm having a heck of a time hanging on to the razor blade. It's so thin and my hands are so numb.
Hey, hang on to it. If you ever drop it in this hay, we'll never find it.
I think I'm getting it. I'm sawing on something.
It's the buckskin thongs. Keep at it. Hey, you got it. My hands are free. Good boy, Skip. Now, let me take the blade. I'll have you free. Boy. My hands feel like I was wearing boxing gloves myself. There you are.
It's swell.
Now I'll cut her ankles free. Yeah, that's mine. Hold still a minute. Yeah, there you are.
And now let's get out of this place and settle up with a couple of ugly customers.
Wait till I slip this blade back in the sole of my shoe. Let's don't go off half-cocked.
About what?
I mean, let's don't go rushing around until we get this thing figured out.
Well, we know that Judith Wright went into the cabin. We saw her.
And we saw a coffin through the window. But neither Judith nor the coffin were in the cabin when we went in.
They had to be.
Got any ideas?
No. You?
How about a trap door in the floor?
Hey, of course.
I think so, too. And I didn't like the way that Orbit bird said they didn't have much time. Much time for what?
Search me.
Well, I think it concerned Judith Wright in the coffin.
Well, then, brother, we better get out of here and fast.
Okay. We'll work on the principle that there was a trapdoor and the girl was hidden below in the basement.
How are we going to get out of here? Break down the door?
Can't make too much noise.
Well, what else? There's no windows, and it'd take a coon's age to cut through these logs.
Let's look around a minute.
Hay all over the floor.
Yeah, plenty of hay. But it doesn't look or smell like there's ever been a horse in here.
I wouldn't know. I'm strictly a city boy myself.
Let's walk along this passage. Maybe there's another one. Look out! Skip, you all right?
Guess so. What happened?
We fell through a hole in the floor. It was covered with hay.
And where are we now?
I don't know. About 10 feet underground would be my guess.
What has become of the girl in the coffin? Are Captain Friday and Skip in a trap? Or will this underground passage lead toward the solution of events? Is Judith Wright friend or enemy? And who are English and Ovid? But more of this in just a moment.
If we've fallen down an old well...
We'll dig a well under the floor of a barn. Besides, look. There's a passage leading off to the left.
What do you mean, look? So black in this hole in the ground?
I know it, but we can feel our way along.
Yeah, and probably fall in some underground river and we never will be heard of again.
A very sad state of affairs. Nevertheless, take hold of my coattail and keep close to me.
You wouldn't have a flashlight on you.
Never mind, I got a box of matches.
Well, don't you think we ought to make a little fire and see what kind of a hole we got here?
I already know. Keep your voice down.
What's the matter? You afraid?
Keep still. There's a light up ahead.
Daylight?
It was after dark when we fell into this hole, you dope.
Oh, yeah. Well, what you guess it is?
I think this passage is leading us back to the basement under the cabin.
Hey, if that's the way it is...
Come on. Make it easy on the footsteps.
Yeah.
Hold it.
It's the cellar under the cabin, all right.
Yeah.
Look, Skip, the coffin. You were right. They lowered it into the basement when we come in the front door.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be anybody on guard.
Well, what are we waiting for? If Judith's laid out in that coffin...
Easy there, Skip. Keep on your tiptoes. Nice cement basement they got here.
Never mind. Captain Friday, they got the lid screwed down on the casket.
You sure?
Yeah, look. Just freshly screwed down.
Uh-huh. Here's the screwdriver they used. Handle's still warm.
You think the girl's inside?
We saw them put her in.
But she was alive. Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, what are you doing?
I just thought if she was alive in there. Hey, you hear that?
Listen. Try it again.
Now listen. There it is.
She's alive in there.
Oh, them dirty. Here, give me that screwdriver. Can you imagine anybody cruel enough to bury a beautiful girl alive?
Yeah, especially a beautiful girl.
Yeah, especially a... Okay. What are you doing?
I found it with a screwdriver. Quicker, we get that lid off.
Yeah. I got two of them out.
Come on, easy. Just freshly screwed in. Trouble is, I don't get the idea. Judith Wright gave us the slip to come here of her own free will. Why'd she want to get herself buried alive?
She don't. Nobody does. Somebody's double-crossing her.
There.
They're all out on my side.
I got one more.
Here, let me take it. I was apprenticed out to a carpenter when I was a kid.
Amazing how much light one coal oil lantern gives off.
Mm-hmm.
Lights up this whole basement. Oh, you got it?
Yeah. Now let's slide this lid off.
Okay. Up with it.
Heavy.
Yeah, easy. Okay, that's enough.
Who are you?
Hello, Judith. The Marines have landed.
You? It is you?
Yes, Miss Wright. Who did you expect?
You fools. You unutterable, meddlesome fools.
Hey, now.
Here, let me help you out of that casket.
You keep your hands off me. You keep away from me.
You mean you like it in there?
They said you were prisoners.
How did you escape?
Oh, we're like that. Houdini could do it, Skip Turner and Cap Friday can do it.
Oh, this is rather ridiculous. Look, do you mean to say you refuse to get up out of that coffin?
All I tell you is go away.
We're supposed to be protecting you.
I do not wish protecting.
You mean you just want us to go away and let them bury you alive in peace, is that it?
Bury me alive? Is that what you said? Bury me alive?
Well, that's usually what to do with folks that put in caskets, ain't it? Bury them.
I never heard such crazy talk in my life.
What's your idea of what they're going to do with you, Miss Wright?
That I do not wish to talk about.
But you don't expect to be stowed away in the ground.
Stop talking about things like that. Oh.
Huh? What's the matter?
If either of you men move...
Oh, here we go again, our friend Abid.
Be quiet. If either man moves, he will be shot in the back.
How did you guys sneak in here?
I said be quiet. Mr. English, use that blackjack.
With pleasure.
Hey, hitting a man behind the ear with his hands up.
Oh.
Good.
That was terrible.
Exactly what they deserve. Now then, Mr. English, tie these men up this time so they will stay tied.
All I can do is my best.
And make it quickly. And then screw the lid back on this casket. And we will get the girl and coffin away from here.
Oh, my head. Skip, wake up. Skip, wake up. Come on. He didn't hit you that hard.
Oh, what fell on me?
They sapped us with a blackjack.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, what a head I got.
And more than that, we're cinched up again with buckskin thongs.
Oh, just let me lay here and die.
Come on. You gotta use that safety razor blade again. You think you can get it out of the sole of my shoe?
Where are we?
Basement of the cabin.
Laying on this cold cement floor ain't gonna help my arthritis. Hey, is the casket gone?
And the girl.
Well, she asked for it. What kind of a dame would want to hole up in a casket anyway?
Come on. Squirm around on the floor and try to get the razor blade. How's that?
I don't think... Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, good boy.
We ain't repeating ourselves by any chance.
Never mind that. It's a good gag as long as it works. Now, slide around here so we're back to back and saw my bonds loose again.
Why do the dirty villains always have to tie your hands behind you?
That's what makes them villains. Can you reach me?
I'm cutting on something.
Oh, that's my wrist, you dumb half-wit.
Well, my fingers are so numb.
Oh, that's it. Now you got the bonds.
Hey, look, Captain, the next time anybody wants to tie us up, let's put up a fight.
Yeah, according to how many guns they got pointed at my spine. Yeah. Oh, that's it. Okay, now give it to me and I'll cut you free.
Oh, it won't be no use. I'm going to lay right here and die anyhow.
There. Now your ankles. Man, he sure cinched up on these thongs.
Man.
Here you are. All right, get up and move around while I cut me free.
I couldn't move.
Get up, Skip. Get that circulation started. You feel better. There. Okay, just tuck the blade back in the sole of my shoe. There we are. Now, come on. Up on your feet. There.
I feel like I'm walking around on the stumps of my ankles.
Oh, same here. Oh, it'll be all right. Come on, move around.
Oh, doggone torture chamber.
Hey, look there. Steps going up to the trap door on the floor above.
Is that where they come from when they nailed us?
Yeah. Let's try it.
The trap door's probably locked.
Well, all we can do is try.
I still ain't got full control over my feet.
Yeah, circulation's beginning to take hold. Now, just a minute.
Hey, the trapdoor's unfastened.
Yeah, seems to be. Up we go. Yeah, there it is. Okay, come on up.
Shall I close the trapdoor again?
Yeah, might as well.
what?
Huh?
Well, now that we're up here, what?
I'm looking for something that'll give us a clue.
About the coffin?
Where they're taking a coffin with a live girl inside it.
Well, it's got to be someplace the girl wants to go, on account of she's cooperating with the kidnappers like nobody's business.
Yeah. He's putting a lot of trust in friend Ovid.
I wouldn't trust that East Indian with a plume-tailed polecat. Huh? What you got there?
Never mind. Come on.
You mean outside?
I mean down at the waterfront. Come on.
What's down at the waterfront?
That's where they've taken the girl.
You mean they're taking her down and dumping her in the harbor?
Don't be so dumb. There's a steamship in the harbor. We heard the whistles earlier tonight.
Stowaway. That's what this is all about. She's going aboard in a coffin as a stowaway.
Well, one idea has penetrated that thick skull anyway.
Well,
come on. If we cut through this underbrush, we'll save a little time.
Yeah, and get all our clothes torn off the boot.
There now. You can see the lights of the harbor through the trees.
Running through leaves up to my knees.
We'll be through them in a minute.
I feel like I was trying to run on inner spring mattress.
Yeah. Here we are. Here's where we hit the main street. Now just another block and a half to the waterfront.
Wonder we ain't broke our necks in the dark.
Hey, listen.
That ship's more than a block and a half away.
She's pulled out into the harbor. Come on.
You mean the boat's gone with our babe in the coffin?
Well, what did it sound like to you?
Well, maybe she missed the boat, too.
Oh, you're a great help.
Hey, there's a group of people down on the wharf. They got the floodlights on.
I'm more interested in that searchlight out in the bay. That's our ship pulling out.
Hey, let's ask somebody if the casket went aboard, huh? Hey, you, did they take... Well, if it ain't Mr. English.
How did you two men...
Never mind about that. Did that casket go aboard?
Now, look, Joe.
Oh, answer Captain Friday when it talks to you.
Yeah? I suppose it did.
Was a girl in it?
Careful, Skip. The crowd's drifting over this way.
Well, we got what we want out of this bird. Now for a little revenge.
Skip, I wanted him conscious.
Well, you should have talked faster then.
Here, what's going on?
Major Lawrence.
Captain Friday, Turner. What are you two doing here?
We thought we left you dead on Marmaduke Island.
Never mind that. Why are you here?
Did you see a coffin put on that ship out there?
Coffin? Yes, a dead Chinese being returned.
Dead Chinese, my eye. That was Judith Wright in that coffin.
What? The girl we...
Yes. And if we don't stop that ship, she's headed right straight for the Bay of Bengal slave market.
Headed for the Bay of Bengal slave market. What does that mean? Why is Major Lawrence of military intelligence interested in this headstrong Norwegian girl? And why is she so anxious to put herself into the hands of unscrupulous persons? The answers to all these questions will be given next week when you will hear the closing episode of A Coffin for the Lady, the new series in Adventures by Morse. Listen next week at this same time for episode 3, entitled The Deepest Grave in the World. This is a Carlton E. Morse production.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents A Coffin for the Lady, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
10 o'clock, in the dead black of a northern night on the Port Lancer waterfront, far up the Canadian coastline. On the steamship, whose stern lights can still be seen growing dimmer by the second, there is a casket. In the casket is Judith Wright, alive, conscious, and for some strange reason cooperating with her kidnappers, who are whisking her away under the very noses of her would-be rescuers. On the rickety makeshift wharf of Port Lancer are Captain Bart Friday, his fellow operative, Skip Turner, and Major Lawrence. Yes, the same Major Lawrence of Army Intelligence who got Captain Friday into this, and who was supposed to have been killed back on Marmaduke Island, where Friday and Skip first picked up the girl. How is it the Major's alive? But never mind that now. Captain Friday wants action, and he wants it in a hurry.
Major Lawrence, if you've got any influence, use it now.
What do you want?
Can you get a speed launch, something that can run circles around that steamship that's getting away from us?
It's important?
Important? Man, don't you realize that Judith Wright is on that ship?
You must be wrong. I was standing over there by the gangplank checking every person.
So we have to argue the girl went aboard in a coffin.
Coffin? Well, come along, both of you.
Hey, Captain, you realize we're leaving that bird English where he lay after you socked him?
Where were your eyes, Skip?
What you mean?
Didn't you see those two men sniffing around the body?
Well, yeah, but I thought they was a couple of natives.
Oh, Major Lawrence's men. They'll look after English.
Come on down these steps. Look lively in the dark. They're rickety.
Oh, what do we got down here?
Government patrol launch. Watch your step.
Hey, this is a little beauty.
Ahoy, Commander.
Aye, Major Lawrence.
We're coming aboard the launch. I want to stop that steamer before she gets out into open water.
Come aboard, sir. We can round her up before she gets out of the harbor with us in the job, sir.
All right, aboard with you.
Yep. There. Come on, Skip.
Yeah, coming up. Oh, a nice solid deck, too. I'll give you a hand, Major?
Oh, don't need it. Oh, thanks just the same. All right, Commander, let's go.
Belay there. Stop the stern line. Line release, sir.
Captain Friday, we've got 2 or 3 minutes before we get near enough to steamer to signal. I want to know what this is all about.
I think I can put the whole thing together if you'll tell us how you got away from Marmaduke Island alive.
Well, as you remember, we landed on the island, and I left you and Skip Turner here hidden near the shoreline.
Yeah, for 3 hours.
Yes, well, things went wrong. I was supposed to go inland to a trapper's cabin and pick up the girl.
Judith Wright?
Yes. Instead, I was taken prisoner. I had an Army GI watching the cabin to be sure the girl was kept there until I could arrive.
Was she a prisoner in the cabin?
Yes, being held by a couple of pretty rough characters. We'd located the cabin, and my soldier was watching the place.
Yeah, but if you wanted the girl, why didn't you take Captain Friday and me in with you? We could have stormed the place.
No, I couldn't do that. That'd have given my whole show away. I'm up here to break up a smuggling and kidnap ring.
So that's what we're up against, huh?
Well, isn't it pretty obvious? They got away with Judith Wright, didn't they?
But if you were going to kidnap her by yourself...
Well, you see, I'm known in these parts. You and Skip Turner aren't. I knew that the next depot in the smuggling chain was here in Port Lancer. I wanted to get the girl in your hands and have you deliver her here. I thought you, as strangers, might spot the hideout here quicker than I could. The gang on this end might even come out in the open, thinking you were the men who were supposed to deliver Miss Wright here.
Oh, but the plan didn't come off, huh?
No. I was made a prisoner. The soldier on guard saw it happen. He dashed in and grabbed up the girl and got out of the cabin.
He thought you was dead.
Well, they yelled to him that they'd kill me unless he brought the girl back. But I ordered him to keep running.
Well, he arrived where we were with a knife blade between his shoulder blades.
Yeah. One of the kidnappers was a French-Canadian knife thrower. When he ran out of the cabin with a knife in his hand, I was afraid of what was going to happen.
But the boy made it, and we got the girl to the mainland where we left the horses. We rode into Port Lancer, stopped at the livery stable. By the way, that Scotch livery stableman is one of the gang.
Good. We'll pick him up. How do you know?
He slugged me. I didn't hit hard enough. When he lured Skip here into the stable, I'd come around and I clipped him instead.
That wasn't very clever of him.
Oh, but it did distract our attention long enough to give the girl a break. She made the most of it.
You mean she ran away when you were in the stable?
Yeah. Luckily, we came to in time to see her running in the direction of the forest. We followed her to her cabin.
Not the cabin of that East Indian hobbit.
That's the cabin.
Hey, we're drawing up on a steamer. Look how much brighter our lights are.
Yeah, only a minute or two longer now.
Go on, Captain.
Now, we looked in the window and saw Ovid putting the girl into a casket.
No, that's how they've been shipping human beings into the United States.
United States?
Certainly. Any unwelcome character who wanted to slip into the United States could do it by paying $1,000 to this underground smuggling ring.
But Major Lawrence, Judith Wright ain't headed for the United States.
She thinks she is. She paid $1,000 to be taken in.
I wondered if it wasn't something like that.
You mean they'd play a dirty trick like that? Take $1,000 from a girl to slip her into the U.S. and then...
And then, when she put herself in their hands, ship her off to the Bay of Bengal slave market. Why not? That way they collect double.
Well, if that ain't a low-down dirty trick.
Yeah, good. The commander's signaling for the steamer to pull up.
Well, the steamship seems to want to argue. Doesn't want to be stopped in midstream.
Hey, we got a machine gun aboard. Look, Cap, the commander's pulling the cover off of it.
Yeah, he'll use it, too, unless the master of that craft heaves to and in a hurry. He'll give him one more chance.
And that's the last chance.
Yeah. Well, the captain of the steamer's given in. That means he's going to wait for us. Good work, Commander.
I'll have a word with the master of that craft for trying to brush us off. He can't do that.
Go ahead, Commander. Take him apart.
We'll run up alongside now. Ahoy there! Show us the line. Down the ladder over your side. Who plays the area anyway? United States government, and keep a civil tongue in your head. Well, why did you say so, mister? All right. Try us. Come aboard.
All right, Major. Up the ladder with you. Thanks, Commander. Follow right behind me, Captain Friday. You too, Skip.
Yeah, right with you, Major.
All right. Up we go.
Hey, this ain't no cannery boat, Captain.
Yeah. I was mistaken.
How much further?
Major's up. Here I go over the rail. All right, over with you, Skip.
Yeah.
This man says he's the master of this ship, Captain Friday.
How do you do, sir?
Name's Hanson. If I'd had any idea it was a government boat chasing us, I'd have pulled around before.
What's your destination, Captain Hanson?
South Pacific, Indian Ocean.
Bay of Bengal?
Certainly. All the ports around the bay. There's nothing underhanded about that. My clearance papers...
Don't worry. I think you've got a passenger aboard.
Yes, we carry supercargo when there is any.
This man's an East Indian. Name of Abid.
Yes, I have such a passenger.
Mind taking us to him?
Certainly not. He has the number 2 captain to the starboard.
Just a minute, Hanson.
Aye, Major.
Captain Friday and Skip Turner can get Abid. I want a little talk with you.
I hope all this isn't going to take too long. If I miss the high tide, I'm not going to get across the bar tonight.
Well, that depends on you. Go ahead, Captain Friday.
Okay, Major. Come on, Skip.
What's that all about, Captain? Why the private conversation?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if Major Lawrence suspected Hanson's in this underground blackbirding deeper than he pretends.
You mean this ship's part of the smuggling deal?
Hanson could be in it all the way. Or he may be the unknowing instrument. After all, even Major Lawrence didn't suspect Judith Wright was in that casket.
Sure. Just a dead Chinese being returned to his ancestors.
Yeah. Oh, this is the cabin.
Yeah, number 2, all right.
Who is it?
Message from Captain Hanson. Open up.
What is the message?
Don't be a fool. I'm not going to shout it through a locked door.
The ship is not moving. Why is that?
There's trouble in the engine room.
Engine room?
Yeah. We got to make repairs before we cross the bar out into the open ocean.
So that is the reason.
Yeah, now open the door. I got an urgent message from Captain Hanson.
Who are you?
Second mate, hurry up. I got to get back on duty.
I have unlocked the door. Open it and come in.
You wait outside here, Skip. He's going to pull a fast one.
Okay. You walk into something, I'm here to get you out.
Here I go.
Yes? Come in, Mr. Mate.
You got your lights off.
I always get seasick. I am lying in my berth. I think it helps me if I keep my cabin dark.
You got up to unlock the door?
I just barely made it. I'm very sick, so close the door and deliver your message.
I'd much prefer to have a little light on the subject.
If you please.
I don't please. I want light.
So, it is not the second mate at all. It is the Captain Friday.
Yeah, and that's a lot of hooey about you being seasick. Telling me you were in your berth and all the time you're standing there waiting to wallop me over the skull when I stepped into the cabin.
How did you get aboard this ship?
You'd better forget about trying to escape, Bobbin. There's a government patrol boat alongside.
You must be insane. I have no wish or reason to try to get away.
Don't give me any of that. You got a white girl down in the hold of this ship in a coffin.
Maybe you'd like to prove that?
I don't have to. Major Lawrence saw the casket taken aboard this craft left port.
Perhaps the Major was mistaken.
What kind of mischief are you hinting at now?
Do you think for 1 minute, Captain Friday, that we did not anticipate just this? You don't suppose we're such fools as to be caught with a girl stowaway?
What are you saying?
But of course, naturally, if we did have a girl in a coffin on the ship, it would be so arranged that the whole business could be jettisoned into the bay.
Are you saying you threw Judith right into the bay?
If she was ever aboard, it would be the thing to do, wouldn't it? With plenty of way to send her and the casket to the bottom quickly.
Skip, come here quick.
Right behind you, Captain.
You hear what Abbott's been saying?
Yeah, you want I should wring his neck?
I've got both you men covered. The first one to make a move.
Get him, Skip.
You bet.
Get that gun, Skip. I got Abbott. Get the gun. That takes care of friend Abbott.
Yeah. You got him right on the point of the jaw.
And that's not all he's going to get if they threw Judith right overboard, nailed in that coffin.
What happened to Judith Wright? Why did she give herself into the hands of these unscrupulous men? In just a moment, we're going to follow Captain Friday and Skip down into the hold of the ship. But wait.
Okay. Down the ladder into the hold of the ship.
Yeah.
You coming, Skip?
Yeah, I'm coming down.
Careful. It's a 20-foot fall if you lose your grip.
Yeah, 20 feet down into darkness.
Hey, don't come so fast. You're stepping on my fingers.
Well, I'm just trying to keep with you. I thought the Major come down with us.
He's got a job wringing a confession out of the ship's captain. He and the commander will have the whole story by the time we clean up down here.
Oh, then they did arrest him, huh?
Whole ship's under arrest for smuggling and kidnapping and blackbirding. All right, I'm down. Watch it.
Yeah. I'm down, too. But I might as well be in a coal bin for all I can see.
I got a couple of flashlights. Borrowed them off of Captain Hansen here.
Oh, thanks. Hey, they really give off a light.
The ship's got a pretty good cargo here. All right, look here. Cases of canned fish, bales of cured skins and furs.
This end down here seems to be loaded with cedar logs.
Looks like there was a little bit of everything down here.
Yeah, everything but Judith Wright's coffin.
Wait a minute. Listen.
Sounds like something's loose.
There is. Let's see if we can locate it.
Yeah, but if we're looking for Judith
It's all
Wright...
over this way somewhere.
Hey, here it is, over this way. Hey, Captain Friday, come here.
What is it, Skip? Hey, there's a hatch open.
No kidding, and right outside's the ocean.
Then Ovid meant what he said. They did dump the coffin and girl into the bay.
Oh, the dirty skunks. They drowned Judith like a rat just to hide evidence against themselves.
Didn't even take time to close the hatch again. They must have been rushed. Probably threw her overboard when they heard the launch whistle to heave to.
Oh, honest to Christmas, Cappy, I've never felt so rotten about anything. Poor kid in that casket with the lid screwed down.
Please, do not feel so bad.
Hey.
If I've given you any anguish...
Judith's right. What are you doing down here in the hold of this ship?
You're angry with me?
But you're supposed to be in that coffin at the bottom of the harbor.
Yes. It's not my fault I'm not. I have a friend.
On this ship?
Yes, down here in the hole. He's a stowaway.
Where is he?
Oh, Houlihan! Please, it's all right to come out.
Oh, Houlihan, huh?
They don't mind if you're a stowaway. Ah, there you are.
But sure now you shouldn't have given me away.
You have nothing to fear from Captain Friday and Skip Turner. This is O'Houlihan, Captain Friday.
Hello, Houlihan.
And the same to you, mister.
Now, and what's been going on here?
Well, as the little lady here says, I'm a stowaway.
You sure picked yourself a sweet ship to hide out on.
Well, you can't be pickish. Ain't many ships come up this way anymore. Take what you can get.
Okay. So you stowed aboard this craft. What then?
Well, I overheard Captain Hansen and that East India feller, Ovid. I heard him talking.
Yeah?
Yeah. He was down here. They put that there coffin right up next to that hatch there. And Ovid told the captain that if there was any sign of trouble, the hatch was to be opened and the coffin dumped overboard.
Yeah?
And then they went away.
Go on.
Well, being a curious cuss, I kept wondering what was in the coffin that they didn't want the police to know about.
And so you unscrewed the lid?
Yeah, I reckon I did. And you can imagine my surprise when out pops the little lady here. She was kind of mad at me at first, though.
Well, I thought he was spoiling the whole thing.
You hadn't heard the conversation about dumping you?
No, I'd heard nothing. But when O'Houlihan told me what they might do to me, I got out of the coffin quick, but yes.
Well, I think O'Houlihan ought to get a decoration.
Oh, yes, so do I. Because we'd hardly filled the coffin up with 2 sacks of flour and screwed the lid down again when we heard a boat whistle. We heard someone coming down into the hole. We rushed over here and opened the hatch and threw the casket into the water. It's a miracle I'm alive.
You're telling us. And all because you were such an obstinate young woman. All because you insisted on putting yourself in the hands of these unscrupulous men.
Yes, I know that now. But I was so anxious to get into the United States. It was so necessary that I reached my friends who are in the United States.
Sister, did you think you was headed for the USA?
Yes, for Seattle.
Well, then wouldn't you have been surprised when you woke up and found yourself in one of the Bay of Bengal ports being sold as a slave girl to some second-rate Malaya potentate?
You're fooling me.
Well, ask Captain Friday.
Captain Friday. They would not have done such a thing. I can't
Skip's
believe
telling you exactly where you were headed for.
But I paid that Mr. English and Mr. Ovid $1,000 to get me into the United States.
Then you got exactly what was coming to you. Don't you know there's only one safe way to get into the United States, and that's on a passport?
That's the awful thing. I have no country anymore. I have no passport. There's no way for me to enter legally, even for a short time. All the friends I have are in America.
She's a refugee from Norway, she was telling me.
Yes, my parents were killed. I escaped the enemy through Sweden, Finland, and then Russia. I've been almost 2 years crossing Russia. And then for a price, a Russian pilot flew me over to Alaska.
Where in Alaska?
It was Fairbanks.
That's where you made your first contact with the Blackbirders?
Blackbirders?
Yeah, that's what they call men who smuggle human cargo.
Oh, yes, it was in Fairbanks.
Major Lawrence will be interested in that.
Major Lawrence? But you told me he was killed.
I thought he was. He's alive enough, though. Up on deck now, questioning the captain and Ovid. The whole ship's under arrest by order of the United States government.
Oh, it is now. Well, what does that make me?
That puts you in a mess, O'Houlihan.
Well, I've been in a mess most of my life, so one more ain't going to kill me, I guess.
I don't think you're in half the trouble you'd have been in if you'd been caught by Captain Hansen. He'd have thrown you to the sharks, and that would have been the end of O'Houlihan.
But to get back to you, Judith, that was a dirty trick you pulled at the livery stable, letting the captain here and me get clipped over the head while you beat it for the cabin in the woods.
I was so anxious to get to America. I knew I was with good men when I was with you, but I tried so hard and so long to get to America. I just couldn't give up when I was so near.
How did you know to go to Ovid's cabin?
I was told on Marmaduke Island. I was told that if anything went wrong, I was to contact Mr. Ovid at that cabin in the woods.
Uh-huh. Well, for everybody concerned, it's a good thing that old Scotch livery stable owner didn't knock out Skip and me the way he was supposed to.
Oh, yes. At that time when I knew you'd followed me to the cabin, I was very angry with you, for which I apologize now. At this moment, I'm most happy to have you here.
Well, you ought to be, sister. You ought to get right down on your knees to Captain Friday.
Cut it out, Skip.
But what is to become of me now? I've no place to go. I have no home, no people.
Yeah, that's bad.
For months and months, I've been putting all my hope on finding refuge in your beloved United States. Sometimes it's kept me from freezing to death, sometimes from starving. Just remembering that sometime I would be safe in America. And now look at me. Now there's no hope.
Yeah, sure now it's a dad-burned blazing outrage. That's what it is.
We're going up on deck.
I'm under arrest.
That depends on Major Lawrence. You too, O'Houlihan.
Mm-hmm, that it suits me. Air down here in the hold of this ship's beginning to get on my nerves anyhow.
Come on over to the ladder. Okay. I'll go up first. Miss Wright, you follow me.
Yes. Is it far?
About a 20-foot climb. Just hang on tight. You'll be all right.
I'm glad it's dark.
O'Houlihan, you follow up the ladder right after Miss Wright.
I will, Dad.
Skip, you bring up the rear. Okay, here I go. All right. Come on, Miss Wright.
Yes. If only the boat didn't sway and bounce so.
You next, O'Houlihan.
Yep. I'm right on the little lady's heels.
Yeah, and I'm right after you. Okay, we're all on the ladder, Captain.
Okay, Skip. It's almost over, Miss Wright. You all right?
Yes. It's not too bad.
Yeah. I'm going up through the hatch now. Wait till I get on deck and I'll give you a hand. There. All right, now give me a hand. Reach up.
Oh, it's so dark.
That's it. Now, up with you.
Oh, don't let go of me.
Hey, safe on deck.
Here I come now. Oh, man. Don't that fresh air smell good? Phew.
There, everybody's up.
Oh, who's there?
Is that you, Commander?
Oh, it's you, Captain Friday. What do you got with you?
Yeah, here now. Turn that blame flashlight out of my eyes.
Well, if it isn't O'Houlihan. What are you doing on this craft, Irish?
Oh, now, is that you, Commander?
You don't know who it is, all right.
He was a stowaway. I think we owe him a vote of gratitude.
Yeah?
Yeah. Turn your flash over on the girl.
Girl? Why, this is the girl who's supposed to be at the bottom of a bay in a casket.
Yes. It's because of O'Houlihan here that I'm alive.
O'Houlihan overheard the plot to dump her if the authorities showed up. He opened the casket and filled it with sacks of flour.
O'Houlihan, you're all right.
Commander, do you feel sick?
I've been patrolling these coasts for 10 years. O'Houlihan and I have had a lot of trouble in that time. He's a thief and a poacher and a no-good bum. But saving this girl's life makes up for the lot of it.
I'm that important?
You bet. Miss Wright, you can give the United States government a line in this whole underground blackbirding setup. You can point out the various depots where they hid you out.
Yes, I can do that.
You do, and I don't think there's anything Major Lawrence won't do for you.
Anything?
Yeah. He spent 2 years and lost a lot of good men trying to round up these smugglers. You help him break up the ring, and he'll go all the way with you.
Oh, would he? Do you suppose...
What Miss Wright's trying to say, Commander, her country's in the hands of the enemy. Her relatives have been killed. She spent 2 years trying to get into the United States.
Oh, yes. Do you suppose Major Lawrence will let me in? Will he help me to do what's necessary?
I bet he will.
Where's the major now?
In the captain's cabin. Still trying to break down the captain of the ship in that East Indian.
I won't talk?
We've got enough to hang the lot of them now, but we need definite evidence for the courts.
I should think if we sprung Miss Wright on him.
Hey, sure. They think she's at the bottom of the bay.
Come along. This is the door. I'll open it and you step in, Miss Wright.
But yes.
But I tell you, Major Lawrence, I do not know of any such girl as Judith Wright. If she is on board this craft...
And I am on board this craft, Mr. Abbott.
Miss Wright, where did you come from?
You ugly, wicked, unprincipled person. You took $1,000 from me, and then you kidnapped me. And then you tried to drown me.
Oh, this is too bad. This is the end.
Major Lawrence, I can tell you every underground depot where these men kept me, from Alaska to Port Lancer. I would gladly help you.
If you do that, Miss Wright, I think you won the friendship of the United States government.
Oh, those are good words. That's what I've wanted you to say. More than anything, I wish to be friends with the great government of the United States.
And so Judith Wright ended her misguided flight from Norway to Port Lancer, finally made her peace with this government, and was given shelter from the desperation and violence of her homeland. And now she is a citizen. A Coffin for the Lady is a Carlton E. Morse production, and another in the series of Adventures by Morse.
Listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Our story is about a man named Will Crawford, imprisoned for a daring theft, which he did not commit. Can you imagine being confined to a cell for years, thrown in with thieves, felons, addicts, and dangerous criminals? What would you think about? How would you preserve your sanity? And what would you do if you were released? Will Crawford knew. Our mystery drama, The Corpse Wrote Shorthand, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Listerine Lozenges and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. False arrest. False imprisonment. Within ourselves, each of us, in imagination, can visualize just about anything that can happen to another person. We can dream about love because it has touched us, about hate because we have hated, about success, failure, hunger, and pain. But I, for one, cannot imagine being arrested and imprisoned for a crime I didn't commit. And that is what happened to one honest man named Will Crawford.
You won't change your mind, Nick.
I've explained, Mom.
Yes, you certainly have. All right, I'll drive up alone. I'll explain you couldn't take the day off. He'll understand.
Gosh, you make me feel like I don't care.
Do you?
Care? Well, sure, it's just that... Well, I'm new at this job, and I don't like to have to ask for a day off to drive up there.
It's not so bad up there, Nick. I've been going up once a week for 5 years.
Oh, I know. I've been up, too. It's just it makes me feel funny.
Why? Because it's a prison?
Well, sure.
And I understand. You will be here when we come home.
Oh, sure. I wish you wouldn't make me feel this way, Mom. I'm not guilty of anything.
Don't worry about it.
It's just that it's been so awful. Mom, you don't know what I went through. Kids in high school, boy, they can be pretty nasty. You'd think I'd stolen the money. My senior year just fell apart. You remember?
Yes, I do. And I was heartsick when you left. So was your father. We hoped you'd go on to college instead.
Mm-hmm. One lousy job after another. Couldn't get a decent one. I'd say I'm Nick Crawford, and that's it. You the son of the man who stole all that money from the Pendleton Bank? Well, I mowed a lot of lawns. No one worried I'd steal their power mowers.
Oh, Nick.
You should have left River Falls and gone someplace else. Changed our name. Started fresh.
Nick, I must get ready.
You still believe, don't you, Mom?
I know your father. He's an honest man. He says he did not embezzle the money from the Pendleton Bank, and I believe him.
What happens now?
I don't know.
Mom, why don't we sell the house, move away?
And admit your father's guilt?
Oh, gosh, he was found guilty. He was the bookkeeper. The books have been tampered with. Over $100,000 is missing.
And someone has it, but not your father.
What's he going to do when he comes home? He can't get a job in River Falls. Who'd take a chance on him?
I believe your father is innocent, Nick. That has given me the strength to hold my head up to all those customers who come into the variety store and buy odds and ends and give me pitying looks. I know you've been embarrassed by what happened to your father. So you don't have to be here when I bring him home.
No. I'll be here to say hello, and then I think I will clear out. I just can't go on living like this, Mom. I just can't.
Well, Mr. Crawford, you're free.
So I am.
I'm glad to see you get out. Not that you ever gave me any trouble. That's not what I meant.
I know.
I never thought I'd meet a man like you. I'm kind of miss you, Mr. Crawford. What's it been, 5 years now?
Commuted to 5 for good behavior.
What you going to do now?
What would you do if you'd been sentenced to prison for a crime you didn't commit?
You're still saying that, are you?
It's true.
Well, I'd like to believe you, but I don't know. I read up on the trial and how they proved you juggled your books.
Someone juggled the books. I didn't.
If you say so, Mr. Crawford.
Let me ask you again. If you'd been sentenced to prison for a crime you didn't commit, what would you do?
If I'd been given a bum rap and then got out, I'd go after the double-crosser who committed the crime and wring the truth out of him.
Mm-hmm. Guess what I'm going to do?
Yeah, I can see it in your eyes.
I don't care if it takes the rest of my life, Clancy. I didn't embezzle the money from the bank. I have never seen the $100,000. I don't know where it is, where it went, but I'm going to find out. And when I do,
yeah.
I've been labeled a thief. I've been in prison for 5 years. Think of what this has done to my wife and to my son. How they've suffered. I can't give them back those 5 years of humiliation, but I can create a future for us. All I have to do is discover who framed me.
Good luck, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Clancy.
You know where the warden's office.
Oh, sure. I'll see him and listen to his little speech. You committed a crime against society for which you were tried and found guilty. You paid your debt. Now you're a free man again. Mm-hmm. Then he'll wish me good luck and give me some money. He's performed his job. Next case. Doesn't make any difference whether the person was guilty or innocent. The warden makes the same speech. It's like dealing with a machine. It performs a function, but it has no judgment, no heart. Just punches you in or out.
Well, he's not a bad guy, Mr. Crawford.
I know that. He's just a cipher in our equation of justice. Goodbye, Clancy.
So long, Mr. Crawford.
If I sound bitter, it's because I am. I've been robbed of 5 years of my life. I can't get them back. But somebody's going to pay for it. Starting now.
Oh, Will. Well...
Oh, come on, Stella. None of that, darling.
I can't help it.
You'll get us thrown out of this place.
It's just that I can't believe you're free.
I'm not, darling.
What?
Now, don't look frightened, Stella. You just dry your eyes and listen to me. Let me try and explain.
Well, of course.
First, I thank God for you.
Oh, well.
No, let me finish. I do thank God for a wife like you. I know what you've gone through. I paced that cell every day for 5 years, knowing what life was like for you here in River Falls. Having to work and meet the self-righteous hypocrites who were curious about poor Mrs. Crawford, how she could hold her head up after her husband was sent to prison for embezzling $100,000 from the bank. I know, darling. I know the embarrassment and the hurt. And still you believed in me. You're the only one who did.
Does.
Thank you, darling.
Well, you'll have me crying again.
No. No more crying, Stella. I didn't make that speech to make you cry. I just wanted to say thank you. Except to you and Nick and what I've done to both of you, I wouldn't have cared if I'd rotted to death in that prison. But I love you and I care deeply about both of you. From this day on, I have one goal in my life. I'm going to prove my innocence. I'd rather be dead.
Well,
I mean it. I'd rather be dead than be marked for the rest of my life as a thief. I didn't embezzle that money.
I know that. Don't dwell on it, though. You're free. We're together. That's what counts. That's what's important.
That's not enough for me, or for you, or Nick. We've talked all this out before.
I know we have. I know it.
And?
How?
I don't quite know.
How? I know in my heart that you didn't embezzle that money because I know you. But how do we prove it? Somebody took the money. Who? 5 years ago. Old Mr. Pendleton's retired. His son is the president now. It's a long time ago, an age. I've thought about it night after lonely night.
Poor darling. Married to a fall guy. Honest Will Crawford set up for a fall right into a prison cell. I could kill the swine who did this to us. I'm going to find him still. I'll find him, and when I do...
Will, let's talk sense.
I am talking sense.
No, you're not. Both of us are angry. Let's just look at the facts coldly. You were accused and tried and convicted by a jury.
Yes, because some securities were found to be missing and because someone had made false entries in my books.
You didn't embezzle that money. But how was it done? Now think.
Well, there are 2 ways at least.
What about the securities?
Adam Rossano.
The contractor?
That's right. Rossano borrowed $70,000 from the bank and gave us securities as collateral. About $90,000 worth.
Mm-hmm.
When he paid off his loan, he wanted his securities returned. They were missing. They'd been sold. They were traced to a brokerage house in New York, but the seller couldn't be found.
You wrote that check for $70,000.
That's right. And I placed the securities in the safe.
And when the investigation began, the auditor also found that your books were overdrawn by almost $10,000.
I can't deny that still.
Well, what happened? I mean, what do you think happened?
Someone, some officer probably, stole the securities.
Then what about your overdrawn books?
Stell, let me give you an example of embezzlement. Now, a teller can enter a deposit and put the money in his pocket, but nothing as large as $10,000. Now, it must have been a series of false entries.
Well, how would that work?
Well, look, let's say somebody mails in his paycheck for, say, $200 for deposit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that amount is entered in that person's account. The clerk reports the deposit to me, and I enter it in my books. However, the clerk does not stamp the check for deposit. He or she steals the check and either cashes it or deposits it in a secret account in some other bank. That bank cancels the check and returns it to the depositor's employer.
But what about the endorsement?
A stamp and a number. Both look official and hardly ever would be challenged.
Well, that's ingenious, Will. And how could a scheme like that ever be traced?
Well, offhand, I don't know. Both the securities and the cash have vanished.
Well, that's just futile.
No, it's not, darling.
Well, how do you begin?
Very carefully.
What do you mean by that?
Still, someone worked this frame up on me. Maybe more than one person. I'm going to ask questions. I'll pick up a stray remark here, another there, and in time, I'll put them together, and I'll have an indication of who was behind the embezzlement. Then I'll investigate.
Oh, well, it seems so hopeless.
Well, when I was in prison, I read something that stuck in my mind. Forget where I read it or who wrote it, and it's just a line, but what it is, in a really just cause, the weak conquer the strong. I believe that still. It may take a long time, but I'll get the truth.
Those lines from Shakespeare's Othello come to mind. Who steals my purse steals trash. 'Tis something nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed. Will Crawford's sentiment exactly. I'll return shortly with Act 2, and then we will find out if the former bookkeeper can exonerate himself. The title of our play, The Corpse Wrote Shorthand. A provocative title. What in the world can it mean? Will Crawford was imprisoned for embezzlement. Then what's this about a corpse? And how in heaven's name could a corpse write shorthand? Well, an honest story should have an honest title. Let's find out just what this title means.
Good morning, Mr. Pendleton.
Ah, Crawford.
Thank you for seeing me.
Yes. I must say I'm surprised by your visit. My father...
I tried to visit him, but he refused to talk to me, so I'm grateful to you for these few minutes.
Oh, yes. Yes. Sit down. I haven't much time.
Thank you. I came home last night.
Yes. There was a squib in the Forum yesterday that you'd been released. What brings you to me, Crawford? I should think it would be embarrassing for you to walk into the bank.
Not at all. I spent many productive years in the bank as your bookkeeper, and I have nothing to be embarrassed about.
You don't?
No. I didn't embezzle that money.
I'm a forgiving man, Crawford, but I am not stupid. And arrogance makes me angry. You've made a mistake and you've paid for it. I'm willing to forget the damage you did to the bank's reputation. But when you declare bluntly that you did not embezzle, you sound demented.
I'm telling the truth.
You were arrested, tried, and convicted. How dare you waste my time saying that you're innocent? Now, if you'll excuse me...
If I sold those stolen securities and juggled my books for $10,000, where is it, Mr. Pendleton? Where is the $100,000?
Oh, so that's your game. The money will turn up. Oh, not here, not in River Falls. Now that you've been freed, you'll leave town. But wherever you go, you'll be watched, and the money will be recovered.
I'm not leaving River Falls.
Then you're going to starve to death. Just what do you propose to do, Crawford?
I have some ideas. Look, I was the victim of a clever scheme. Some person or persons framed me, and I'll find out who they were.
You astonish me. Please, leave. And don't come back.
One question. What happened to Doris Conroy?
Who?
The assistant bookkeeper. She's no longer with the bank.
Doris Conroy? I don't really remember her.
Well, that's surprising.
I beg your pardon?
When you were second vice president, you worked with her a lot. A rather pretty girl, dark-haired, nice skin. You were the loan officer at the time.
Oh, that girl. Yes, I remember her. What about her?
Well, I'd just like to talk to her, that's all. She was my assistant.
I have no idea what happened to her.
When did she leave the bank?
I don't know. Ask Mr. Baker in personnel. He'll tell you.
All right, I will. Thank you for your time, Mr. Pendleton. Good morning. Hello, Will. Hi, Tim. Hey, I really appreciate what...
Don't thank me. Still news. There may be a story in it for me. That's my business. I dug up the information you wanted.
You know where I can find Doris Conroy?
Yeah. But it won't do you any good. She's dead.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 2 years ago. She left New York on a cruise for the Caribbean. They found her body in the Hudson. She fell overboard. That's the story.
Mm-hmm. The personnel man at the bank, Mr. Baker, said that she left the Pendleton Bank just about 2 years ago.
What's important to you about Doris Conroy?
Well, she was my assistant at the bank, for one thing. For another, why would she quit her job? And for a third, I'm surprised that she could afford to go on a cruise. Huh? You sound skeptical.
Well, maybe a little.
Why?
Look at it this way, Will. Everyone's convinced you embezzled the money. Okay, you say you didn't, but are you sure you aren't trying to create a mystery where there isn't one? Doris Conroy saves her money, quits her job, goes on a cruise. She falls overboard, she's drowned. A tragedy, but a natural one. Maybe she had too many drinks.
Doris didn't drink.
Oh? I'd forget about Doris Conroy. I guess you'll have to at that, unless you can communicate with her in the grave in Rose Hill Cemetery in Oakton.
Yes, that's where she was from, Oakton. I wonder if her mother's still alive.
Well, that's easy to find out.
No, wait, Tim, hold it. I'm going to drive up and talk to her.
Well, unless her mother's dead, too.
Oh, I couldn't be that unlucky.
The mother's name is Mrs. Fred Conroy, 800 Hillside Drive.
Hillside Drive? That's a pretty fancy address.
The best. What's that mean? Hey, pal, what are you thinking?
Oh, I'll tell you later. Just a little idea, that's all.
Yes?
Mr. Pendleton in River Falls told me that I could...
Oh, yes. He's such a considerate man. Come in.
Thank you.
We can talk in the living room. I'm alone here. I don't get to sit in here very much.
Oh, it's a lovely room.
Oh, such a considerate man, Mr. Pendleton. A gentleman. So nice of him to send you out. Oh, he must think my mind is slipping. I do wonder once in a while. He's so considerate to warn me. I am forgetful.
Oh, we all are from time to time.
Oh, ain't that the truth? Oh, Mr. Pendleton said if that embezzler called on me, I wasn't to talk to him.
I see.
He said he's crazy.
Oh, I guess he is.
Oh, he's crazy, all right. Says he never stole the money. He got out of prison and now he's trying to stir up trouble. Is that right? Is that why Mr. Pendleton sent you out to see me?
He's trying to stir up trouble, all right.
Oh, I've had my share of trouble.
I know you have. Your poor daughter.
She got drowned.
Yes, I remember. I was awfully sorry to hear about that, Mr. Conroy.
Why didn't Mabel look after her?
Yes, Mabel. Well, I really don't know.
Mabel was all broken up.
Yes. Mabel. I can't seem to remember Mabel's last name.
Scully. Now, how's that for remembering? Oh, every once in a while, my thinking has his odd strength.
Mabel Scully, of course. Do you ever see her, Mrs. Conroy?
Well, she sends me a Christmas card every Christmas. I never see her, no.
I see. Does she still live in Oakton?
Oh, Doris is dead. She fell off that boat.
Yes, we're all still very sad about that, including Mabel Scully.
Oh, it upsets me to talk about Doris.
I understand. Well, I'll be on my way.
This is such a nice room. Doris liked this room. She had her friends over, and they liked it very much. Mabel liked it, too.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Will. Give me a kiss.
My faithful, trusting wife.
You know something? We haven't got much, but we've got each other.
That's enough for me.
Nick not home?
No. But don't worry about it, darling. I understand. He telephoned that he'd be late.
I see.
Well, so do I. And I can't blame him. I'm an embarrassment to him. You know, this is going to get worse before it gets better still.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Well, I imagine that Tim Yeager at the Forum will have a story about me in tomorrow's paper.
Then he was willing to see you. Oh, I'm glad. He's a nice man.
Well, he's got an open mind. That's why he's a good reporter. I don't know what he'll write, but I'm sure that it'll stir up trouble. You know the kind of thing. Crawford still insists he's innocent. People at the store will look at you and know we're both loose in the top story.
Oh, I'm used to that. Forget it. Well, how was Tim helpful?
Okay. From the beginning. I saw C. Palmer Pendleton.
He let you come in?
Yep. When I showed up at the bank, I caused a big stir. Most of the persons I worked with are still there, and they looked at me as if they'd seen a ghost.
Was it awful?
Well, it wasn't easy, darling. Some of them talked to me as if I was contagious. One or two just buried their heads in their work and ignored me. But my arrival was disruptive. That's why Pendleton saw me. And he was his old sanctimonious self. Suggested that we leave River Falls. He'd have an eye on us, of course, to catch me with the money that I've got stashed away somewhere.
That cheap hypocrite.
All of that, darling. When I told him I was staying right here in River Falls, he got red in the face, told me flatly I'd never be employed again. Now, I asked him about Doris Conroy.
Oh, she drowned, Will.
Yes, I know that now, but I didn't till Tim told me.
Well, I'm sure I must have told you.
Well, maybe you did. But I guess I didn't remember. Maybe I'd forgotten. If I did know, it didn't mean anything to me at the time, and now it does.
Why?
First, I learned that Doris had left the bank 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Then, from Tim, I learned that at the same time, she booked a cruise to the Caribbean. Now, the night of the sailing, she fell overboard. And next morning, her body was found floating in the Hudson. Floating, Stell. Keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I wanted to find out more about what happened to Doris, so I went to see her mother in Oakton. And you wouldn't believe it.
Well, go on.
She thought Pendleton had sent me from the bank to make sure that she didn't admit Will Crawford to her house. Now, he must have telephoned her after I left his office. She's so addle-minded, poor thing, that she thought I'd come out to reaffirm his advice.
Well, now, why would Pendleton warn her against you?
I wondered about that, too. Does the old lady know something that I shouldn't find out? The answer is no, but, and this is a very big but, she lives elegantly on Hillside Drive in a very fine house. Now, how can she afford it? The answer is that Doris could afford it. And with Doris dead, Mrs. Conroy has committed Doris's money. Because the setup just doesn't ring true.
Then you think that Doris somehow was mixed up in the embezzlement?
That's my theory. Now I mean to pursue it.
But how? I mean, with Doris dead and her mother...
Well, that all depends upon what happens tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Doris wasn't alone on that boat. She was taking the cruise with a friend of hers. Now, I dragged the name out of Mrs. Conroy. Doris's friend was Mabel Scully. She lives in Oakton, and Tim's going to see her tomorrow.
Well, what can you learn from her?
I don't know offhand. But if you get a person talking after the fact, things come out. At the time of the drowning, I'm sure Mabel was hysterical. The ship had left port and was sailing out to sea. Where was Doris? I mean, I can just imagine the confusion on shipboard, because it wasn't until the next morning that the tragedy was discovered. And it must have been hysteria.
Yes, of course. Oh, what a frightful experience for Mabel Scully.
Then she probably was questioned and browbeaten and then finally released. Now, that's 2 years ago. The hysteria of that moment is past. 2 years have gone by. Now, perhaps Mabel Scully will be able to reconstruct what happened the night Doris Conroy drowned. Which she didn't.
What?
She didn't, Stell. Because if she had, her body would have sunk to the bottom of the Hudson and have been swept out to sea.
Now that we've established a corpse, what about that shorthand? A curious story indeed. A man is judged innocent until he is proven guilty, and here is a man proven guilty who is innocent. How can that happen in these wonderful days of law and order? Read the newspapers. On a quite regular basis, I read about persons being released from prisons who are innocent when imprisoned. Laws, like cobwebs, entangle the weak, but are broken by the strong, as Will Crawford is about to prove. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. One man's innocence simply must be another man's guilt. If Will Crawford did not embezzle $50,000 from the Pendleton Bank, who did? He was found guilty and imprisoned for 5 years. And the money still hasn't been found. And he insists he is innocent. Well, we have a corpse on our hands, one that writes shorthand. Is that the clue Mr. Crawford needs to understand before he proves his innocence? His reporter friend, Tim, is going to try.
Thanks for seeing me, Miss Scully.
Oh, that's all right. Please sit down. You're Mr. Jaeger?
Right. Scandal monger supreme for the River Falls Forum, though most of our scandals pretty much of a yawn. Nice place you have here.
Oh, it's all right. I got the stuff with the settlement.
Ah, and took back your maiden name.
You didn't ask to see me to talk about me, Mr. Jaeger. It's almost 6 and I'm being picked up in half an hour.
Oh, sorry. Miss Scully, a man has just been released from prison after serving 5 years for embezzlement.
Yeah, Will Crawford.
Right.
I read your story in this afternoon's paper. Claims he's innocent. No way.
He's trying to find a way, and I'm inclined to go along with him. Now, that's where you enter the picture.
Me?
Yeah. You and Doris Conroy.
Oh, Doris. Oh, yes, that was horrible.
I can imagine.
That ship was halfway down the Hudson, and I was still looking for Doris. It wasn't until the next morning that we found out. They found her body floating in the Hudson. She drowned.
That's what they said at the time.
Well, that's what happened.
I wonder. Apparently, she fell overboard, her head hit something, and she drowned.
That's right.
Of course, drowned isn't quite right.
Oh?
Now, she died from that smash on the head. There was no water in her lungs. If there had been, she might have been swept out to sea.
Oh, it's so ugly even to think about.
Yeah. Could become uglier still.
What does that mean?
Well, let me come to that in a moment. I'm here because I hope you'll reconstruct that night for me.
Well, there's very little to tell.
Now, you and Doris have been friends for a long time, right?
We knew each other since high school. She went to business school and got a job in River Falls at the Pendleton Bank, and I attended junior college. I went to work here in Oakton in the offices of Hometown Insurance. I'm still there.
And you went on the cruise 2 years ago, is that right?
Yes.
And Doris quit her job at the same time, right?
Yes, she did. I never knew why. I asked her, of course, but all she'd say was that she was tired of being an assistant bookkeeper.
And she had plenty of money?
Well, I don't know about that. But she must have. For years, Doris and her mother lived in a 4-room flat above a grocery store. Then they bought that place on Hillside. Oh, that's a really fancy residential area. Those houses cost a lot.
Yeah. Did Mrs. Conroy have money?
Oh, no. She worked in a dress shop. Mr. Conroy died about 4 years ago, but, I can't imagine him leaving a bundle of insurance.
So, how did Doris and her mother move into such a fine house? Where'd the money come from?
Well, I don't know.
And 2 years later, Doris quits her job, goes on a cruise. Now, you got to admit, it's all pretty strange.
Well, I know it is. I think about it often. Oh, then it goes out of my head. I don't like to dwell on what happened.
What did happen, Miss Scully? I mean, looking back now, calmly, what do you remember about that night on the ship? For instance, what do you remember about the cabin?
Oh, it was lovely.
Had both of you unpacked?
Oh, no. We left our bags and went right up on deck to watch the ship sail.
Had friends come to see you off, the old bon voyage party?
Oh, just the man I made the mistake of marrying. Doris stayed out of the way. Oh, she said hello to him, but then she sort of drifted off. That's the last I heard of her.
And no one came to see her off?
No. Her boss expected to, but he was in Providence. He sent a telegram. I gave it to the police.
Oh. Now, you also turned over to them the teat-pack watch with the engraving on it.
Yes, that's right. Oh, boy, that watch must have cost a fortune. On the back it said, "With gratitude, Charlie."
Oh, yeah? Who was Charlie?
Search me. I saw that watch that night for the first time. I don't know what Doris did for him, but that watch was a lot of gratitude.
And so much gratitude, I'm a little suspicious of it.
What do you mean?
Well, had Doris become engaged to some rich guy?
No, she didn't go with anyone.
And still, someone gives her a watch that probably cost, $800? Now, what does that suggest to you, Miss Scully?
I can't believe it.
I can. Blackmail.
I'll get it, Estelle. That might be Tim Yeager.
Hi.
Any luck?
Yeah, plenty, I think.
Come on in. I'll buy you a drink. Estelle, I'm fixing drinks. One for you, too. Maybe we've got something to celebrate.
Hello, Tim. Do you have any news?
Yeah, but it's a mixed bag.
Oh, please, sit down. We're very grateful to you, Tim, for taking such an interest in Will's case.
I'm happy I did. Now I know he's an innocent man.
Oh, Tim.
Why all this wasn't gone into at the time of her death, I don't know. Somebody should have seen the connection.
Well, wait a minute. You've lost me.
Here you go, darling.
Oh, thank you.
Tim,
Tim is saying...
Why didn't anyone see the connection between Doris Conroy's mysterious death and the embezzlement charge against you, Will?
Wait a minute. Now, wait. Slow down. What is the connection?
Well, there are several. First, about 4 years ago, Doris and her mother moved from a dump over a grocery store to Hillside Drive. That means money.
All right.
Second, Doris quits her job just at the time she decides to go on a cruise. Third, there's a bon voyage message from Providence in her stateroom from her boss, C. Palmer Pendleton. Hey. Hold it. I got it. I got it. The watch.
What watch? What are you talking about?
The $800 piece that somebody named Charlie gave to her and engraved with gratitude. That's it. Charlie. Charlie is the C in C. Palmer Pendleton.
Then it was Pendleton and Doris Conroy who embezzled the money and set me up for the fall guy.
Why, I never would have dreamed.
Pendleton and Doris, of course.
I am going to pin this on that sanctimonious moneylender and send him up the river for a really long stretch.
Oh, I want that more than anything in life, Tim. But how are we going to do it? You're saying that he murdered Doris Conroy.
But why would he do that?
From my great stockpile of cliches, how about this one? Thieves fall out. And so do blackmailers. Pendleton split with Doris. Then she wanted more. He could stand just so much pressure and danger. He killed her and made it seem like accidental drowning, which it wasn't. That smash on her head was not made by something she hit when she fell into that filthy dockside water. Pendleton hit her with something and dumped her over the side.
All right. But the telegram indicates that he was in Providence.
Yeah, I know it will. Well, that's the stickler. Well, let me dig into it. The forum's got all kinds of connections. I'll go after the telegram company first thing in the morning. And what you might do, Will, is to go to New York, trace that teapot to the jeweler, show him a picture of Pendleton, ask him if Pendleton's the guy who bought it.
Right.
And, Estelle, not a word about this to anyone. We don't want our bird to fly the coop.
Yes? Oh, isn't it Mr. Will from the bank?
Hello, Mrs. Conroy. May we come in?
Who is that?
This is Mr. Yeager from the River Falls Forum.
From the newspaper?
Yes.
Oh, well, what do you know? Oh, please come in. Oh, isn't this nice, Mr. Will?
Miss Conroy, I'm afraid we have some bad news for you about your daughter, Doris.
Oh, she's dead. She fell off a boat.
Yes. And we think that maybe it wasn't an accident, and we're investigating her death.
Oh, Mr. Pendleton has always been so considerate.
Well, the police now suspect that maybe somebody pushed her over the side of the boat.
Doris was a good swimmer.
We think that Doris had an enemy and knew it.
Well, maybe so.
I wonder if Doris left anything behind her about this enemy of hers.
Have you kept all of her things, Mrs. Conroy?
Her room is just the way it was when she was away 2 years ago.
Could we, see the room? Estelle, come quickly.
Good heavens, what is it?
We've got her diary. Estelle, Will says you read shorthand. Can you make some sense out of this for us?
Whose diary?
Doris Conroy's. It's a 5-year diary going back to 1970. Now, maybe someplace in this thing there's a clue to her relationship with Pendleton. If there is, we've got the factual proof to reopen my case.
Yeah, and we've got to hurry, Estelle. Mrs. Conroy just may take it into her head to telephone Pendleton. We don't want him to skip. We want to confront him.
Well, I'll do my best, but my shorthand's awfully rusty. Gee, there's a lot in this diary.
Well, you just do the best you can.
I'll telephone Providence. Maybe the paper up there has found out what I want to know about the telegram. Mark? Hello, Tim Yeager in River Falls. Any luck? Where'd you locate him? Doing graduate work, I see. Yeah, now he admitted sending the telegram? Why did he send it? I get it. Yeah, I think this just about serves it up. I'm very grateful to you, Mark, and to the newspaper. I'll telephone you tomorrow morning, okay? Yeah. Goodbye.
Any luck, Tim?
We have got Mr. Pendleton by the throat.
Great.
It's here, Will. I found it.
What?
In black and white.
Let's hear it, Stell.
The entry is dated March 1970. Dear Diary, after work today, I had cocktails with Mr. Pendleton at the pub. Mm-hmm. I like him. He's such a considerate man. I almost fainted when he told me about a plan he's been thinking about. I listened with a great deal of interest because there's money in it for me. More money than I can imagine, dear Gary. He's an officer in the bank, so he knows just how to put his plan into effect, but he needs someone he can trust to work with him, and I am it. We can get our hands on at least $100,000, and the bookkeeper, Will Crawford, won't be able to suspect a thing.
Big day for you, Will. Thanks to you, Tim.
Just another story to me.
If you hadn't believed in me.
Let's go. Joe gave you the high sign. Now, you do the talking. It's your story.
Good morning, Mr. Pendleton.
But I was told Mr. Yeager of the Forum asked to see me.
Yes, I'm Yeager.
What's this jailbird doing with you?
He wants to witness and record your admissions, Mr. Pendleton.
What? Get out of here. If you don't, I'll have security arrest you.
There'll be an arrest, all right. But it'll be yours for embezzling $100,000 from your father's bank and for murdering Doris Conroy because she blackmailed you.
You're insane.
You and Doris stole the money and made me the fall guy. 2 years ago, she put the bite on you for more money, left her job and planned a cruise. You hit her on the head and threw her overboard.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie. You sent her a telegram from Providence.
How can I murder someone in New York?
No good, Mr. Pendleton. You telephoned your son, a student in Providence, dictated the telegram to him, and he sent it for you. Both the newspaper and the police have checked that out. Then you left River Falls and went to New York. You met Doris on shipboard, murdered her, and threw her overboard. And you're that Charlie whose name was engraved on the back of that Peacock watch along with ingratitude. You gave it to Doris. The jeweler identified you from a picture. You proved those charges. The embezzling scheme and Doris's decision to demand more money from you 2 years ago, both are written down in shorthand in her diary.
Mr. Pendleton, the River Falls police are waiting outside for you.
I denied the embezzlement charges against me, Mr. Pendleton, but I was jailed for 5 years. The charges against you can't be denied. They're based on facts.
The murder charge is based on circumstantial evidence.
By that statement, you just hung yourself. You've admitted that there is a murder charge. Tim, ask the police to come in.
An ancient Roman writer named Juvenal asked, what man was ever content with one crime? Mr. Pendleton and Doris Conroy connived to embezzle a fortune. She was not content with her share, so she resorted to blackmail, and she was murdered. Many crimes are detected. Persons are prosecuted for them, but when an innocent person is charged and sentenced, justice has miscarried. But an innocent person, given time and courage, very often can clear his name, as we have seen. I'll be back shortly. Modern justice dates back to the year 1215, when the Magna Carta guaranteed that no subject should be kept in prison without trial and judgment by his peers. The Western world has lived by that precept for almost 800 years. Sometimes justice may be unjust or slow, but in the long run, it is not only the sum of all moral duty, it is also what makes each of us equal. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joan Lovejoy, Russell Horton, Joan Shea, and Barry Kroger. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by CBS Radio. On the WOR community calendar, tomorrow is the big day at Bloomingdale's, the WOR Children's Christmas Fun Party.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Adelaide Klein and Mason Adams, in an original radio drama titled The Visiting Corpse.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we meet the visiting corpse. Our story begins late one night in the modest suburban home of Albert Jordan. Albert, a mild-looking man in his early 30s, is tossing restlessly in his sleep. Now and then he moans and speaks as if having a nightmare.
No, leave me alone. I don't want to hear anymore. Leave me alone.
Can't pull the wool over my eyes, Albert Jordan.
No.
I'm onto your way.
No.
To think my only child was foolish enough to elope with you.
No.
Poor Louise. There were so many men eager to marry her, and she had to be tricked into marriage by you.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Darling, wake up.
What is it? What? Oh, Louise.
Oh, you were having a nightmare, dear. You don't want to wake Mother up. She needs a good night's sleep for a trip home tomorrow.
Yes, the trip. We mustn't let her miss her train. We mustn't, do you hear?
Albert, whatever in the world is wrong with you?
Nothing. Only I wish you were already tomorrow, and she were gone.
You sure you have everything, Mother?
Yes, Louise, dear. Now, don't forget to ship my trunk.
Now, the express man will be here to pick it up this morning, Mother.
Thank you, darling.
It's almost 9 o'clock, Mother. You'll miss your train.
I have never missed a train in my life. You needn't be so anxious to get rid of me, Albert. Oh, Louise, darling, I do hate leaving you alone like this.
Really, Mother? I'll be all right.
Very well, then, if you say so, I'll go. But I'll be writing to you every day. And if he abuses you, just let me know. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Mother, and take care of yourself.
And don't forget, Louise, Mother will come back if you need her.
Yes, Mother. Goodbye.
Louise, if your mother pays us just one more visit, I'll leave this house and I'll never come back.
But, darling, it's only natural that Mother should want to visit me. I'm the only one she has in the world.
Yes, but she doesn't just visit us. She lives with us. In the past year, she spent 8 months with us. She has her clothes here, a key to the house. Well, she's even listed in the phone book under our number.
Please, Albert, she's gone now. Let's not quarrel.
Yeah, she's gone now, but in 2 or 3 weeks, you can be sure she'll come back to spend a few months with us. I'm warning you, Louise. I won't be responsible for what happens if she keeps coming back. Now, let me see. Send off the trunk. Well, that's one job I can enjoy doing. Mrs. Heather Roden, 125 River Road, Ferndale, Pennsylvania.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Albert.
What?
My trunk can remain here.
Mother, but you want to catch your train.
I've changed my mind about going. I won't leave my little girl alone. I'm sure she needs me. Where is Louise?
She went downtown.
Oh.
So you've come back again.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, haven't you, Albert? To keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back and I'm staying for good.
You're what?
Yes, and then I'll be sure that Louise is being well treated. Frankly, I don't trust you.
You don't trust me?
No. Why, I don't even know your background. You were a complete stranger when you forced poor Louise to elope with you a year ago. And for all I know, you may have criminal tendencies.
There's a certain amount of the criminal in all of us. Most people can control their worst instincts. But some can't.
Exactly.
And I'm here to see to it that no one harms Louise.
But who's going to look out for you, Mother?
Albert, why are you looking at me so queerly? Are you sick?
Yes, Mother, I'm sick. Sick of the sight of you.
No, Albert, you must control yourself. I want you to go to your room at once and lie down.
So you had to keep coming back, Mother, and keep giving me orders.
Albert, stop looking at me that way. What? You seem like another person.
I am, Mother. You wouldn't let what was decent in me live, and now you must take the consequences.
Albert, stay away from me. Don't you dare come near me.
You would keep coming back, Mother, when you came back just once too
No, Albert,
often.
don't touch me, Albert, don't.
You should have taken that train, Mother. But at least now I know you won't be coming back. You won't come back ever again. You won't. You won't. I didn't want to kill you, but you made me. I've got to get rid of her. They'll catch me. The trunk. Yes, it's large enough. The keys. Here in her handbag. Even in death, you're a problem, Mother, but you won't be for long. There. Now I'll just pack this clothing around you tightly. That does it. Now I'll have to get rid of the trunk.
Albert, are you home?
Louise, the trunk, I've got to get it closed.
That you, Albert?
Yes, dear.
Oh, I see you're locking the trunk.
Yes, I was getting it ready for the expressman.
It should be here now. Albert, is anything wrong?
What do you mean, Louise?
I don't know. Your face is so flushed.
It's, just a little warm in here, that's all.
Look, we forgot to pack Mother's robe. I know she'll want it. I'm afraid you'll have to open the trunk again, Albert.
No. I mean, the trunk is full already. We couldn't get anything else in it.
Nonsense. When Mother and I packed, it was only half full. Please open it.
But it's locked, and your mother has the keys.
Yes, you're right. Well, we'll just have to mail the robe to her. I'll answer the door. It must be the expressman. Make sure the tags are on it, dear.
Tags? I can't go to her home. If only I had time to think. Wait. Yes, that's the only thing to do. I'll make out new tags.
The expressman's backing his truck up the door, Albert. Have you got the tags already?
I'm just finishing them. Yeah. They're all ready, dear.
Well, let me see if you have the address right. Sometimes you're so forgetful.
Now, Louise, you needn't bother. Of course the tags are made out right now. Stand aside. I'll carry the trunk to the door.
Well, let the expressman do it, Albert. That's what he's being paid for. And I really do want to check the address on the tag.
Now, Louise.
Oh, please, Albert. I'm just playing safe. What? These tags are addressed to Mrs. William Smith, 345 Wood Street, Las Vegas.
They are?
They certainly are. What were you thinking of?
I don't know, Louise. But I'll change them. You just go on and let me tend to it.
Indeed, I will not. You let the expressman in, and I'll tend to the tags. If I left it to you, Mother's trunk would probably go heaven knows where and never be found again. Albert, I'm really worried.
Worried, Louise?
It's a week now, and no word from Mother. She said she'd write every day.
Nah, dear, maybe she's been too busy to write.
She's busy? You know Mother doesn't do anything. No, there's something wrong. I feel
But
it.
you mustn't worry, Louise. I'm sure that she's all right. Oh, I'll answer.
I'll come with you. Maybe it's a special delivery letter from Mother.
Good morning. I got a trunk for you folks.
Why, it's Mother's trunk.
Why, yes.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
No.
What'd you say, Albert?
Hey? Nothing?
Lady, the trunk.
Oh, bring it in, won't you, please?
Okay. There you are.
I don't understand. Why should Mother send her trunk back to us?
Would you mind signing for Mr. Jordan?
Oh, yes, all right. Here you are.
Thanks. Bye.
Albert, I can't understand why Mother shipped her trunk back to us, and without even writing a word about it. Well, I'm going to put an end to this guessing.
What are you going to do?
I'm calling Mother. Hello, operator? I want to put through a call to Ferndale, Pennsylvania. The number's 223. Yes, that's right. My number's Riverdale 7745. Thank you.
Why bother phoning, Louise? I'm sure there's a letter on the way.
I've waited long enough for one. Albert, why do you keep staring at the trunk so?
What? Oh, was I?
What's wrong with you, Albert? This past week you've been so jumpy. Oh, hello? Hello, Sarah. This is Louise calling. How are you? Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Is my mother there? What? Are you sure? So that's why you shipped the trunk back? No. No, thank you, Sarah. Albert, Sarah says that Mother never arrived home. She hasn't been there this past week.
Was Sarah the one who shipped the trunk back?
Yes. She thought Mother decided to stay with us longer and need her clothes. Albert, where can she be?
Oh, Louise, I'm sure that she's all right.
All right. She's been missing a week. How could she be? I'm going to call the police. Oh, Albert, where can she be? 24 hours have gone by and the police still haven't found her.
No, dear, it takes time. You must have patience. They're doing everything they can.
Suppose she's dead.
You mustn't talk like that. Nothing is known yet. Why do you keep staring at her trunk?
I don't know.
Darling, it just upsets you to see the trunk. It keeps reminding you of your mother. I'd better put it in storage.
All right, Albert. Do as you please.
No, you're being sensible, dear. I'll take good care of Mother's trunk.
That very afternoon, Albert took the trunk to the express office. He shipped it away again, this time to a non-existent address in California. He also gave a false return address, so he was quite sure it would never come back to bother him again.
Look, darling, I brought you some flowers. Here's a little present.
Thank you, Albert. It's very nice.
Louise, your mother has been missing 5 weeks now. You can't go on this way. You'll have a nervous breakdown.
Albert, where can she be? Why can't the police find her?
Darling, if she hasn't been found in 5 weeks, I'm afraid there's no hope. Louise, you must resign yourself to her loss. Oh, I'll answer it, dear. You just sit here and rest.
All right, Albert.
Yes? Good evening. I got something here which I believe belongs to you.
Belongs to me?
Yes, a trunk.
A trunk?
Yes. Ever since it came into the depot a couple of days ago, I've been trying to locate the owner, and I've been having quite a time of it. Did a little checking and figured out it might be yours.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child, but I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert.
Do you recognize it?
No. Don't you know where the trunk goes?
Well, no. It's come all the way back from California. Seems there wasn't any such address where this was shipped to.
Surely it had a return address.
Yeah, but the rain kind of washed it off. Until all you can make out now is Riverdale, New York.
Well, what makes you think it belongs here?
Well, I sort of did a little detective work. The initials stamped on the trunk are HLR, and I looked it up in the phone book, and the only person in Riverdale with those initials lives here.
I'm sorry, but you must have the wrong place. Where will you take the trunk now?
Oh, it'll be put with unclaimed luggage. Then in a few months, it'll be sold for charges, unopened.
Sold for charges?
Yeah. You'd be surprised what you sometimes find in unclaimed trunks. Sort of like a grab bag game. Well, I'm sorry to have troubled you.
Wait a minute. What did you say those initials were?
HLR.
HLR? Why, they're my mother-in-law's initials. How stupid of me, of course.
But, well, you just said it wasn't your trunk.
Well, it isn't. It's hers. Her name is Heather L. Roden.
Yeah, that was the only name in the phone book with those initials. That's why I come here.
Well, it was an extremely clever piece of detective work. I suppose there's a collect charge on the trunk?
Yep. Comes to $31.50 with the trucking. Well, I'll just put the trunk inside for you.
Thank you. Well, we'd have hated to lose the trunk. Here's $35. Keep the change.
Oh, say, thanks. Good night.
Good night. So you've come back again, as you said you would. Well, you haven't beaten me yet.
Albert, who was it? Why, Mother's trunk. I thought it was in storage.
Well, it was, dear, but they're closing the storage house. They brought it back.
Oh, I see. Looks rather worn now, doesn't it? Albert, how do we know there isn't a letter or something in the trunk that'd give us a clue to Mother's disappearance?
Now, Louise, you know that's ridiculous. There's nothing in that trunk but clothes.
Oh, probably right, Albert, but just the same, I'm going to open it.
But you haven't got the key to it.
No, but I have half a dozen old keys on this ring. Possibly, just possibly, one of them might open the trunk.
Well, here, let me have the keys. I'll see if I can open it for you.
Oh, thank you, dear. Here you are.
Just a waste of time, but if it'll make you feel better. This one doesn't work. Nope, nor does this one.
Why, Albert, you're not even really trying. Here, let me...
I tell you, it's no use.
Well, let me try for myself. Oh, no, this key doesn't fit.
I told you so. Now, why don't you give up?
This one doesn't either.
You're only wasting your time.
No, this one isn't any good. Perhaps this one will do it. Oh, no. None of these keys will open it. But in the morning, I'm going to get a locksmith to open it. I've got to see what's in that trunk. Perhaps it'll lead to our finding Mother.
So she's going to get a locksmith in the morning, is she? Well, you won't be here when he comes. I'll see to that.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
You're not, do you hear? You're not. You'll never come back after tonight. Never. Pardon me, miss, but you store trunks here, don't you?
Why, yes, sir. This is the largest storage house in New York. Do you wish to store that trunk you just brought in?
Yes, please.
May I have your name?
Williams. John Williams.
And the address?
313 Maple Street.
Mm-hmm. What city, please?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay. Now, the charge for the trunk will be $4 a month. How many months do you want to store it?
How many months? Well, let me see how much money I have. I've only $8 with me.
Well, that'll pay for 2 months, then. If you want to keep it here longer, you can mail us your check.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay. Here's your receipt, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Good night.
And so Albert got rid of the embarrassing trunk at last. For there was only one little hitch. Before he could send any more money, he lost the storage receipt, and he forgot the false name he'd given the storage people, so he couldn't pay for additional storage. But he knew they'd keep it at least a year. He was quite sure that it could never be traced back to him. So after a few months, he stopped worrying.
Good evening, dear. How are you?
I'm all right, Albert.
Fine. Say, I bumped into George Horton and his wife on the way home, and they asked us to come to a charity auction that's being held tonight.
That was very nice of them, Albert.
Why don't we go, dear? Do you a lot of good. You haven't been anywhere for 6 months now.
I know, Albert, and I've been unfair to you, haven't I? You haven't seen anyone in 6 months yourself. All right, if you like, I'll go to the charity auction tonight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what am I bid for this beautiful antique lamp? Do I have $5? Oh, come, ladies and gentlemen. Look closely at this work of art. Now, do I hear $5?
I'll bid $5.
Now, there we have a lady with a real sense of beauty. Now, do I hear $6?
Good evening, George.
Hello, Albert. I'm glad that Louise and you came. How are you, Louise?
Quite well, thank you. It was nice of you to invite us here, George.
Well, we've missed both of you quite a bit these past months.
Well, I hope you'll be seeing more of us. You know, you've got quite a crowd here tonight.
Yes, we hope to raise a good deal of money. You know, that auctioneer is a genius. He can sell the most useless object to make it seem valuable.
Well, we'll have to get in on the bidding.
Hey, wait till you see the next item he puts up for sale. It's something I donated, and it's going to be quite a surprise.
You were always good at that, George.
Come on, let's move a little closer to the auctioneer.
Do I hear 12? Do I hear 12? All right, I've got $11. Well, you're going to let this remarkable lamp go for as little as $11? All right, it's your last chance, ladies and gentlemen. Going at $11 once. Going twice. Sold to the gentleman in the tweed suit. And very fortunate he is.
That lamp couldn't have cost more than $3 when it was new. Oh, now here comes something for sale that I donated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. The next item for sale is something so good that I'm tempted to enter in the bidding myself. Ladies and gentlemen, my assistant will remove that cover. And there you have the next bargain. A locked trunk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, study it well. Study it well, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you a few minutes. Then we'll start the bidding.
The trunk. No. No, it can't be. Yet it's the same size. It's the same color. The initials. The initials, that'll prove whether... No. No, they seem to have been rubbed off.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert. To keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
You are back. When I didn't send them any more money, they sold the trunk for charges.
Yes, I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
All right, here we are. Now, this is no ordinary trunk, ladies and gentlemen. It was donated to this auction by Mr. George Horton, who bought it at a storage house. He never broke the lock to examine the contents, preferring to save that wonderful surprise for the person who purchases this remarkable trunk tonight. All right, who knows what it contains? Perhaps the crown jewels of Russia. Or, better still, 5 quarts of scotch. All right, now we'll start the bidding for this mystery trunk.
I'll bid $20.
$20? Why, madam, the trunk alone is worth $40. Who knows what's in it?
I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
No.
Albert, you look so pale. Is there anything wrong?
Huh? What? Oh, no. Everything's all right.
Oh, come, ladies and gentlemen. The contents of this trunk may be priceless. Do I hear a bid of $30?
I'm afraid I'm just as curious as everyone else to know what's in that trunk. I'll bid $30.
We have a bid of $30 for Mr. Horton, the gentleman who donated this mystery trunk. All right, do I hear $40?
Albert, that trunk looks something like Mother's, doesn't it?
So you've noticed.
Surely I hear $40. Why, any dealer would pay $40 for the trunk alone. That means you'd have the contents for free. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, do I hear $40?
$40.
There's a lady with a shrewd eye for a bargain. All right, whole bid $50.
I'll say 50.
But, Albert, we don't need a trunk.
Oh, let him have fun, Louise. After all, it is for charity. Besides, you can never tell what's in the trunk.
I wish I could bid on this myself, ladies and gentlemen. I now have a bid of $50, which I am convinced is only 1/10 the true value of this trunk. All right, do I hear $60?
$60.
$70.
That's more like it. Now, do I hear $80?
$80.
$100. You people are beginning to show a real appreciation for this trunk. Who'll make it 110?
110.
120.
Do I hear 130?
130.
150.
Oh, fun, Albert, but you're going too high.
Leave me alone.
Albert, what's wrong with you?
The gentleman has bid $150. Do I hear any more? Going once at 150. Going twice at 150. Sold to that gentleman for $150.
I never saw anyone go after anything the way you went after that trunk, Albert. Well, I'm afraid nothing will satisfy the crowd now but for you to open up the trunk and reveal what's in it.
No, I'm sorry, but I don't intend to open until I get home. No.
Come on, Albert. Now don't spoil the fun. It won't hurt to open it.
I told you I wouldn't do it. No, I'm sorry, George, but well, I haven't a key to open it, and there's no sense in breaking the lock after paying $150 for the trunk.
Well, maybe I can help you, Mr. Horton. That's some skeleton keys that'll open any lock. Here, I'll show you. We auctioneers always running into locked trunks.
Oh, we'll certainly appreciate it.
Yeah. I think this key will do it.
Stop! You have no right to touch my trunk. I paid for it, and I don't want it open. Now get away from it. It's mine.
Albert, what's wrong with you?
Well, all right, certainly, if that's the way you feel about it.
Come on, Louise. We're going home.
Albert, you're acting so strangely. Why do you insist on dragging that trunk away now?
Stop talking and come along.
Well, all right, Albert.
Albert, that trunk is pretty heavy. Don't you want me to give you a hand with it?
I can manage it alone, thank you. Open that door for me, Louise.
Albert, don't you think you'd better let George help you get the trunk down those stairs?
No, I'm not going to let anyone touch this trunk.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
Albert, do be careful on those stairs.
I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
Be quiet, you old hag. Be quiet. You haven't defeated me yet. I'll get rid of you if it's the last thing I... What happened, Mr. Harden?
He lost his balance on the stairs. The trunk was too heavy for him.
Oh, Albert, speak to me. Albert. George, do something.
I'm sorry, Louise. I'm afraid he's gone. Trunk crushed his skull.
Hey, look, Mr. Horton. The fall broke the trunk open. There was nothing in it but a load of books.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Too bad about poor Albert. Then there are always some mother-in-laws you simply can't get away from. They keep coming back like an old refrain. Oh, well, Albert's now a free man. Unless, of course, he's being haunted on the other side. Now, I recall another case in which a young man who woke up to find himself dead decided that... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's case were Maurice Toplin, Adelaide Klein, Mason Adams, Bill Keane, and Connie Lemke. Sound was by George Cooney, broadcast engineer Al King. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Murder by Proxy.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the Mysterious Traveler. And now here's an announcement of interest to listeners of this program. Mysterious Traveler comic books are now available at newsstands everywhere. Carl Caruso speaking. This program came to you from our New York studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In 1778, Friedrich Anton Mesmer astounded Paris and the medical world by introducing what he termed a new medical theory, the theory he called animal magnetism. Although he was discredited and accused of being a practitioner of black magic, mesmerism was to continue to fascinate medical men, till it flowered into the present-day wholly scientific and important branch of medicine called hypnotism. That is today. But a century and a half ago, it was misunderstood and misused. with many of the men who practiced it unprincipled and little better than sorcerers. This is the story of one such.
Dr. Nugent, you may now wake up.
What? Did you say something, Professor Valdemar?
Quite a good deal in the last 5 minutes, Doctor.
Good Lord. Is it 5 minutes since you put me out?
Believe it or not, in another few minutes I'm going to let you judge for yourself. I'm going to let you put me under the influence.
Our mystery drama, A Living Corpse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Robert Dryden and Kurt Peterson. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Listerine Lozenges. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Have you ever been hypnotized? It's a strange, weird, and terrifying feeling to know that you have lost your identity, blanked out, that you have still been in your own world, and yet not of it. A powerful, benign tool in the hands of today's doctors, rigorously trained. But once, as recently as 100 years ago, it was a secret art shunned by the reputable and condemned by the devout. Yet it had its devotees, men of inquiring scientific minds, as well as the charlatans, and the legion of believers who have followed the lure of the occult down strange paths since the dawn of time.
Now, who the devil?
Oh, Professor Valdemar, it's not the police.
Calm yourself, Mrs. Salisbury. No need for alarm. But for the moment, it seems we must wait to bring you relief. I will turn off the pacificator for the moment while I answer the door.
Oh, if it's the police.
Mrs. Salisbury, the art I practice is not illegal, however much it may be frowned upon by the know-nothings. Besides, I shall close the door to the room and leave, and you will be quite safe. Very well, I'm coming. But better make sure. Who is it?
Dr. Craig Nugent. By your appointment, Professor.
Oh, one moment. Enter softly, my young physician, and keep your voice low.
You were expecting me?
Yeah, earlier, much earlier. Your arrival now is awkward.
I'm sorry. I was held up on a case. If it is inconvenient, I could return at some other time.
No. As a matter of fact, perhaps it works out all to the good. I have a patient with me I was just about to put under magnetic influence. You will have the opportunity to see and observe. Come into this room, but softly, sir.
Very well, Professor Valdemar.
I would have you in the same room, but the lady is anxious to preserve her anonymity. However, if you will come to this spot in the wainscoting, allow me. Just slide this small shield to one side, and it opens the eye on a portrait in the next room. You will well be able to observe the technique and practice of mesmerism.
At that moment, every instinct within me screamed in silent warning for me to run. But my venal ambition and unbounded curiosity nailed me to the floor. I put my eye to the back of the portrait's eye, and as clearly as if I were present in the adjoining room, I watched in jealous awe one human being attain total mastery over another.
Oh, what was it? Who?
Oh, nothing at all. An errand boy. I sent him packing. Let me start the pacificator. Now I want you to relax.
I can't relax.
Of course you can. I want you to watch the pacificator over my left shoulder.
Oh, the light is so bright.
Only to begin with. Just watch. Listen to the sound and watch the spinning disc. Relax. Relax. You want to go to sleep. Sleep. Yes. Sleep. Look deep into my eyes. Feel the magnetic influence spread to you and around you, warming and relaxing and making you drowsy. You are falling asleep. You can't fight it. Your eyes are drooping. The tension is draining away. And now, as I lay my hand on you and touch you, you are asleep. Sound asleep. You will lift your right arm to shoulder height and hold it there steadily. So. Well, Dr. Nugent, are you still there? At the peephole? You need have no fear of speaking up. She will not hear you.
You're certain she won't?
Just as certain as I am that she will continue to hold out her hand and arm straight from the shoulder, no matter what weight is placed on it. Yeah, observe.
That heavy cold scuttle, she couldn't possibly hold that with her arm as it is.
Oh, but she will, and she can. Look.
That's impossible.
With mesmerism, nothing is impossible. So. She need hold this no longer. The point is proven. You may put your arm down now, Mrs. Salisbury. That's right. Now, do you still have your headache?
Yes, my temples are bursting. It's like a knife plunging into my brain. If I could only get some relief.
You say that you would pay anything for that relief?
Anything.
Very well. Tomorrow, you will remember this when I wake you up. Tomorrow, you will go to the bank and take out $10,000 and deposit it in my name as the Boston Federalist.
I promise I will do as you say, if you will only give me relief.
I lay my hand on your brow. I pass it gently to and fro. And as I do so, the pain diminishes. Diminishes. Till now, it is gone.
Yes. Oh, yes. It is gone. Oh, what joy. What peace.
It will not return. When I wake you, you will know that. It will never return.
It will never return.
And you will forget everything we have said about the money. Till tomorrow, at 10 o'clock exactly, you will make the transaction.
I had watched all the foregoing in open-mouthed amazement. A woman cured of incurable migraine headache, for when she woke it was gone. A woman paying him $15 for the session, but who had promised to deposit $10,000 the next day? Stunning revelation upon stunning revelation. And the most stunning of all, why this tall, cadaverous, cough-ridden man should reveal his secrets and his criminality to me. I had not long to wait for the answer to this.
Well, Dr. Craig Nugent, were you edified and intrigued?
Both. And astounded. But...
Yes?
At the moment, as a doctor, perhaps intrigued more than anything. That cough of yours, sir, is that the reason you bid me here?
Yes and no. We sit and talk?
First, I would prefer to auscultate your chest, sir. Form some opinion of...
Forget it. Wiser physicians than you have examined me. The consumption is too well advanced. My death is inevitable and in very short order. There is no hope.
Then why am I here?
If you will sit with me, Doctor, because I certainly find myself weak and tired, I will attempt to explain. But first, let me ring for my wife. I am sure you would enjoy a glass of port as we talk. In any case, I am anxious to have you meet her.
I'm sure the pleasure and the privilege is all mine. The idle phrase gagged and stung in my throat. Luana Valdemar was, as always, that vision of loveliness, scarce above my own age. Violet eyes, great and deep enough for a man to drown in, skin that seemed translucent to an inner glow, and a dark cloud of jet black hair tumbling to her waist that set my heart pounding so loudly I thought all three of us must hear it. In one first look, I was in love, enchanted and in chains.
What will you have, Dr. Newton?
Port is for older men. May I suggest this brandy?
My dear, this is a bright young doctor whom I expect will loom large in our future. Dr. Craig Nugent, may I present my wife, Luana.
Your servant, madame?
No. I am yours. Will it be the brandy?
Whatever you suggest.
Luana's suggestions turn out to be more like commands. Leave us, Luana. We have much to talk about.
Don't stay up too late. I hope to meet you again, Dr. Nugent.
I sincerely hope so, Madame Valdemar.
You will. You will. Now, off with you.
Whatever you command, my husband.
You are not drinking your brandy, Doctor.
Oh, no, yes, sir. It is excellent brandy. I don't quite understand why I was invited here in the first place.
Of course you don't. I think if you will entertain my proposition, you and I have a great deal to offer each other. For a beginning... Excuse me. If you would pour me some more port.
Of course.
And once I have soothed this accursed scratching throat of mine, I can make a start about explaining all about the end.
As he reaches for the glass, Professor Valdemar's tall, gaunt figure is shaken by yet another bout of the racking cough that snatches away all his breath. In medical dismay, young Dr. Craig is helpless to do anything to relieve him or to imagine what on earth kind of service he can offer this strange and half-dead man. I shall return shortly with Act 2. For the moment, as the smooth, mellow port seems to assuage the paroxysm of coughing by the older man, Craig has been eyeing him clinically, dispassionately. Now, suddenly, from under the shaggy brows, he finds that the professor's dark, smoky eyes are burning into his, and beyond them, to his brain. For a second, he can almost feel the world slip away from him, and then, With an effort, as he tears his eyes away, he finds himself his own man again.
That's a wicked cough, Professor Valdemar.
Yeah. I am beyond medical help. However, you might still help me. How would you like to know all my secrets? The study of a lifetime. You have one thing I never had. That precious sheepskin, that open sesame to acceptance by everyone.
I could never put anyone into a sleep or a trance.
Oh, you could, if you knew the secret. All it takes is that.
And you are prepared to tell me that?
If you prove as apt a pupil as I believe you will, and on the giving of a solemn promise from you to me...
I'm a little bewildered. I don't know what to say.
You need not answer tonight. It is late and I am very tired. But I must know by tomorrow. For my time... Well, I don't have to tell a doctor. My time is short.
Must I make the promise before I learn the secret?
No.
Then suppose I refuse to give it after you have taught me what you know.
You won't. I promise you. You won't.
I left that strange house with my head spinning. I'd walked there during the twilight, but now it was almost pitch dark. My way lighted only by an occasional street lamp. I hadn't gone more than 50 yards from the door when suddenly a figure swam suddenly out of the murky gloom.
Come with me.
Juana! No, it's too dangerous. He might see us.
Right here, in the shadow of the postern gate. Oh, dear Lord. I nearly fainted when I saw you in the house tonight. What brought you there?
He summoned me.
What does he want? Oh, he knows about us.
No, darling, no. Although he knows too much about too many things. The man is evil. He makes my flesh crawl. How could you have married him?
I told you. A young girl has little say in picking a husband.
I think he mesmerized both you and your father.
I know he did, Papa. He left every cent to him to pursue his work. I have nothing. Well, what's done is done. I still want to know about Amadeus and why he summoned you.
He had heard somehow of my interest in mesmerism.
How?
I don't know. Not through you.
Are you mad? If he knew about us, if he even suspected I had ever met you before... Oh, it doesn't bear thinking on.
How could he know? We've been so careful.
Never too careful with him. He's diabolical. I have a terrible feeling he knows. And if he ever did...
Well, if he ever did, what could he do?
Ruin your career? Shame me as an adulteress? Oh, he has other ways to punish us and make us crawl.
What other ways?
You'd have to have his mind. Cruel, vicious, distorted, and half mad to imagine them. Oh, but worst of all, my darling, we'd be separated forever.
No, not that. Ever.
No way to stop it unless...
Unless what?
Unless we got rid of him, killed him somehow.
No need for that. Providence will provide in time, and very shortly.
You mean he's dying?
In the terminal stages now. He knows it as well as any of us doctors.
And the safest thing is for us to stay apart until it happens. Not even see each other.
No need for that. I must come back to the house tomorrow.
Why?
Well, he's offered me a strange proposition which I feel I can't afford to turn down. In return for a promise, he will teach me the secret of a mesmerism.
What promise?
I don't know that yet.
Don't listen to him. Oh, I beg you.
No need for concern. Now, he will teach me the secrets first, before my promise. And even after I have given it. Who says I must live up to it?
It's a trap. Oh, I know it's a trap. Please, Craig.
At least let me find out what cheese it's baited with. Then let me make up my mind.
If you can.
I should have listened to Luana, but other compulsions were driving me on. I don't defend myself. I was everything that Valdemar himself had named me, and I had to gamble. I couldn't pass up the chance of a lifetime.
So, my young friend, you have decided to accept the bargain, yeah?
At least to listen to the terms, Professor.
Yes, by all means. Would you believe that I could put you in a trance in, say, 1 minute?
No.
Let us proceed then to test that by example rather than precept. No. Please remain seated. I am just placing this lamp behind your head so that you are in shadow, and as I move to sit in front of you, the light is full on my face. Now, I ask only one thing, that you focus your entire attention on my left eye for 1 full minute. Do not let it waver and do not interrupt. Let us both check our watches.
Right.
Whenever you are ready, look as I asked and indicate for me to begin.
Very well. I'm ready.
Look in my eye. Think of evening skies at dusk. The clouds drifting softly lower and lower. Shadows across your eyes, their weight heavy. Heavy and gentle on your eyelids till they want to close. To close. You feel all the tension drain out of you. Loose, like a rag doll. And you want to sleep. Sleep. Your eyes are closing, and the lids are heavy. Heavy with sleep. Sleep. You are now fast asleep, Dr. Nugent.
But I'm not. I'm not asleep at all.
Huh? Of course you aren't. That's the secret, you see.
I'm afraid I don't see, sir.
There's no magic magnetic influence that flows to the subject. The subject is a magnet that asks for, draws that influence to himself. It is his desire that creates the trance, conscious or unconscious. He must want to be mesmerized. You did not want to be. You resisted it with all your might, didn't you?
Well, naturally. I thought if it was an experiment, that was what was expected of me.
It was. This time you will cooperate, or at least not fight me.
I don't think you can do it, Professor Valdemar, but I will try to cooperate, if I can.
Look in my left eye. Think of evening skies at dusk. The clouds drifting softly lower and lower. Shadows across your eyes. Their weight heavy. You are now fast asleep. Asleep. Dr. Nugent, can you hear me? Not even the blink of an eye, huh? I could cut your throat from ear to ear for the horns you have put on my head, and you would be none the wiser. But softly, softly, you shall be made to pay in time. First, I have a use for you. Dr. Nugent, I tell you now, you can hear me. Do you?
I hear you.
I suppose it would be useless to ask you to admit that you and Luana have been having an affair for months.
Who is Luana?
My wife.
I just met your wife last night.
For the first time?
You introduced me to her.
Uh-huh. Very well. we shall leave that alone for the moment. Just to prove to you that you really were in a trance and to keep you thoroughly on edge about how much you may have revealed, I want you to forget all of this conversation, including what I am about to tell you. At 6 this evening, you will take off your left shoe and bring it or give it to my wife, saying, "A bouquet of roses because I love you, and to hell with the old fool who does not know what is going on." You will remember Dr. Nugent?
Yes.
You may now wake up.
What? Did you say something, Professor Valdemar?
Quite a good deal.
Did you really put me out?
Believe it or not, I'm going to let you judge for yourself. I'm going to let you put me under. But first, it is time for me to ask for my payment and your promise.
I hope I can deliver.
So do I. As you can hear, I have my own doctor whom I trust implicitly. He finally has told me that my life can be measured in hours. I want you to promise to be by my bedside. I want you to do for me what has never been done before. I want you to mesmerize me in articulo mortis, in the act of death. But just before it, so that the old man with the scythe will be stopped in his tracks.
In momentary stupefaction, Dr. Craig Nugent hears and tries to absorb this amazing request. Stirring and moiling beneath his frozen amazement at the audacity of the conception, a barrage of questions, speculations, revulsions, and doubts struggle for expression and cry out for answers. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Remember, this is before the middle of the 19th century. Physicians were just beginning to grapple with physiology, the process of life. Death, the great mystery still, and perhaps forever, was then a total one. There existed almost no apparatus to prolong life, such as is common practice today. Death then was inevitable. It was occasionally predictable, but always total, except in the case of Professor Amadeus Valdemar.
Easy, lady, easy.
All right, Joanna. I have Lady's bridle. Let me help you dismount.
I can manage. Watch the mare. She's as nervous as I am. Let's get back in among the trees by the river.
Why did you risk passing me that note as you saw me out?
I heard you make a promise I hope you had no intention of keeping.
You heard?
The secret of the peephole in the portrait I discovered long ago.
How?
Because on the few occasions I've been able to resist his magnetic influence, pretending to be under it, I have watched Amadeus like a hawk, hoping against hope somehow to find a way to freedom.
No, it will not be long until you do.
Not with your help.
What do you mean?
Until I met you, Craig. What do you think has kept me alive during all these loathsome years? The knowledge that at least when he died I would be a rich woman. But if he doesn't die, how can I inherit all his wealth?
He will die.
Not if you keep the promise you made.
Joanna, my darling, now listen to me. Even if I did keep it, the body is finite. No occult power could keep it alive or stop the disintegration of the cells once the heart has stopped and the blood ceased to flow.
But suppose you are wrong, Craig. Suppose you put my husband just before death into a kind of suspended animation. Then what?
If he is really on the point of death, I can always bring him out of it, can't I?
I don't know. I don't trust Amadeus. He knows about us.
What makes you think so?
I will quote you his own words once he had put you under. I could cut your throat for the horns you have put on my head, and you would be none the wiser. You shall be made to pay in time. Oh, Craig.
I'm still not convinced we cannot outwit him.
We are not in control.
I am, or I will be.
Oh, do you really believe that? Oh, Craig, you are so naive.
What do you mean, naive? I know exactly what I'm doing, and exactly what I plan to do. And no one can take over my mind unless I want them. Excuse me. Here, my love, a bouquet of roses because I love you, and to hell with the old fool who doesn't know what's going on.
What? Your boot?
No, take it. This bouquet of roses. That's odd. It's one of my boots that I'm holding in my hand.
The left one, just as he told you, to offer me as roses at 6 o'clock tonight while you were mesmerized. Now do you see why I fear him? He's always one step ahead of us, all the way.
The next 10 days passed in a strange torpor, a dream-like state that paralyzed all thought and made me function like an automaton, session after session with the professor, perfecting the techniques of mesmerism, both the establishment of the trance and then the careful methods of bringing the patient out of it. No mention of anything beyond the clinical, except the closing question each time.
You still do solemnly promise before death takes me that you will put me under the influence?
My automatic reply, yes, sir, Professor. I do solemnly promise. Until, finally, the fatal day arrived and the messenger came to fetch me to fulfill my given vow. How is he?
Sinking fast, barely holding on to life.
I must hurry.
Why? Let him die. It would be a blessing for all of us.
I can't do that, Luana.
You realize if you keep him legally alive that I am left with nothing?
You have me.
I don't have you. I can't have you as long as I'm married to Amadeus.
We can go on as before.
No, we can't. Not even if I wanted to. People will be watching us now.
But I love you.
How can you and make of me what you plan to? A nurse to a living corpse, tied hand and foot to its service night and day. You keep him alive, and I might as well be dead forever as far as you are concerned.
I climbed the stairs, outwardly calm, but inwardly a seething storm of emotion and indecision. At the open door to the bedroom, I stopped.
That you, Nugent?
Yes, Professor?
Where, in the name of conscience, have you been?
You still wish to be mesmerized?
Wish? I command it by virtue of our compact and your sacred and solemn promise.
Which I might choose to break?
Oh, no, my dear doctor. I told you you will keep that promise. If you entertain any notion of not doing so, I have made certain provisions to make you weigh your decision carefully.
What provisions?
My affairs are in the hands of my solicitor. Not one penny goes to my wife by virtue of an early marriage settlement, except an amount enough to maintain my body in suspended animation with her as its keeper.
How can you demand such a monstrous thing?
How could you? with your young body and easy morals, have done such a monstrous thing as steal her from me.
I beg you to understand it was not her fault.
I have no time to listen to your son. Remember the boot and the flowers?
Yes. You mean...
How can you even speculate on what post-mesmeric suggestions I have implanted in your brain during our sessions? You see, I have thought of everything. And now, make haste. The shadows are gathering. Hurry and do what you have been trained to do.
Within 5 minutes, I could perceive unequivocal signs of the mesmeric influence. The glassy roll of the eye was exchanged for that unique expression of uneasy inward examination. With a few lateral rapid passes, I made the eyelids quiver, as if in incipient sleep, and then closed them altogether. I then stiffened the limbs of the sufferer, the legs at full length, the arms nearly so, the head slightly elevated.
Is he dead?
By all the vital signs, pulse, respiration, the contraction of the heart, I would say yes.
No, wait a minute. Look at him. At his mouth.
It's moving. He isn't dead, but...
No. Just sleeping and waiting.
For what?
For the cure. When it comes, then wake me so that I may live again.
But there is no cure. Not in sight.
So much the worse for you and your beloved. You had better pray with me that it comes, and soon.
So, you chose your precious conscience over me.
Hush. Trust me.
How can I trust you? You tried to assure me a corpse could not be mesmerized.
Not quite a corpse, but soon. Now, believe me, Luana, the physical properties cannot sustain life, no matter what the mental state. Now, it is only a matter of waiting until he dies. And wait we did, hour succeeding hour, day succeeding day, and week and month, until finally it had to be faced. Moribund the professor might be, dead he was not, nor would be till brought out of trance. Don't you see, Luana, this has always been my way out. If the worst came to the worst, physiologically there's not enough strength to maintain life. Now, at last, with a clear conscience, I can do what I never promised not to do. I can bring him out of the trance.
Why have you waited this long?
I could assign many reasons, but suddenly I realize I don't quite know. Only that we wait no longer. Professor Valdemar, can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you asleep?
No, not asleep.
What then? Dead or alive?
Somewhere in between.
What are you waiting for?
A cure.
There is no cure. And we cannot wait. I'm calling you back.
Are you so sure?
You were the teacher. You taught me how.
I also never stinted on the warning.
What warning?
That there is no trick. It all depends on the subject, on his will, what he is willing to do.
Without his will, you have no control. No control. Not ever to reach me again. Because I choose to stay where I am.
So there we remain. Amadeus, Luana, and me. Luana tied to him as his nurse. Myself, forever trying unfruitfully to bring him back from that halfway house, either to life to reason with him, or to death for his own peace and ours.
In the Hall of Records, having heard this strange tale, I busied myself to look up the principles. The records are fragmentary and incomplete. There is no mention of Amadeus, but I did discover 2 death certificates issued in a case of accidental drownings, or possibly a suicide pact, listed in police files. The names were Dr. Nugent and a woman identified only as a Mrs. Vladimir. Close enough to prove or disprove our story? Does it matter? I'll be back shortly. One loose end remains, the body of Professor Valdemar. That I could find no trace of. Only vague hints here and there of a cult that believed that death might be held at bay by placing bodies in suspended animation, much as the proponents of cryogenics or deep freezing propose today. Amadeus Valdemar could have been reawakened and long ago cured, and with the passage of time, gone to his ultimate reward. The only thing that tends to irk is that, I'm sorry to tell you, we'll never really quite know, will we? Our cast included Robert Dryden, Kurt Peterson, and Patricia Elliott. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Would you advise me to take the old road or the turnpike?
Why, the old road is over 120 miles. The turnpike but 97.
You impose on me. It is wrong to trifle with a traveler. You know it is only some 40 miles from Newburyport to Boston.
But this is not Newburyport. This is Hartford.
Do not deceive me, sir. Is not this river I have been following the Merrimack?
Oh, no, sir. You are just outside Hartford. And this river is the Connecticut.
Have the rivers changed their courses as the cities their places? Am I forever... But again the clouds are gathering. The storm is at my heels. God curses me for that fatal load.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Listerine Lozenges and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come on in. One prankish little fellow, whom we shall call Maniac, for lack of a stronger word, just set fire to the walls. He said a closed room made him feel confined. As a result, 4 other characters are slightly burned up now. Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Corpse for Halloween, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Jimmy with Barry Kroger as Kavanaugh. And now, let's unhinge our minds a little. After all, what's a little insanity among friends? Tonight's story dramatizes the fanatical hold of memory. The one scene, the one fragment that plays and replays over and over again in your mind. The one terror that's with you when you dine and when you walk and when you sleep.
Sleep. Who can sleep? I'm here in the 35-cent flop, but I'm in the Burma jungle. Watching a scene that never gets stale, even though it's 5 years old. I can hear sounds travel across the brush. I pick them up as if I'm a receiving set. Animal sounds. And I see, as if my eyes are in the sky, I see two grim figures standing with their rifles aimed at a pair of jungle beasts, a tiger and its mate, in a crouch, ready to jump. They fire point blank together as if by signal. No good. They miss. The beasts roar and leap. I hear them scream out, Kavanaugh and Boxer Golan. Just before they die. 5 years. And you've been everywhere trying to forget. And you almost do forget. But it edges right back into your mind by itself. Like when a guy suddenly sneaks up on you in the night.
Do you have a match?
What?
Do you have a match?
Oh, yeah, sure. You popped up on me so suddenly.
You're a nervous man. Thank you. I have a parcel with me. For you.
For me? What, are you kidding?
No. I have a parcel for you. Here, take it.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait! But he's gone. Just the way he came. As if he's a chip off my sanity. As if there'd been nobody. But there is a package left with me. The mind doesn't dream up a package. A cardboard box, heavy kind of. And tissue, lots of tissue around something that had the feel of a head. It is a head. The stuffed head of a jungle tiger. Its mouth fixed in the snarl that sends the blood hammering to my head. Doesn't make sense. No good figuring it out. Toss it into the river, box and all, and get away. Get among people. Yeah, Rocco's. Go to Rocco's. Get the jukebox going. Slip into a fog. Coffee, Rocco.
Jimmy, I got something for you.
For me, Rocco?
A package. A guy come in before and leaves a package for you. See? Jimmy Fox. Your name on it.
My name? My name's Jimmy Scott. You know that.
Scott, yes, but the man says your name is also Jimmy Fox. He says he knows.
He knows? I took the package outside into the night, into an alleyway. Another cardboard box, heavy. And tissue, lots of tissue around something that had the feel of a head. It was a head, but not a tiger's this time. It was a human skull. It shone with a hard white light where the moon touched it. And then it seemed to speak.
You have a match?
What?
You're being an idiot. It isn't the skull talking to you, it's me.
You? Where are you?
I'm behind you.
I don't see you.
Because you're afraid to. See me now?
Yeah. A black suit and a face grinning at me like a laughing mask.
It is a laughing mask.
Well, why are you wearing a mask?
Why not? Tonight's Halloween.
Halloween? Sure, Halloween. Not everybody plays jokes. Oh, gosh, I should have remembered it was Halloween.
Can you identify the skull?
Look, what kind of a gag are you trying to...
Suppose I give you an hour to identify the skull. It's 8 now. Until 9 o'clock then, Jimmy.
Wait! Hey, wait! It was gone again. As if there'd been nobody. Just another big chip off my sanity. I really had to get away from myself now. I hit the back streets, and then somewhere a big neon sign across a tenement pulled me off the sidewalk. It read, the Tillery Street Boys Neighborhood Association. Halloween costume ball. Public invited. A girl in a booth, masked like a witch, stopped me at the door.
Mask, mister?
Mask. Oh, sure. Give me one.
Black, green, yellow, or purple? What's your favorite color?
Yellow.
Here you are. 50 cents.
There you are. Oh, what?
Just a description left with me. I'd almost forgotten. Are you Jimmy Fox?
Suppose I was Jimmy Fox. What about it?
This grocery bag was left here for you. A man told me to tell you. You forgot it somewhere. And he said that he'd meet you one place or another later. Here, take it. By the shape of it, I'd say you had a Halloween pumpkin inside.
What if I told you there was a human skull inside that grocery bag? He'd meet me one place or another. He did. He was under a street lamp, waiting for me to happen along.
Hello, Jimmy. Have you dared to call the skull by name yet? Or must I?
Look, that gag isn't paying off, mister. All right, go ahead. You call it by name.
Dolan. Boxer Dolan, remember him?
I never knew the guy. You no doubt got me confused.
Have I, Jimmy? You've changed your appearance cleverly, except for one thing disguise could never conceal.
One thing?
Your guilt. You wear it like a badge of shame.
Oh, what am I guilty of?
Murder. 2 men left an encampment in the Burma jungle just before dawn. 2 men. Boxer Dolan and Kavanaugh. A 3rd man remained behind. He played sick, pretended to fever. The 3rd man was you, Jimmy. Must I tell you the rest?
Tell me the rest.
Dolan and Kavanaugh carried rifles in the event of a jungle encounter. There was a jungle encounter, a tiger and its mate. An emergency, but an easy one to resolve for 2 expert hunters. Just 1 shot apiece, and there'd be 2 more dead tigers. Just 1 shot apiece. They had their 1 shot apiece. But the tigers didn't drop dead in their tracks. Instead, Boxer Dolan and Kavanaugh dropped. Ask me what happened, Jimmy.
What happened?
During the night, someone had emptied their rifle loads and substituted blank bullets. You did that, Jimmy. You engineered the murder of 2 men. You murdered your 2 partners in crime. Just 1 day's push from the Hindu temple you'd all teamed up to loot. They got within 24 hours of treasure, and then you murdered them. 1 more day to the temple, so why split 3 ways, huh?
You know about the temple. But I never pushed on to that temple. No loot, no nothing. How about that?
You lost your nerve. You just hadn't counted on losing your nerve.
What are you, a detective?
No. I'm your 2nd victim. I'm Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh? But Kavanaugh was killed.
Unfortunately for you, he wasn't. I'll show you what I had to survive. Feel my sleeve.
Feel it. It's empty.
Torn out of the socket. Now, the face behind this laughing gargoyle I wear. See the left profile. Oh, it isn't pretty, is it? The eye's gone, too. I spent 5 years finding you, Jimmy. I've waited a long time to let you see my face.
You came after me to kill me?
After you've had the same 24 hours you arranged that Dolan and I would have.
What do you mean, the same 24 hours?
Unarmed, in the jungle, and helpless. I'm going to hunt you for 24 hours. In this jungle, the jungle of the city, with every beast of prey I can buy. I'm going to hunt you, Jimmy. And in the end, when I've wrung every suffering from you, I'm going to kill you.
What do you mean? Every beast of prey you can buy.
The denizens of the city jungle, the riffraff, the murderers, the men and women who buy and sell murder. I can afford them, Jimmy. See this, Ruby?
Is it real?
And I have dozens, Jimmy, dozens. I didn't lose my nerve. It's 10 o'clock. You can go now. Go and see if you can escape me and my pack.
You're going through with this?
Get along, Jimmy. Hurry. The beasts will be coming at you from the sewers and the cellars, ambushing you from the shadows, into the dawn and through the day for 24 hours, until 10 tomorrow night. Or you win. You live. Hurry, Jimmy. See how painful death can be.
That Kavanaugh's one fella I never want to hunt me up. No, sir. That guy slays for creeps. 24 hours. Kavanaugh's got 24 hours to kill, and Jimmy has just enough time to die. Yes, you know, Jimmy might win out over Kavanaugh, now that he's got an extra skull to go with the one he's stuck with. After all, 2 heads are better than 1. Let's live out the terror now, shall we?
An animal game of murder for 24 hours. I was to be hunted down in a jungle where human beasts came at you from the sewers and cellars, where killers in the hire of a homicidal lunatic lay in ambush. But I had to win. I had to save myself. I had to. Hide. The thing to do was to hide, fade into an alleyway and find a cellar and stay put for 24 hours. Just stay put. With the sickening reek of the garbage cans until 10 tomorrow night. Was I alone? Movement. There was a whispering movement somewhere in the cellar. A faint rattle of ash cans, as if the wind was rattling them. Wind in an airtight cellar. Hello? Anybody there? No answer. I'd been imagining. But then something winged at me, boring into my shoulder, sharp and deadly like a knife. I came to, bleeding from a shoulder gash. I got out of there and back into the streets, into a jungle of faces. It was Halloween night like I'd never seen it. Masks and costumes on kids of 6 and old crones of 60. A crazy jungle of witches and snarling sea captains and lunatics. They couldn't all be in the hire of Kavanaugh. And then, where a fence was plastered with circus posters of jungle animals, a zany-looking guy was shooting from the hip at the poster while making menacing faces like a bad man. I caught a whiff of powder in the night air. The shot had burned into the poster. I crept up behind him. Faking a gun with my fist in my coat pocket, I rammed against his back. Get him up, pal.
I got nothing.
Your gun. I want your gun. Hand it over.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Now walk. Walk up the block and don't turn back to look. I had a gun now, and the tables were turned. I was the hunter now. I drifted to the docks and took up a position with my back to the river.
Thinking of suicide, Jimmy? Not anymore, Kavanaugh. You sound as if your morale had suddenly improved. My morale's going great, Kavanaugh. Your animal hunt's about to boomerang, blow right up in your face like this. Who's hunting who, Kavanaugh? Who's hunting who? Kavanaugh kept standing up. 3 bullets, point blank, enough to blow his head off, but Kavanaugh kept standing up unharmed.
How does it feel to hunt game with blank cartridges like Boxer Dolan and I did once?
Blank cartridges? But that crazy-looking guy, I saw him burn a hole in the circus poster.
Only 1 bullet. The first one was real. Simple?
Yeah, simple. I get it. Dead-Eye Dick was another one of your beasts.
Who's hunting who, Jimmy? Who's hunting who?
Kavanaugh, wait. Kavanaugh, kill me. Get it over with and kill me now, will you? Kavanaugh, you gotta kill me. I had to get out of there. The subway. Yeah, the subway. Fade into the subway. Get on a train and ride to the end of the line. Ride out of the jungle. An empty station. No one in it. No someone. 2 people. A dapper little guy buried behind a newspaper. And an old lady in ragged clothes carrying a pet half hidden under a coat. A pet that looked like a cat. She came up to me, close, like to ask me something.
This side goes to Lefferts Avenue Station?
Lefferts, I don't know. I'm a stranger here.
Oh, hush, Genevieve. Oh, Genevieve is hungry.
That's not a cat.
No, son. A cub. A tiger cub.
A tiger cub?
Would you like to stroke Genevieve?
No.
Don't run away, son. Genevieve won't hurt.
I ran away with the old crone after me, hobbling in her skirts, and a little dapper guy behind the newspaper circling at me from the opposite direction, cornering me. I jumped to the tracks, my only out, and I ran. I ran deep into the bowels of the subway, deep, very deep, with the little dapper guy after me, as if he meant business. And then the train. It had a Halloween look, too. It ran down on me, an iron face with banjo eyes. I ran against the wall and flattened out. The train flashed past, and the dapper little guy screamed. Kavanaugh was shy, one beast in this jungle. The little guy had been hit glancingly and hurled against the subway wall, pulverized. I got to him quickly and frisked him. I had a gun now. A gun with bullets that killed. I ran a half-mile underground to another station, and then back on the streets. Back in the animal game. It was 3 a.m. A neon sign read, Tillery Street Boys Neighborhood Association. Halloween costume party. People were straggling out. The fun was over. What?
You remember me?
No.
I'm the witch who gave you a free mask and a grocery bag that you forgot somewhere. And you're Jimmy Fox.
Jimmy Scott. I used to be Jimmy Fox. Sister, are you all right?
Am I all right?
I mean, are you just what you look? A sweet kid with brown eyes and a heart.
Are you drunk?
No, beat. I'm dead beat. I've got to hole up somewhere, get some shut-eye. I've got to or I'll die.
You're sick?
Yeah, I'm sick. If I could just sleep around the clock until 10 tomorrow night. If an angel came along and said, come home with me, I'll put you up.
Come home with me, Jimmy. I'll put you up.
I fell asleep on the sofa with the gun under my pillow and the girl on a chair watching me anxiously. I had a friend. I could drop off and live in dreamland until 10 that night. At 10, I could wake up and live. Coming awake, I heard the alarm we'd set go off. The alarm stopped. There was a sound. An animal sound. And then a claw scratching at me, tearing at my cheek, and I jumped up
The girl was gone. A guy was sitting watching me now. A skinny kid with a heavy shock of hair, not a day over 21.
Oh, that's a lousy way to have to wake up from a sleep, pal.
Lousy way. There was an animal clawing at me. My cheek's bleeding.
Genevieve, she isn't housebroken. Still a little wild. You should have seen her dash for the kitchen when you let out a scream just now.
Genevieve. Who are you?
You're Jimmy Fox, huh?
Yeah.
I've got something for you.
For me?
Yeah, it was given to me to give to you. Here.
A ruby. Hey, wait a minute, look. It's 10 o'clock. I set the alarm for 10, and it's 10.
Well, it's only a quarter of. That clock's always 15 minutes ahead.
Now the game's over. It's 10, and you can't cheat. I've won, Kavanaugh. You can't go back on your promise, Kavanaugh. You can't.
What are you trying to get over, pal? I don't understand.
I've won. You can't cheat. I won't be tricked.
A gun. Pal, you're crazy. Here, wait, look. Oh!
You're crazy. It's 10, and I won't be tricked, Kavanaugh. I've won. I'm still on the sofa. My arms are rigid, and my legs rigid. Like something exploded inside me and paralyzed my nerves. I can just look and hear. She's in the room now. The girl with a sweet face and brown eyes. Only her eyes are red, swollen from crying. I hear her talking to a cop. He's taking down what she said.
He was a stray. He was like a sick dog in the street. So I picked him up and brought him home.
Yes, why did he kill your brother, Buddy?
I don't know. I was taking a shower, and I heard him scream like a crazy man. I heard him talk all mixed up. But I was taking a shower, and I couldn't get here in time.
There must be something you can tell me, miss.
Oh, officer, everything is all mixed up. At the Tillery Street costume ball, a man gave me a cap with tiger stripes, and he begged me to keep it for him for a while until he found a new home for it. He'd been evicted, he said.
Yes?
Well, then, in the all-night restaurant my brother works in, a man gave Buddy a ruby to give to Jimmy Fox. When he woke up, he told my brother the ruby belonged to Jimmy Fox.
This piece of glass?
Yes.
That's something off the Woolworth Time counter. What else?
That's all. Really, that's all.
I watch and I hear. I see through Kavanaugh's trick. Get me crazy, so I'll murder a stranger who called himself Buddy. The brother of a girl with brown eyes and a heart. Frame me, so I'll just want to die. Through weeks of a murder trial and months in the death house and 4 minutes in the death chair. I kept listening to them talk. The girl and the cop.
Okay. We'll have to get the rest from Jimmy Fox there. Look at him. He's paralyzed with fright. I wonder what kind of a crazy Halloween story he's going to try to palm off on us when we get him talking. Captain Devereux speaking. McAvoy, send a police ambulance to 445 10th Street, apartment 3 rear. And McAvoy, see that a straitjacket's on that ambulance.
Well, quite a chase. It got so poor Jim didn't know whether he was coming or going. Nuts. What got his goat most was the way he kept seeing animals everywhere. Very confusing to a guy on the lamb. Yeah, it got so he couldn't tell who's zoo. Tomorrow? Oh, sure. I read this Halloween notice on a tree somewhere. Never hunt out of reason. Good night.
Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Great Plays. The National Broadcasting Company presents Great Plays, a series of famous plays selected to show the development of drama from the sunrise performances in ancient Athens down to the contemporary theater. Mr. Burns Mantle, outstanding American drama critic and known throughout the country for his yearly volume of Broadway's best plays, will act as commentator at today's production of Redemption by Leo Tolstoy. Mr. Mantle.
By way of contrast, we are giving you something fairly modern and quite Russian as the great play of today. Count Leo Tolstoy's Redemption was written out of the misery of Tolstoy's search for an understanding of life in 1900. We had no contact with it as a written play until 18 years later, but it belongs to the early days of the realistic drama and is, in many of its scenes, tremendously dramatic and soul-searching. The Living Corpse was Tolstoy's cheerful title. Tolstoy, as a dramatist, occupies an interesting position in the history of the world's theater. After devoting his early writing years to the novel, he turned to the drama. This great lover and teacher of humanity was forever in search of the truth, the plain, unvarnished, brutal truth. Whenever he found it, or thought he had found it, he gave it the freest expression of which he was capable. All the Tolstoyan adventures resulting in the reordering of his life stem from his personal spiritual revelation. It is told of him that his first realization of human injustice followed his experience as a gay lad of 19 when, after he had spent a happy evening feasting and dancing at a great ball, he found his peasant coachman practically dead from freezing when he returned to his droshky. He came to hate war through his adventures as an artilleryman in the Crimea. He could not stand the sight of one Christian killing another and claiming God's endorsement. His revulsion toward the drastic processes of the law followed his sight of a public execution in Paris. His determination to live as a peasant followed what he accepted as the peasant's discovery of a simple and holy faith. He later decided this was a purely selfish and superstitious search for personal security. Tolstoy's effort as a dramatist seems always to be to expose humanity to itself, however ugly the picture may be, and to follow the exposure with a promise of redemption through spiritual awakening and understanding. The basis of the play Redemption is a case that came before the Russian law courts in which a husband sought to free his wife by letting it appear that he had killed himself. The law interfered, and great suffering resulted. The story of redemption is so simple that it needs no illumination from me, Arthur Hopkins wrote after he had produced the play in 1918, and it had run for 204 performances with John Barrymore and Helen Wesley in the cast. The characters, continued Mr. Hopkins, may walk in strange lands without introduction. They are part of us. Fedor is in all of us. His one cry, "There has always been so much lacking between what I felt and what I could do," instantly makes him brother to all mankind. In our cast today, Tom Powers is the Fedor, Mona Hungerford the Masha, as she was in the Hopkins production, and Kay Strozzi the Lisa. When Redemption opens, Fedor, its hero, has deserted Lisa, his wife, and taken up with a band of gypsies. Lisa's mother, Anna, long disgusted with her daughter's love for Fedor and her willingness to put up with his waywardness, is trying to get her to agree to divorce her husband and marry Victor Karenin. We are at the Protosov flat in Moscow when Victor, summoned by Anna, arrives for a conference. He is announced by the maid.
Victor Karenin. Show him here. And tell my daughter.
Greetings, Anna Pavlovna. Elizaveta sent me a note to come at once. I should have been here tonight anyway. How is your daughter? Well, I hope?
Not very. The baby has been upset again. However, she'll be here in a minute. Will you have some tea?
No, thank you.
Tell me, do you know that Elizaveta and her husband have...
Yes, I was here 2 days ago when she got his letter. Is she positive now about their separating?
Oh, absolutely. To come to this decision has caused her much pain. But now it's final. And he understands perfectly that his behavior has made it impossible for him to come back on any terms.
Why?
After breaking every oath he swore to decency, how could he come back? And so why shouldn't he give her her freedom?
What freedom is there for a woman still married?
Divorce. He promised her a divorce, and we shall insist upon it.
But your daughter was so much in love with him.
Oh, her love has been tried out of existence. Remember, she had everything to contend with. Drunkenness, gambling, infidelity. What was there to go on loving in such a person?
Love can do anything.
Oh, how can one love a rag torn by every wind? Do you suppose it's agreeable for me to have my daughter admit her marriage a failure? But anything's better than for her to throw away her life in a lie.
Yes, I know. Here she comes. I'm sorry to have been a little detained, Lisa.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. Victor, I have a great favor to ask of you, something I couldn't ask of anybody else.
I'll do everything I can.
Well, I think I'll leave you two young people to yourselves.
Please, Mother. Victor, Phaedra wrote to me saying it was all over between us. That hurt me so, bewildered me so that, well, I agreed to separate. I wrote him saying I was willing to give him up if he wanted me to.
And now you're sorry?
I feel I oughtn't to have said yes. I can't. Anything is better than not to see him again. Victor, dear, I want you to give him this letter.
Give him this letter?
And tell him what I've told you and bring him back to me.
I'll do what I can.
Tell him I will forget everything if only he'll come back. Are you surprised I asked you?
No. Well, candidly, yes. I am rather surprised.
But you're not angry.
Oh, you know I couldn't be angry with you.
I ask you because I know you're so fond of him.
Of him and of you, too. Thank you for trusting me. I'll do all I can.
I know you will. Now I'm going to tell you everything. I went today to a Fremof's to find out where he was. They told me he was living with the gypsies. Of course, that's what I was afraid of. I know he'll be swept off his feet if he isn't stopped in time. So you'll go, won't you?
Where's the place?
It's that big tenement where the gypsy orchestra lives, on the left bank below the bridge. Tell him I've forgotten everything and that I'm here waiting for him to come home. Do it out of love for him, Victor, and out of friendship for me.
I'll do all I can. Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Victor.
At the gypsies, in a room that is beautiful in the shadows cast by flaring torches, Fedor is lying on a sofa, his coat off, his eyes closed, drinking in the music. Beside him sits Masha, a beautiful gypsy girl.
Asleep?
Don't talk. Wonderful. What lovely things that music says. Where does it all come from? What does it all mean? Masha, sit close here beside me, my angel. To think that men can touch eternity like that, and then nothing. Nothing at all. Oh, Masha, you turn my soul inside out.
Do I? But what was it I asked you for?
What? Oh, money. Voila, mademoiselle. Look at this strange creature. When she sings, she rushes me into the sky. And all she asks for is money. Little presents of money for throwing open the gates of paradise. You don't know yourself at all, do you?
What's the use of wondering about myself? I know when I'm in love. And I know that I sing best when my love is singing.
And do you love me?
I love you.
But I'm a married man, and you belong to this gypsy troupe. They wouldn't let you leave it.
Oh, the troupe's one thing, but my heart's another. I love those I love, and I hate those I hate.
Nah,
You must be happy to be like that.
I'm always happy when handsome gentlemen come and say nice things to me.
Someone asking for you, Feda Potasa?
Who is it?
Don't know. He's rich, though. Fur coat.
A fur coat? Well, show him in.
Who wants to see you here?
Who knows? Ah, Victor. You're the last man in the world I expected to break into this enchanting mirror. Take off your coat and they'll sing for you.
I want to talk to you alone.
No? What about?
I've come from your home. Your wife gave me this letter.
Do you know what's in this letter, Victor?
Yes, I know. But really,
now,
Fedra,
please don't think I'm drunk and don't realize what I'm saying. Of course, I am drunk, but I see everything very clearly. Now, go ahead. What were you told to tell me?
Your wife asked me to find you and to tell you that she's waiting for you. She wants you to forget everything and come back. Fedra, Lisa wants you to come home.
Yes?
I ask you not so much for her as for myself.
You're a much finer person than I am, Victor. Of course, that's not saying much. I'm not very much good, am I? But that's exactly why I'm not going to do what you want me to do. How could I?
Come along to my rooms, Fedra, and I'll tell her that you'll be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow's can't change what we are. She'll still be she, and I will still be I tomorrow. No. It's better to have the tooth out in one pull. Didn't I say that if I broke my word, she was to leave me? Well, I've broken it, and that's enough.
Yes, for you, but not for her.
You know, it's rather odd that you, of all men, should take so much trouble to keep our marriage from going to pieces.
Good heavens, Fedra. You don't think...
Come now, my dear Victor. Come, you shall hear them sing. Masha, tell them to sing.
What's his name? We must honor him with a song.
Oh, yes. Honor him by all means. His name is Victor Mikhailovich. Victor, my lord, son of Mikhail.
Fedra, it's hopeless. I must
go. Where's Victor? Oh, gone. All right. May the devil go with him. Masha, do you know who that was?
I heard his name.
He's a splendid fellow. He came to take me home to my wife. You see, she loves even a fool like me. Look what I'm doing. Caressing your hair.
You should go back to her and be very sorry.
Do you think I should? I don't think so. I think I shouldn't.
Of course. You needn't go back to her if you don't love her. Love is all that counts.
Yeah, and how do you know that?
Well, I just know it, that's all.
Yeah, Masha, that's wonderful, divine. If I could only lie this way forever, with my arms around the heart of joy, and sleep, and die.
Oh, why is it I love you so?
Masha.
Masha. What does that mean? If you loved me by now, you would have had your divorce. You say you don't love your wife, but you stick to her like grim death.
You know why?
Nonsense. Oh, they're right when they say you're no good. You can never make up your mind.
The only joy I've got in life is being in love with you.
Oh, it's always my joy, your love. But where's your love and my joy?
Well, Masha, after all, you've got all I can give because you're so young, so beautiful that sometimes you've made me know how to make you glad, so why torture yourself?
Oh, I won't. If you're sure you love me.
My beautiful young Masha.
You do love me?
Of course.
Only me? Only me?
Darling, only you.
Fedra.
Sofia Karenya, Victor's mother, sits reading a book in her boudoir. She is a great lady of 50 or over who has tried a little obviously to make herself appear younger. A visitor is announced.
Prince Sergei Abreskov.
Show him in, please. Dear me, I hope my hair is arranged properly.
Madam Karenyan, I hope that I'm not de trop.
You know well that you are always welcome, Prince. Tell me, you have received my letter?
I did.
Oh, my dear friend, I begin to lose hope. She's bewitched Victor, positively bewitched him. He's changed completely since that woman, Elizaveta Protosova, left her husband.
He's in love, and when a man's really in
In our
love...
time, love could remain pure, coloring one's whole life with a romantic friendship. Such love I understand and value.
However, the present generation refuses to live on dreams. But tell me more of Victor, your son.
Oh, there's not very much to say. He seems bewitched. Did you know I'd called upon her? Victor pressed me so it was impossible to refuse. But Dieu merci, I found her out. So I merely left my card, and now she has asked me if I could receive her today. And I'm expecting her at any moment now. Really, I need your help.
Thank you for the honor you do me.
You realize this visit decides Victor's fate. I must refuse my consent. Oh, but that's impossible.
Have you met her?
I've never seen her, but I'm afraid of her. No good woman leaves her husband. She should bear her cross without complaint. What I don't understand is how Victor, with his religious views, can think of marrying a divorced woman.
But, cher ami, why not approve of the inevitable? After all, suppose he conceived a passion for someone, not a good woman.
How can a good woman leave her husband?
Here comes your son.
Prince Sergei? Mother, I've come to tell you that Elizaveta Protosova will be here directly. Do you still refuse your consent to my marriage?
I most assuredly do.
Oh, Mother dear, I just want you to know her.
Oh, how can you want to marry Lisa Protosova, a woman with a living husband?
Mother, that's cruel. Life is too complex to be managed by a few formula. Why are you so bitter about it?
Come, Victor. You know your mother speaks more severely than she could ever act.
I shall tell her exactly what I think and feel. But I hope I can do it without offending her.
I'm sure of it. Here she is.
I'll go.
Elizaveta Andreevna Protosova.
Now, Mother, be gentle. I'll leave you.
Show her in. Please remain, Prince Sergei.
I thought you might prefer a tete-a-tete.
Oh, no. I'd rather dread it. And if I want to be left alone in the room with her, I'll drop my handkerchief. It all depends. Oh, how do you do, Elizaveta? It is most kind of you to come to see me.
I'm so grateful that you permit me.
You know Prince Sergei Abreskov?
Yes, I've had that pleasure. My niece has spoken often of you.
Yes, we were great friends. I never hoped that you would wish to see me, Madame.
I know your husband quite well.
The last time I had the pleasure of seeing you was in those tableaux at the Denishovs. You were charming in your part.
How good of you to think so. Yes, I remember perfectly. Sofia Karenina, please forgive me if what I'm going to say offends you, but I don't know how to cover up what's in my heart. I came here today because Victor Karenin said... Because he said that... Because you wanted to see me. It's rather difficult, but you're so sweet.
There, my dear child. I assure you there's nothing in the world to... Pardon, Madame Karenina. You've dropped your handkerchief. Permit me. 5 o'clock already. Madame, in your salon, pleasure destroys the memory of time. You will excuse me, please.
Au revoir, mon ami.
Au revoir.
Now listen, my child. Please believe how truly sorry for you I am. But I love my son alone in this world. And I know his soul as I do my own.
I know.
He's never loved a woman before. You're the first. I don't say I'm not a little jealous. I am. But that's something we mothers have to face. I was ready to give him up, though. But I wanted his wife to be as pure as himself.
And I? Am I not?
Forgive me, my dear. I know it's not your fault. You've been most unhappy. But you must know how strongly my son has always felt about divorce.
Yes, I've thought of all that.
Lisa, my dear, you're a wise woman. And you're a good woman, too. You can't want to cripple him so that he'll be sorry all his life. Yes, sorry, even though he never says a word.
If you could persuade him not to marry me, you know I'll agree, don't you?
Yes, I know. And I think I love you, too. I really do. Oh, it's all so dreadful. If only he had fallen in love with you before you were married.
He says he did, but he had to be loyal to his friend.
It's heartbreaking. But let us love each other, and God will help us to find what we are seeking.
We are back at the Gypsies. Now the room is practically deserted. Fedor sits by himself at table, bottle and glass at hand. Out of the shadows, Prince Sergei appears.
Excuse me, Fedor Protasov.
Huh?
I'm afraid I'm intruding.
With whom have I the honor? Ah, Prince Sergei. How do you do?
Well, to begin, I've come...
Excuse me, Prince, but my present social position hardly warrants a visit from you.
I know that. But to be as brief as possible, Victor Karenin, the son of my old friend Sofia Karenina, and she herself have asked me to discover from you personally what intentions you have regarding your wife.
I've got no intentions. I've given her full freedom. I know she loves Victor Karenin. Let her. Personally, I think he's a bore, but he's a good bore. So they'll probably be very happy together, at least in the ordinary sense, and may the good Lord bless them.
Yes, but we...
Please don't think I'm jealous. Oh, if I've said Victor was dull, I take it back. He's splendid, very decent. In fact, the opposite of myself. And he's loved her since her childhood. Yes, I think she's always loved him more than she would admit to herself. This feeling of mine has been a black shadow across our married life. No, I don't suppose I should be talking like this to you.
Please go on. My only object in coming was to understand this situation completely. And I begin to see how the shadow, as you so charmingly express it, could have been...
No brightness could suck up that shadow. And so I suppose I never was satisfied with what my wife gave me, and I looked for every kind of distraction, sick at heart because I did so. I was a shocking bad husband. I say was because now I don't consider myself a husband at all. She's perfectly free. Now, there, does that satisfy you?
I must confess that you bewilder me. You, with your gifts of charm and wonderful sense of what's right, how could you have permitted yourself to plunge into such tawdry distractions? Tell me, why did you let your life fall into this ruin?
Well, first, drink. Because everything I did disappointed me so, made me so ashamed of myself. I feel ashamed now while I talk to you. Whenever I drank, shame was drowned in the first glass, and sadness. And then music, not opera nor Beethoven, but gypsy music. The passion of it poured energy into my body, while those dark eyes, those bewitching eyes, looked into the very bottom of my soul. And the more alluring it all was, the more shame I felt afterwards.
But what about your career?
My career? This seems to be it. Once, I was director of a bank. There was always something terribly lacking between what I felt and what I could do. Oh, but enough. Makes me rather nervous to think about myself.
What answer am I to take back?
No, tell them I'm quite at their disposal. They want to marry. There mustn't be anything in their way. Is that it? Is that it? There mustn't be anything in their way.
Yes. When do you think you'll have the evidence ready?
Will a fortnight do?
Yes, I'm sure it will. May I say that you give them your word?
Yes. Goodbye, Prince Sergei. And again, thanks. Why not? Why not? No longer to be in the way, to be ashamed. And it's good not to be ashamed. Waiter, bring me a bottle of champagne.
Yes, sir.
May I sit here with you?
Who are you?
It's I, Ivan Petrovich.
If you want to. All right, sit down.
I've heard something of this.
Hmm?
Yeah. You're going to write an answer to the demand, is that it? I'll help you. I'll tell you what to say. Speak out. Say what you mean. Hit straight from the shoulder. That's my system. Hello? What's this in the box? Gun. Going to shoot yourself, of course. Why not? I understand. They want to humiliate you and to show them what courage is. Put a bullet through your head and heap coals of fire on theirs. I understand perfectly. I understand everything and everybody because I am a genius. The waiter has brought champagne. Thank you, my friend.
No, you're very welcome.
Here's to your immortal journey. May it be swift and pleasant. Why should I stop you? Life and death are the same to genius. I'm dead during life, but I live after death. You kill yourself in order to make a few people miss you. But I am going to kill myself to make the whole world know what it lost. I won't hesitate or think about it. I'll just take the revolver, 1, 2, and all is over. But I am premature. My hour is not yet struck. Take back your revolver. But I shall write nothing. The world will have to understand all by itself. The world. What is it but a mass of preposterous creatures who crawl around through life, understanding nothing at all? Do you hear me? Oh, I'm not talking to you. All this is between me and the cosmos. Pardon me. I shall have another drink.
Oh, go away, please.
Away? Me?
Yes.
So be it. I shall go away. I'll not deter you from accomplishing what I shall commit. All in its proper moment, however. Only I should like to say this...
Later, but go now.
Very well. But wait for me to come back. I've something rare to tell you, something you'll never hear in the next world. At least, not till I get there. Goodbye. Goodbye. And good luck.
Well, he's gone. I may as well have this thing over. It can't be very difficult. The revolver. So, at the temple, just the right angle. I can't do it. I can't do it. Marcia.
Fedya, I've been looking everywhere for you. Then I guessed you'd be here. Fedya! What are you doing with that revolver? Oh, you fool! You hideous fool!
Oh, it's been awful. I tried, and I couldn't.
As if I didn't exist. As if I weren't in your life at all. Oh, how godless you are. Tell me, what about all my love for you?
I wanted to set them free. I promised to, and when the time came, I couldn't.
But what about me? What about me?
I thought you'd be free, too. Surely my torturing you can't make you happy.
Oh, I can look out for myself. Maybe I'd rather be unhappy, miserable, wretched with you every minute than even think of living without you.
If I'd finished it all just now, you would have cried bitterly, perhaps, my Masha. But you would have gone on living.
Oh, can't you even be sorry for me?
I only wanted to make everybody happier.
Yourself happier, you mean?
Would I have been happier to be dead now?
I suppose you would. But, Fedya, do you know what you want? Tell me, what do you want?
I want so many things.
But what? What?
First of all, I want to set them free. They're such good people, my wife and Victor. I can't bear having them suffer. I can't crawl through the muck and filth of a divorce.
Oh, where's the good in her if she left you?
She didn't. I left her.
She made you think she'd be happier without you. But go on, blame yourself. What else?
Well, there's you, Masha, young, lovely, precious to me. If I stay alive, what will become of you?
Don't bother about me. You can't hurt me.
But the biggest reason of all, is myself. I'm just lost. I'm no good.
I won't unfasten myself from you. I'll stick to you no matter where you take me, no matter what you do. You're alive, terribly alive, and I love you. Oh, Fedya, drop all this horror.
How can I?
Oh, you can. You can.
When I look at you, I feel as though I could do anything.
Oh, my darling, you can do anything. Get anywhere you want to. Oh, so you've been writing to them? To tell them you'd kill yourself, is that it? Fedya, listen to me. Do you remember the day we all went on the picnic to the White Lakes? And you buried the bottles of wine in the sand to keep them cool while we went in bathing? Do you remember how you took my hands and drew me out beyond the waves till the water was quite silent and flashing almost up to our throats? And then suddenly, it seemed as if there was nothing under our feet. We tried to get back, but we couldn't. And you cried for help. And after, how wonderful it was to stretch out safely in the sands, in the sunlight. Oh, how nice everyone was.
And you kept on being sorry for forgetting you couldn't swim.
Oh, Masha.
Fedya, don't you see? Of course she must know you can't swim. Oh, it's all getting as clear as daylight. You will send her this beautiful letter. Your clothes will be found on the riverbank. But instead of being in the river, you will be far away with me. Don't you see, Fedya? You'll be dead to her, but alive for me.
In the drawing room of the Protosov's apartment, Victor Karenin is making his report of Fedya to Lisa.
He's promised me definitely, and I'm sure he'll keep to it.
I'm rather ashamed to confess it, Victor, but since I found out about this gypsy, I feel completely free of him. There's another woman, and he doesn't need me anymore. My only worry is the divorce.
Dearest, everything will be settled soon. Now, after all, he's promised. Though sometimes, if I didn't know him, I think he was trying on purpose to discomfort us.
No. It's only the same weakness and honesty fighting together in him. But, darling, I've only one desire now, and that is to have you forget the past and love as I do.
What strange, contradictory instincts and desires make up our beings.
Why?
I don't know. When I came back from abroad, knew I'd lost you, I was unhappy terribly. Afterwards, when we became friends and you were kind to me, and into our friendship weaved a spark of something more than friendship, I was almost happy. Only one thing tormented me. Fear that such a feeling wronged Fedya. Then you told me that Fedya was gone out of your life. Out of your life forever. And there was only me. Oh, Lisa, for what more could I ask? And yet the past tortured me.
Victor.
Forgive me, Lisa. I only tell you this because I don't want to hide a single thought from you.
Oh, dearest, I'm so happy. Everything has happened in my heart to make as you wished.
All?
All, beloved. For I never could say so. What is it?
Your secretary has come back.
Oh,
sir.
show him here, Marina, and take the child, will
This
you?
will be Fedya's answer.
Oh, at last we shall know when.
Well?
He's not there, sir.
Not there. He's not signed the petition for divorce, then?
No. But here is a letter addressed to you.
More excuses. More excuses. It's perfectly outrageous.
But read the letter, dear. See what he says.
Shall you need me, sir?
No, that's all, thank you. Lisa, Victor, I wrote you both without using terms of endearment. Since I can't feel them, nor can I conquer a sense of bitterness and self-reproach when I think of you together in your love. I know in spite of being the husband, I was also the barrier, preventing you from coming earlier to one another. I stood in your way. I worried you to death. Yes, it's unjust, isn't it?
What's all that for?
However, to the point. I'm going to fulfill your wishes in perhaps a little different way from what you desire. To lie, to act a degrading comedy, to bribe women of the streets for evidence, that's one thing I can't do. I can't tell lies. My solution is, after all, the simplest. You must marry to be happy. I am the obstacle. Consequently, that obstacle must be removed.
Victor!
Must be removed? By the time this letter reaches you, I shall no longer exist. All I ask you is to be happy, and whenever you think of me, think tender thoughts. God bless you both. Goodbye, Fedya.
Oh, he's killed himself.
My secretary. Call back my secretary.
Fedya, darling.
Lisa.
Oh, it's not true. It's not true that I've stopped loving him. He's the only man in the whole world I love. And now I've killed him. I've killed him as surely as if I'd murdered him with my own two hands.
Lisa, for God's sake.
Oh, stop it. Don't come near me. Don't be angry with me, Victor. You see, I, too, cannot lie.
Fedor has fallen very low. We find him now in a dirty, badly lighted underground dive. He is sitting at table with Petushkov, an artist. Fedor is in rags. The artist still has some hold on respectability. Both are pretty drunk. Fedor is in the midst of a confession.
I know. Well, that's real love. So what happened then?
Now, this girl was a gypsy, reared in greed, yet she gave me the purest sort of self-sacrificing love. Such contrasts are amazing.
In painting, we call that value. Only to realize bright red fully when there's green around it. But what happened?
No, we parted. I felt it wasn't right to go on taking where I couldn't give. One night, we were having dinner in a little restaurant. I told her we'd have to say goodbye. I could hardly help crying.
And she?
Oh, she was awfully unhappy, but she knew I was right. So we kissed each other a long while. She went back to her gypsy troupe. Maybe she was glad to go.
I wonder.
Yes. The single good act of my life was in acting decently with that girl. I loved her, really. Now it's a tender, beautiful memory.
I know so well what you mean. But where is she now?
I don't know. I don't want to know. All that belongs to another life. I couldn't bear to mix that life and this life.
Your life's wonderful. I believe you're a real idealist. I would have been awfully happy myself if I'd had a decent wife. As it was, she ruined me.
I beg your pardon. Did you say marriage? Oh, yes, of course. Well, I've been married, too. My wife was quite an ideal woman. I don't know why I should say was, by the way, because she's still living. But there's something, I don't know, it's rather difficult to explain, but you know how pouring champagne into a glass makes it froth up into a million little iridescent bubbles? Well, there was none of that in our married life. There was no fizz to it, no sparkle, no taste. The days were all one color, flat and stale and gray as the devil. That's why I wanted to get away and forget. You can't forget unless you play. So, trying to play, I crawled into every sort of muck there is, and... You know, it's a funny thing, but we love people for the good we do them, and we hate them for the harm. That's why I hated Lisa. That's why she seemed to love me.
Why do you say seemed?
Oh, she couldn't creep into the center of my being like Marcia, but that's not what I mean. You see, before the baby was born, and afterwards, when she was nursing him, I used to stay away for days and days and come back drunk and love her less and less each time because I was wronging her so terribly. Yes, that's it. I never realized it before. The reason why I loved Marcia is because I did her good, not harm. But I crucified my wife, and her contortions filled me almost with hatred.
I think I understand. But you say she's living. What happened?
Another man loved her, a good man, rich. And I'd squandered everything I had or could get. I left her, and after a while, they asked me for a divorce.
Well?
I couldn't bear all the lying that was to be got through. I tried to commit suicide. I couldn't. Then I sent my wife a farewell letter. The next day, my clothes and pocketbook were found on the bank of the river. Everybody knew I couldn't swim. Well, you understand, don't you?
Yes. But what about the body? They didn't find that.
Oh, yes, they did. About a week afterwards, some horror was dragged out of the water, and my wife was called in to identify it.
Oh.
It was in pretty bad shape, you know. Is that your husband? They asked her, and she said, yes. Well, that settled it. I was buried. They were married. They're living very happily right here in this city. I'm living here, too. A live corpse. We're all living here together.
Excuse me.
Huh?
But you know, I've been listening to that story of yours.
Huh?
It's a very good story, and what's more, a very useful one. You say you don't like being without money. But really, there's no need of your ever finding yourself in that position.
Now, look here, I wasn't talking to you, and I don't want your advice.
And I'm going to give it to you just the same. So you're a living corpse. Well, suppose you come to life again, eh?
Huh?
Then your wife and that fellow she's so happy with, they'd be arrested for bigamy. The best they'd get would be 10 years in Siberia. Now you see where you can have a steady income, don't
Stop
you?
talking and get out of here.
Now, the best way is to write them a letter. If you don't know how, I'll do it for you. Just give me their address. And afterwards, when the ruble notes commence to drop in, how grateful you'll
Get out,
be.
I say. I haven't told you anything.
Oh, yes, you have. Here's my witness. This waiter heard you saying you were a corpse.
You dirty, blackmailing beast.
Oh, I'm a beast, am I?
Beast, yes.
We'll see about that.
Blackmailing
Police! 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 Let me out, please, police!
Victor and Lisa, having married, are living happily in the country. On the veranda of their pretty home, with a bright awning overhead and the sunlight drenching the yard beyond, Lisa and her small son have come to meet Victor's mother, Sophia, and Lisa's mother, Anna, who have come from the city with Victor.
My darling Lisa.
Mother.
And Sophia Karenina, how do you do? Victor met me and insisted on my coming down.
This is perfectly charming. Madame Pavlovna, you will see how happy they are. Here is Victor now.
Mother, Lisa. Madame Pavlovna. Well, congratulate me, everybody. I have a bit of luck. I don't have to go to town again for 2 days. Now, isn't that wonderful?
Oh, 2 days? That's glorious. We'll drive over to the Hermitage tomorrow and show it to Mother.
I hear the baby's so like his father. I do hope he hasn't inherited Phaedria's disposition.
After all, Phaedria's heart was in the right place.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. But I do feel sorry for him.
I know. That's how Victor and I feel. All the bitterness is gone. There's nothing left but a very tender memory.
Oh, by the way, Victor, did you bring my wool?
I certainly did. Here's the wool. Here's the eau de cologne. Here are the letters. Went on government service for you, Lisa. Well, Anna Pavlovna, I know you want to make yourself beautiful, and I must tidy myself up, too. Almost dinner time. Lisa, you've put your mother in the blue room, haven't you?
Oh!
What's the matter, Lisa? What is it?
Oh, he's alive! He's alive!
Oh, I shall never be free from him. Oh, what does this mean? What's going to happen to us?
Let me have the letter. Oh, I don't believe it.
What is it? What's the matter? Why don't you tell us?
He's alive. They're accusing us of bigamy. It's a summons for Lisa to go before the examining magistrate.
The examining magistrate? No, he can't be.
That horrible man.
So it was all a lie.
Oh, I hate him so. Victor, Phaedria. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying.
He's not really alive.
The rooms of the examining magistrate are bare. The magistrate sits at a table, and an attendant stands at the door. The magistrate has just ordered the calling of the Karenyan case.
Madam Protosova? Madam Protosova?
Here?
Please sit down, won't you? Let me see. The Karenyan case. Yes. You are Elizaveta Protosova. I am extremely sorry it is necessary to ask you questions. But please be calm. You needn't answer them unless you wish. Only in the interest of everyone concerned, I advise the entire truth.
I've nothing to conceal.
Let's see. Your name, station, religion, I've got all that. You are accused of contracting a marriage with another man, knowing your first husband to be alive.
But I did not know it.
And also you are accused of having persuaded, with bribes, your first husband to commit a fraud. Pretended suicide in order to rid yourself of him.
That's not true.
Did you or did you not send him 1,200 rubles in July of last year?
That was his own money, obtained from selling his things.
Just so. Very well. When the police asked you to identify the corpse, how were you sure it was your husband's?
Oh, I was so terribly distressed that I couldn't bear to look at the body. Besides, I felt so sure it was he, and when they asked me, I said yes.
Very good indeed. I can well understand your distraction. And permit me to observe, madame, that, although servants of the law, we remain human beings, and I beg you to be assured that I sympathize with your situation. You were bound to a spendthrift, a drunkard, a man whose dissipation caused you infinite misery.
But I loved him.
Of course. Yet naturally you wished to be free. And you took this simple course without counting the consequence, which is considered a crime, bigamy. I understand. Therefore, madame, I urge you to disclose the entire truth.
I've nothing to disclose. I never have lied. Do you want me any longer?
Yes, I must ask you to remain. Show in Victor Karenyan. I think you'll find that a comfortable chair. Please sit down also, sir.
Thank you. I shall stand. What do you want from me?
I have to take your deposition.
In what capacity?
In my capacity of investigating magistrate. You are here, you know, because you are charged with a crime.
What crime?
Bigamy. You've married a woman already married. Sure you'll not sit down?
Quite sure.
Your name?
Victor Karenin.
Rank?
Chamberlain of the Imperial Court.
Your age?
38.
Did you know that Fedor Protosov was alive when you married his wife?
No. We were both convinced that he was drowned.
All right. Then why did you send him 1,200 rubles a few days before he simulated death on July 17th?
That money was given me by my wife.
Excuse me, you mean by Madame Protosov?
My wife to send to her husband. She considered this money his property, and having broken all of her relations with him, felt it unjust to withhold it. What else do you want?
I don't want anything except to do my official duty. You certainly better not conceal things which are sure to be found out. Since Protosov is in such a weakened condition, physically and mentally, he is certain to come out with the entire truth. I advise you...
Please don't advise me, but remain within the limits of your official capacity. Are we at liberty to leave?
Sorry, but it's necessary to detain you. Kindly sit down. Show in Fedor Protosov.
Fedor Protosov?
Dreadful-looking creature, this. Come here. You must answer my questions.
Ask them.
Your name?
You know it.
Answer my questions exactly, please.
Fyodor Protosov.
Your rank, age, religion?
Aren't you ashamed to ask me these absurd questions? Ask me what you need to know, only that.
I shall ask you to take care how you express yourself.
Well, since you're not ashamed, my rank, graduate of the University of Moscow, age 42, religion Orthodox, what else?
Did Victor Karenin and Elizaveta Andreevna know you were alive when you left your clothes on the bank of the river and disappeared?
No, of course not. They knew nothing of it. They thought I was dead, and I was glad of it. Everything would have been all right, except for that beast of a blackmailer. So if anyone's guilty, it's I.
I perceive you wish to be generous. Unfortunately, the law demands the truth. Come, why did you receive money from them? Why don't you answer me? The truth now.
The truth? What do you know about the truth? Your business is crawling up into a little power that you may use it by tantalizing morally and physically people 1,000 times better than you. You sit there in your smug authority, torturing people.
I must ask you.
Don't ask me. I'll speak as I feel. And you, clerk, write it down so for once some human words may get into a deposition. There were 3 people alive. He and she and I. We were all engaged in a spiritual struggle beyond your comprehension. A struggle between anguish and peace. Between falsehood and truth. Suddenly, the struggle ended in a way that set us free. Everybody was at peace. They loved my memory, and I was happy, even in my downfall, because I'd cleared away my weak life from interfering with their strong, good lives. When suddenly a bastard adventurer appears who demands that I abet his filthy scheme, I drive him off as I would a diseased dog. But he finds you, the defender of public justice, the appointed guardian of morality, to listen to him. And you, who receive on the 20th of each month a few kopecks gratuity for your wretched business, you get into your uniform and in good spirits proceed to torture, to bully people whose households you're not fit to enter, not clean enough to pass. Then, when you've had your fill of showing off your wretched power, then when you're satisfied and you sit and smile in your complacent dignity...
Be silent or I'll have you turned off.
What should I be afraid of? I'm dead, and away out of your power. What can you do to me? How can you punish me, a corpse?
Silence! Take him out! Take him out! Take him out!
At the courthouse, the trial of Victor and Lisa is still on. The corridors are filled with a whispering, gossiping crowd, which attendants try to control.
Be silent.
Let me through! Let me through!
Are you here on business?
No, I am the public. But this wretched peasant won't let me pass.
There's no room for the public at this trial.
Perhaps, but I'm above the general rule. Ivan Petrovich, a genius.
Will you wait outside? Ah, Prince Sergei, you have arrived just in time.
How does the case stand, Counselor?
The defense has just begun.
What of Protasov?
He's frightfully unnerved, trembling all over, but that's natural considering the sort of life he's led. Yes, he's all on edge, and he's interrupted both judge and jury several times already.
How do you think it will end?
Hard to say. The juries are mixed. At any rate, I don't think they'll find the Karenins guilty of premeditation. Do you want to go in?
I should very much like to.
There's an empty chair just at the left.
Prince Ba! I am an aristocrat of the soul, and that's a higher title.
Excuse me.
Oh, there you are, Ivan. Well, how are things going?
Speeches for the defense have begun, but this ignorant rascal won't let us in. Curse his petty soul.
Silence. Where do you think you are?
Quiet.
Oh, it's simply wonderful.
When he spoke, I felt as if my heart were breaking.
It's all far better than a novel.
I don't see how she could ever have loved him.
Such a sinister, horrible figure. Oh, he's the prisoner.
There he is. See how wild he looks?
Petrovich, did you bring it? There, wrapped up in this paper. Quick.
Thank you. Why are all those people so excited? How foolish, how vulgar, and how boring all this is. Isn't it, my friend? Ah, here is my lawyer with words.
Well, my friend, it's all going along splendidly. Only remember, don't go and spoil things for me in your last speak.
Tell me, what will the worst be?
I've already told you. Exile to Siberia?
Who'll be exiled to Siberia?
You and your wife, naturally.
And, at the best?
Religious pardon and the annulment of the second marriage.
You mean that we should be bound again to one another?
Yes. Only try to collect yourself. Keep up your courage. After all, there's no occasion for alarm.
There couldn't be any other sentence, you're sure?
None other.
Ah.
Pass on. No loitering in the corridor.
Let me go through.
Ah, Lisa. This time, Lisa, it's well done.
Phaedra, what have you done? Oh, why?
Forgive me. There's no other way. Not for you, but for myself.
You will live. You must live.
No. Goodbye. Basha, you're too late. Ah, happiness.
And so, with the echo of the gypsy's song in our ears, we come to the end of Fedor's tragedy and the close of another of the great plays. Next Sunday, we will still be visiting with the realists, the play being Henrik Ibsen's A Doll's House, in which Nora Helmer, one of the outstanding heroines of the modern drama, will be played by Ruth Gordon and Helmer by Vincent Price. You would be wise, I think, to make your armchair reservations early.
Today's performance was produced under the direction of William S. Rainey, who also adapted the play for the microphone. The commentator was Burns Mantle, prominent dramatic critic. The orchestra was conducted by Joseph Honty, and the original Russian gypsy songs were supervised by Alexander Kirillov. Included in today's cast were Tom Powers, who played Fedya, Kay Strozzi as Lisa, his wife, Lillian Tong as Anna Pavlovna, Lisa's mother, Arthur Maitland as Victor Karenin, Catherine Lane Anderson as Sofia Karenina, James Kirkwood as Prince Sergei, Mona Hungerford as Masha, Harry Neville as Petushkov, Joseph Granby as Artemiev, Harry Mesteyer as the investigating magistrate, Mark Smith as Ivan Petrovich, and others in the cast were Percy Helton, Eustace Wyatt, and Minerva Courtney. The Great Plays series is an educational feature of the National Broadcasting Company. Next week at this same hour, A Doll's House by Ibsen will be presented. A study manual, Part 2, giving complete background material for the Great Plays by Blevins Davis, who arranged for the series, is available to our radio audience at the cost of 10 cents. Send coin or money orders to the National Broadcasting Company in care of Great Plays, Radio City, New York. Consult your local library for reading material on the remaining Great Plays of the series. Today's play, Redemption, was a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination, to the fear you can hear. Tonight, I hope you have strong stomachs, for we're bound on a Caribbean cruise. Oh, we don't expect rough sailing on the way. So if you are easily seasick, have no fears. Save them all for your landing on the twin island of Mauritia and Sandorin. For it is the home of voodoo and the living dead, the soulless legions of men who are called zombies.
That's it, compadres. That's the coffin we seek. Scrape away the earth so we can get the lid open. Soon we can steal another corpse for the witch doctor. That's it. Now break open the lid. And swing it back. Muy bueno. Shine the light. Oh, must have been strong as an ox. He'll make a fine zombie brother for El Generalissimo's elite guard. Está bien, Señor Ongan. Here is another carcass for your living dead.
Our mystery drama, The Walking Corpse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's have that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. Less than 240 calories. Nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite is featuring ShopRite or Shenandoah brand Grade A Rock Cornish hens, a real family treat at just 47 cents a pound. What's for breakfast? Listen to these ShopRite values. ShopRite Grade A large eggs, 59 cents a dozen. ShopRite sliced bacon, 1 pound package, 79 cents. ShopRite Grade AA butter, 1 pound brick, 69 cents. Crown Top white bread, 22-ounce loaves, 3 for $1. Save on every meal at ShopRite.
She loves her family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
The body of a dead person, given the semblance of life, usually for some evil purpose. That is a zombie. The very name itself is calculated to make the flesh creep and the blood run chill. But on a plane headed for Miami, taking them to their honeymoon, nothing could be further from the thoughts of Steve Ramsey and his new wife, Pat.
Oh, I can't believe I have you to myself for these few hours, Steve, let alone a glorious 2 weeks.
I don't know what the other associate professors go through, but my first 2.5 years teaching parapsychology have laid me out. I can't wait for those hot sands and warm water.
Can I serve you a drink, sir?
Oh, now that's what I call perfect timing. Why not?
One more, and I can fly solo to Miami without the plane.
Well, then I'll join you. I can't have you orbiting alone.
May I get by, please, stewardess? I'm sorry, sir. Just let me move the cart.
Oh, thank you.
Chris! It is Christopher.
It's all right, stewardess. I'll join my friend here for a moment. Hey, Steve, man. Good to see you.
Here. I'll move over. Sit down. Chris, you look something else. It's great to run into you. Only just for a moment there, I thought you were thinking of giving me the brush.
You? Never. I'll explain in a minute.
Oh, Pat, this is Christopher LeClaire. I want you to meet my brand new bride.
Oh, this is a pleasure, Mrs. Ramsey. Let me congratulate you on your impeccable taste, Steve. And both of you on your marriage. I'd like to buy some champagne, but you already have your drink.
No more champagne, thank you. We've had enough in the last few weeks to float a battleship.
At least let me get a drink for myself to toast the bride and groom.
He's your old football buddy, right?
Yeah. Greatest running back I ever saw. All-around athlete. He could have made it big in the pros. Any sport.
Isn't he a prince or something?
And his father is the king of Mawisha. I wonder what's bugging him.
This is better. A toast from my country. To be a good man is first to have a good wife. Abusantes.
Thank you, Chris. And to yours.
Yours, too.
Oh, yes. Drink to my good health, please.
What is it, Chris? You want to talk about it?
I wish I still had you calling the plays for me, but this is a different ball game. You know about my father?
No. What?
He's dead.
Oh, no. What can I say? Hang in there, man.
Oh, I will be tough, all right.
Was it recent?
The day before yesterday.
I didn't see anything about it in the papers.
It wasn't in the papers. He didn't die. He was assassinated.
Oh, no.
Any idea who did it?
There is no proof, but I know.
Who?
Oh, maybe not by his own hand, but at least on his orders. Hernando Trujillo.
The Generalissimo? But I thought he was your father's best friend.
And my godfather. His gift to me on my 21st birthday. His own good luck charm. The bracelet of the sacred serpent. The head,
The voodoo symbol of life. The tail, the symbol of death. You see, they are woven together.
But then why should he?
Because, Mrs. Ramsey, my father gave our people freedom. A freedom the San Dorindian cannot share.
Why not?
Because if they had it, they would tear the man who rules them by terror to pieces.
So he's planning to move in on Mawisha and annex it.
The moment my father's assassination is revealed. A coup d'etat while the people are in confusion with no leadership. That's why I've given up any dream of becoming a doctor and am going home. A private plane will meet me in Miami to fly me to Moesha. To save time, I took this commercial flight under an assumed name.
You think Trujillo might...
I was warned just in time. Less than an hour after I left my apartment, a bomb gutted it. I am a dangerous man to know these days. So, before I do cause any... Oh, my God!
Steve, what is it?
Two hoods with machine guns. Looks like a sky...
Senores and senores, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my God.
May I have your attention, please?
That's Juan Garcia, Trujillo's hatchet man. What can we do? Nothing. It's me.
Everyone quiet. If you do as I say, no one will be hurt. We are commandeering this plane. Quiet! Quiet! There is nothing for any of you to fear. The plane will land at Miami, and all passengers will be discharged, except for the flight crew and 4 hostages. I repeat, there is no cause for alarm if all of you keep your seats and your heads. Hold still, everybody. Just follow orders. Anyone who doesn't will be shot. Okay. All right. You 3. Up, point into first class.
Look, Garcia.
No names. And no wrong moves. My orders are to bring you dead or alive.
I was only going to ask that my friends...
Your friends can identify you. We don't want that for a few days. They will only be held as hostage till we are ready. If they do as they are told, they will be released unharmed. Now move! Join the other hostages you were sitting with in first class.
Steve, I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault. You okay, Patricia?
Ready, unwilling, but able.
That's my gal. Let's go.
Just walk ahead of me, nice and steady. Muy bien, mis amigos. Zanka, Roban. Nobody moves till I come back. Okay? Inside. That's it. Go sit by him. Quito, don't let them move till I come back.
I'm sorry I got you into this.
Yeah, we'll make out. Are you okay, honey?
Well, a few butterflies in the stomach. What does he want?
To move in and sit down, I think.
Better keep him happy. He's a surly character at best. Why don't we sit in these 4 together? Our friend's a little deaf. If we keep far enough away, we can talk safely. If we keep our voices down.
Why are you being held hostage?
Any number of reasons. I'm U.S. government. I know who you are. They took a dim view of me for carrying a gun, and they have a pretty good idea of who I am, too.
Well, who are you?
Hawkins will do. Bill Hawkins.
What branch of the government?
Well, I think I won't reveal that. I was assigned to see that you cleared the country safely, Your Highness. Someone slipped me a knockout drop in the coffee. That's when I lost consciousness and my gun.
You were asleep when I came back. This is Mr. and Mrs. Steve Ramsey.
How do you do, Steve, ma'am?
Yeah, hi, Hawkins.
How do you do, Mr. Hawkins?
Any idea what their plans are?
Refuel, clear the rest of the passengers out.
Then we head straight for San Dorinde.
That's the notion. So, the moment they get our friend Christophe here to San Dorinde, he's a gone goose. He'll just drop out of sight suddenly and for good. Now, my guess is they'll set up one of these goons as a fall guy, have a big show trial, and in the meanwhile return the plane with us aboard. Only, somewhere on the way, we'll all disappear in a puff of plastic bomb smoke. We're just as long gone as the king here.
What's the alternative?
Distract Ugly there long enough for one of us to disarm him. Garcia and his other boys can only get at us through the narrow passageway between tourist class and here. I can keep them pinned down till you get out the emergency exit.
He's a big guy, but I'll admit,
Okay, no time to argue. Now, how do we distract him?
That's my job.
Pat, please, stay out of this.
I'm in it just as much as all of you. Watch this. Hey, mister, come here a second. Well, okay, then, I'll come to you. Take it easy. I just want to ask something. Well, if you can't hear me, I can't speak any louder. Oh, please, come closer. That's it. I just want to ask where the ladies...
Watch it, he's strong as a bull.
God, he's broken my arm.
He's all right. I have the gun. Stay where you are. Don't let him near you. I'll shoot.
What are you waiting for?
Stop him!
No! Good, stay like that. Don't move. All right, Kilo. Bring up your gun.
Chris! You shot him, Garcia. You killed him.
I talk him dead or alive. It makes no difference.
But that other man, Chris shot him twice.
Point blank. It should have killed him.
Quito? Oh, no. Don't you know you can kill a zombie? We're coming in for the landing now. How's Chris?
He's alive, but just barely.
If he can just hang on, maybe when we land, a doctor can help him.
Too late for me.
Don't give up, Chris.
Take snake.
What?
The snake bracelet. He wants you to... Here. There. Steve has it, Chris.
Good. Listen. You go dans ce lounge. She hide you. Save you. Give her bracelet.
But where do we find her? Où est votre tante? Quelle rue? Quelle place?
Pense Avenida de las Muñecas.
Avenue of the Dolls. Yes, what number?
Up there. Oh, Grace Harper. Take me home. Take me home. Dans ce lounge. Help. This sign of the black bull.
We're about to land. Pretty short runway. Better fasten your seatbelts.
I'll get yours for you.
Not the most promising way to begin a honeymoon, particularly when it seems there is more than a little chance of ending it, even before it's begun. Who knows what kind of reception is ahead for the newlyweds? I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Oh, sure. You can talk about good-tasting diet drinks, but I know. I'm Goldilocks, and here at my taste-testing laboratory, I taste-test them all. And nobody's been drinking my diet drinks until I tested sugar-free Diet 7-Up. And then, kabloomy, every bear wanted some. Diet 7-Up is fresh, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
There's a very special deal going on at all offices of Suburban Savings throughout North Jersey. It's called Suburban Special Interest Deal. And you'll be especially interested in these savings you get. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years, minimum deposit $2,500. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is subject to a substantial penalty. Suburban compounds interest continuously from day of deposit, paid quarterly. So you not only get interest on your savings, you get interest on the interest. And Suburban offers you the highest interest rate allowed by law. Here's your chance to get a great savings. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. Why not deal yourself into Suburban Savings Special Interest Deal in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
There is no mystery about the morning when you come rambling with gambling. Good evening, mystery fans. This is John Gambling, and every morning, Monday through Saturday, here at WOR from 5 a.m. till 10, we get the crew together to try to put the morning together for you, to tell you what the weather's going to be like, whether there's heavy traffic coming into the city, whether the subways and the commuter trains are running. Bob Harris is in WOR's Weather Center every morning with all that very complicated equipment that he has to help prognosticate the day's weather. We cover sports completely with Don Cricky. In the news department, Peter Roberts, Henry Gladstone, and Harry Hennessy. And up in the helicopter, George Meade or Fred Feldman, keeping an eye on the traffic scene. So altogether, we do try to take any mystery out of the morning. And just to brighten up the beginning of your day a little bit, I think we have some kind of nice, listenable, and tuneful music. So tune in tomorrow morning or any morning for Rambling with Gambling. Now, back to the mystery.
Under other circumstances, Pat and Steve would have no complaints about their accommodations on the island. Drained and exhausted, the silk-sheeted bed in an expensive suite is an alluring invitation to sleep. Except, even if you're dead to the world, who wants to become part of the world of the dead?
Oh, Steve. Is it possible? Could there really be such a thing as a zombie?
No, of course not. It's just a superstition.
But you saw Chris fire 2 bullets right into his body.
Yes.
And he didn't even flinch.
Cogito ergo sum.
What?
I think, therefore I am. Pat, look, under any other circumstances I'd be fascinated, but, I mean, this is my field.
And you do believe that there are walking dead?
Do I believe that a man can be exhumed from the grave and life breathed back into his corpse? No, I can't accept that. That's beyond my credulity. But I've seen things in parapsychological experiments and in psychic research that, honey, the power of supernatural belief is beyond belief. The right subject, particularly one of low mentality, under hypnosis, is capable of incredible feats. Superhuman strength, no sensation of pain, no shock reaction. Oh, Lord. Now what?
The knock wasn't at the door we came in. It's that one over there.
Oh, wait a minute. Stay where you are, Pat. Yes? Who is it?
Bill Hawkins. I'm in an adjoining room. Is there a bolt on your side?
Yeah. Half a sec. Hi, Bill. Listen, we've got to talk.
What's the sense in talking? Hello, Pat.
Hello, Bill. How's your arm?
Feels fine. They did a real good job of patching it up. I just wondered before we all turned in if you had a radio in here.
There's one right over there.
Good. Mind if I turn it on and see if I can catch some news? Uh-oh. Only one band. Well, let's see what it's got. Hey, I see they provided you with a meal, too.
I never even noticed.
Pretty good grub. You should try it.
I wouldn't touch it.
Nor I. Look, I don't see how well.
All right, we can cut the comedy now. This place is bugged. The radio ought to block us out. Now, we've got to plan some kind of escape.
How?
I may have that lined up. It's where to hole out after we bust from here that's got me stumped.
I've got a possible answer to that.
What?
Saint Solange.
Who? Chris's aunt. She lives here.
Where?
Avenue of the Dolls.
It's a long, winding street. Any idea where?
You know it?
Oh, I spent 6 months on Secret Service here before we closed down our embassy. Did he give you a cross street, a number?
He was pretty incoherent before he died. When I asked him, he just sort of rambled on about the great serpent and the black bull or something.
The serpent is the basic symbol of the voodoo religion. Black bull I never heard of in this liturgy. Wait a minute. The chicken in the Obia cult is a sacrificial animal considered to... Maybe it was the black pull. He was trying to say black pullet. Does that mean anything to you, Bill?
Yeah, wait a minute. It's sort of a souvenir shop.
You know, a typical tourist trap with straw hats and dolls and voodoo drums, you name it.
Yeah, well, could you find it?
Sure, it's not far from here.
But how do we get out first?
You got slacks on. Good. You got a dark scarf to cover that blonde hair?
Right here.
All right, come with me. Walk soft. Keep your voices low. Turn up that radio a little.
Roger.
I can get the door. Good. Come on. Leave it open. I'm over here to my window. Now keep off to the sides. Now look down.
There's one of those zombies down there.
But you see, there's a balcony and steps that lead to the street.
With something subhuman, or maybe I should say superhuman, armed with a gun right at the bottom of them.
If he's cold-cocked, it isn't going to do him any good.
Bill, you have a lot of guts, but you're no Muhammad Ali, and the only strength I have is in my brain.
Hold out your hands. I'm going to give you the equalizers. Steve, with his fist wrapped around a roll of nickels or quarters, a 13-year-old boy could deck Joe Frazier, given the chance to blindside him.
Yeah, but we haven't got...
Keep your hands out. Now, this is a salt cellar. Same difference. I'm spilling the salt into your left hand. Wrap the other around this heavy crystal. I'm doing the same with the pepper. Now, you, Pat.
Oh, I wouldn't know
You're
how
going to cover us by making a diversion. Pick up that glass water pitcher there. Too heavy for you to throw?
No. Throw where?
We turn off the lights, turn off the radio, make like we're turning in. Then we sneak out the French windows onto the balcony. You go off to the right, opposite end from the steps. When that zombie reacts to the crash of that pitcher on the flagstones on your side, Steve and I go down the steps and take him out. Then we go look for Tante Solange.
No, but he'd see you.
Of course. So we wait until dark. And that won't be long now. Now! You take him, Steve. He's still not out. I'm throwing the pepper. Throw the salt in his eyes.
There you are.
Watch it.
I think I killed him.
Well, don't stop to find out. The light's going on. Come on, Pat. We'll have to run for it. Hold it. We'll have to chance a light.
Which way?
Ahead. To the right. Go in the next block. They're right on our heels. Give me that flashlight and you get out of here, both of you.
What about you?
Don't be a fool. Somebody's got to be a decoy. You have a wife to think of. Now hurry.
Come on, Pat. Run.
To the left! Take one to the left! Follow that
light! Yes?
Tante Solange.
Who wants her?
I am Christopher's friend with my wife. We are running from Tujedo, the Generalissimo. Christopher told me to seek refuge here and to bring you this.
The great serpent. A moment. Enter, my children. Quickly, quickly. So, turn out your lights also. We must hide like cats in the dark. So, they have killed little Christophe. First my brother, then his son. Well, he will be made to pay. An eye for an eye, a heart for a bleeding heart. Now shall the tyrant bleed. Now at last my curse shall enter his vitals. Now will the great serpent uncoil and strike Hernando Tujedo dead.
Oh, it wasn't the Generalissimo who shot Chris.
It was a man named Garcia.
Garcia? That jackal puppet dangled by the strings. That less than nothing with no mind or will of his own.
Is he a zombie, too?
What do you know of zombies, my child?
Nothing, except what I saw on the plane and what my husband tried to tell me.
Oh, you are a teacher in college, Monsieur Ramsey, no?
Yes, and much of my studies are in the supernatural.
You believe in zombie?
Well, no, not altogether.
Very well. We shall put our beliefs to the test.
It's a doll, like the ones you sell in the store here.
Not quite the same. This one is like the souvenirs of El Generalissimo, with this difference.
I've been a long time making him. You see, the straw is from his favorite horse's stall. The beard is made from the combings of his hairbrush. The eyes, J-chips from a dress coat button. The boots from the fingers of an old glove. This is a voodoo doll. All of him is made with things that once belonged to Trujillo. Only one last thing I needed to make the spell work. The weapon. Now at last I have in my hand the instrument of destruction. I straighten out the circle, turn the head to the sky, and death. The tail towards the ground, and strike! What have I done, Mr. Ramsey?
You drove the bracelet like a knife straight through the doll's head.
From temple to temple. Hernando Trujillo will be dead by midnight. And we will all be free. You still do not believe. Let us find how strong your science holds against my faith. What's that? Trujillo's men. The doll. They must not find the doll. Help me pin it under my skirt.
Oh, my hands are shaking so much.
Bon, just in time.
So, we meet again, Senor Ramsey.
How did you find us?
Your friend Hawkins.
He gave us away?
Senor Ramsey, every man will give anything away with the right persuasion. Senor Hawkins took longer than most. He was very foolish.
What do you mean?
Since in the end he told, why was it worth dying for? Vamos, we must not keep the Generalissimo waiting.
Please, let me assure you that you have nothing to worry about. I ask you all to relax. Now, the table is set for a late supper. I am sure you must all be famished after a long and difficult day. Won't you be my guests?
Prisoners, you mean?
Trujillo.
Ah, yes. La bonne Princess Solange, I am honored. I had no idea you had come to live among us.
I've been here longer than you know.
Yes, I must speak to my secret police about that. Had I been told you were honoring our country with a visit, I would have arranged a more suitable welcome.
I am sure you would, by disposing of me as you did my brother and my nephew, Christophe.
I suppose it would be impossible for me to convince you that I had no hand in the death of King Francois. The sad truth is that his heart failed him. His death was a natural one.
Lie upon lie. But one truth you cannot twist. The death of my nephew.
Did you see him die?
There are 2 witnesses before your desk who did.
Excuse me a moment. Garcia, are you ready? See, now. We must wait for a moment.
For what?
You will see. Senora Ramsey, let me ask you a question.
What?
Did you see Christophe Leclerc die?
Yes.
And you, senor?
Yes.
You are quite sure?
Of course.
Yes. Look, what are you trying to prove?
Not I. I will let him show you that for himself. You see?
Chris. Monsieur Baby.
Steve. He's alive. It's Chris.
Chris. Is it really you?
Sure, man. Sure. Don't you know me?
There is no mistaking the tall, lithe figure, the regal bearing, the proud, handsome face. All those belong to Christophe Leclerc. He might easily have remarked, as Mark Twain once telegraphed, "The reports of my death are an exaggeration." We'll return shortly with Act 3.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Tomorrow, Monday at Abraham and Strauss, huge savings on broadloom and on broadloom remnant rugs. From one of America's top carpet mills, A&S snapped up a very special purchase of mill trial velvet broadloom. The tiny imperfections certainly won't affect wear, and you'll pay just $8.99 completely installed with deluxe padding. $8.99 a square yard for lush all-nylon pile velvet broadloom. If perfect, the price would be $14.99, so you save $6 on every square yard. Save on other fried fine broadlooms, too, like a fabulous all-wool pile gold shag broadloom, reduced from $21.95 to just $11.99 a square yard installed. Plus a huge A&S sale of room-size remnant rugs, all at one single sell-out price, $69. Take your pick of a tremendous assortment of nylon pile rugs in room sizes up to 12 by 14 feet. Originally $99 to $119. Tomorrow, your choice, $69. Tomorrow, Monday, at your nearest A&S store except Garden City. Come early.
At the shock of the reincarnation of a dead man appearing from the grave, it is not surprising that his friends and relatives are literally frozen in their tracks. Under the circumstances, then, it is only decent courtesy for the returned corpse to break the ice.
Tante Solange, qu'est-ce que c'est? Have you no greeting for me?
Ah, mon pauvre, je te remercie pardon. Forgive me. I thought never to see you again.
But here I am.
Ah, mon cher baby, mon cher baby.
Well, now, here is a reunion worth celebrating.
That was a pretty rough wound you had, Chris.
Worse than it looked. Thank God. It was mostly flesh damage. The doctors tell me the bullet bounced off my sternum and never entered the chest.
But should you be on your feet?
Long enough to ease your minds about me. I'm still a bit woozy.
It was like the time you took the XB2 slant off tackle against Ohio State and that big linebacker, Sawchuck, kicked you in the head.
Something like that. Tell them the good news, El Generalissimo. Set my aunt's mind at rest.
Well, I know you hold out my motives, even Christophe did. I can hardly blame him, since I took such extreme measures to bring him here to Sandorinde before his planned arrival at the Moesia.
What was your reason for that?
We walk a tightrope on this shared island of ours. Two cultures, two languages, two forms of government, perched precariously on a ever-increasing population in a far more ancient and primitive culture than either of ours. Your brother and I, each in his own way, preserved that delicate balance. With his unexpected death, steps had to be taken.
Why? You know his plan was to return the government to the people.
That would not have worked, not even for them. We would have ended, both of us, in anarchy. Fortunately, my godson was perceptive enough to realize that. We have worked out between us a better plan.
A compromise?
I would prefer to call it an entente. Tell them, Christophe.
It's quite simple. Tomorrow, together, my godfather and I shall proclaim a union between Mauritius and Sandorinde. A trilingual state with one government.
Ruled by whom?
By the Generalissimo and myself. I as president, and my godfather as prime minister.
Trujillo in second place.
We does grow no younger, Solange. Someone must take our place. I am happy to yield to the future. What better hands could this island be in than in Christoph's? So, now I think, Mr. Presidente, you should rest. Doctors can do only so much. Nature handles the rest.
Yes, I would like to lie down.
I am sure you will be excused. I beg you not to wait for me to enjoy your supper. The Presidente and myself have a few matters to settle about the announcement tomorrow before he goes to sleep.
Forgive me, please. I'm tired, and tomorrow's a big day. Good night.
Good night, Chris.
Good night.
Adieu, mon baby. Goodbye. Forever.
What is it? What's the matter with you two?
You saw? You know? Do you now believe in zombies?
What are you trying to say?
That wasn't Chris who was here just now.
I don't understand.
You don't know him as I do. First, he never would accept this deal. The guy's too decent, too honest to be part of it. But there are other things.
What?
Well, first off, our school never played Ohio State. Second, Sawchuck was no linebacker, but a running back who murdered us on the only loss we had together. Third, XB2 wasn't a run play, but a deep pass play that had nothing to do with Chris except as a decoy.
I don't understand the things your husband says, but I tell you, that was not Christophe Leclerc who just left. Not my nephew. They have stolen his soul, and that I cannot allow.
Well, what can we do about it, Tante Solange?
It is a very few minutes to 12. I told you Hernando Trujillo would be dead by then. Remember?
Yes?
Here is a conjured doll which will make his death. I place it on his desk so he can see it. For it is by his own guilt he must die before the end of this day.
But if he doesn't return?
He will return. It is written in the dust.
Oh, nobody feels like eating, Well, I don't suppose I can altogether blame you. Shall I have you shown to your quarters for the night instead?
Where is Christophe?
Oh, I should never really have allowed him to overtax himself after being wounded. He was absolutely exhausted. I saw him to bed.
And you return to suggest the same to us?
I think we are all tired. Whatever discussion there may be between us can wait for tomorrow.
For you, there is no tomorrow.
What do you mean?
Liar, cheat, thief, murderer. Look, on your desk.
A conjured doll.
Your image. Made piece by piece from your belongings. Fashioned in your likeness. Christened in your name with the blood of the black pullet. Your own bracelet of the sacred serpent driven through its brain.
Do you think I could buy such childish superstition? I am no savage.
What a man thinks is what he is.
This primitive mumbo-jumbo will have no effect on me.
Are you sure? How large is a bag of guilt you carry?
Will nothing convince you, woman? Your nephew and
my nephew.
Christophe.
Christophe is dead.
How can you say that? You have just seen him.
I saw a walking corpse.
More idiot superstition.
Like my conjured doll?
Of course.
You don't believe in it.
No.
And you believe in zombies. You know the power of voodoo can create them. You know the power of voodoo can kill.
What is it you want?
Too late for that.
I will give you anything. I offer you and these two safe transport now. No strings attached.
How can you guarantee it?
I am head generalissimo. My power is infinite.
Not anymore. The clock is ticking your life away.
No.
12 o'clock.
No.
Only a few seconds left.
Help me. Help me.
I cannot help. The die is cast. You cannot even help yourself.
I will give you money, jewels, anything. Name it. What do you want?
But you cannot give me what you stole from my nephew. His soul. I want yours in return. Then die. By the power granted me as an Obia woman, vested in my hands by the uncoiling sacred serpent, to take the place of the voodoo doll. As it should to all tyrants, so comes a violent death to you. I condemn you to everlasting fire and death by the serpent writhing in your face.
No! I cannot die! I am the dictator! I am supreme! I am the law! No one can touch me, do you hear? No one! You condemn me! Why, all I have to do is raise this pistol and you...
What happened?
I wouldn't like to guess.
Does it matter? He's dead.
Are you sure?
He's dead, all right. Now what?
Got to get away. Escape somehow.
Yeah, only how do we get through the palace guard? At least I have his gun. We'd better try and make a run for it.
We have to rescue my nephew first.
But Tante Solange, he's our enemy now.
I still must rescue him.
Mi pardon, el generalissimo.
Watch him, see me on the gun!
That's for Bill Hawkins. Pat, Tante, run for it. I'll try to hold him off.
You can't kill dead men with that. Garcia, yes, but not a zombie. Hand me that salt cellar.
Here, but what good...
Salt is the only thing that will kill a zombie.
It's Chris. Lying on the bed. Is he...
No, he's still breathing. He's just asleep.
Leave me alone with him. Go if you want to, but leave me with Christophe.
Will you be long?
As long as it must take. Go.
Well, we can't find our way out of here without you. We'll wait.
Oh, great serpent who coils about the sky and holds our world together. Help me now. Help me to break the black magic that chains my baby to a living death. Help me to bring his soul home to you. Christophe. Listen to me. It is Tante Solange who speaks. You know me as an Obia magician. My magic is greater than the magic of the Hugan who made you what you are. He summoned you from the grave and stole away your soul. Now I must summon you back to the grave. Back to the dead. The everlasting dead. So that your immortal soul may live. But only you can break the bonds. Rise, zombie. Rise. And cross to the window. Open the shutters. Now, open your eyes and look at the sea. No! In the name of the great serpent, I command you, open your eyes.
Tante, I'm going home.
My baby.
Tante, are you all right?
What happened? Is he...
His body may be dead,
but his soul is safe. Christophe is home at last.
The death of the dictator set a people free in a mad orgy of festival and delight. In the wild celebration that lit up the city, no one had time to pay any attention to the three somber people who found their way back to the hotel. For Pat, Steve, and Tante Solange, there was sadness, but solace, too. The king was dead, but so was the zombie who might have held him prisoner for eternity. I'll return shortly.
Hi, Ms. Goldilocks here. Professionally, taste-testing diet drinks can be very difficult, but I just had to bear with it. Then I found sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It doesn't taste like other diet drinks. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up tastes so good that I've taste-tested it hundreds of times, and each time I've given it my seal of approval. Yes, this one's just right.
United Airlines steward Jack Nestor talks about friendship service to California.
Our 747 to LA, we have a movie, we have a stereo, and choice of 3 different hot meals plus a deli plate.
United's Californians. Another reason more people choose the friendly skies than any other airline in the land.
You know, we have people that come up to us and say, I like to play bridge. Do you know if anyone else is interested? So we'll make an announcement and get a group together. People who like to play chess. It seems like on a 6-hour flight, you can do a lot more for people. You know, you get off feeling like you've done something.
Come along, sing a song, people, now's the time. The friendly skies of your land, United Airlines.
United has 7 daily non-stops to California, including wide-body jets to Los Angeles and San Francisco every business day.
This is Patricia McCann, and we'd like to tell you what the McCann program is all about this coming week. Monday, Dora McCann gives some good ideas on how to prepare the best food buys of the week. Tuesday, we begin a 2-part series on nutrition against arthritis, diabetes, heart disease. Our guest, Nathan Pritikin, will discuss research that shows diet can prevent and sometimes reverse some of these degenerative diseases so common in this country. Thursday, Dora McCann interviews Bob Reinhart and Dick Woods on how to prepare elegant meals in very cramped quarters. And Friday, the program will be in praise of mothers and housewives when Ariana Stasinopoulos, author of The Female Woman, gives her argument against the women's liberation movement.
Power of suggestion, hypnosis, superstitious fear, overpowering guilt complexes, terror of the unknown. Do any or all of these explain the events of the tale I've just told? Or are there really such terrifying things as a walking corpse? Are there really zombies? Well, let's hope you and I never have to find out. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Suzanne Grossman, Vinette Carroll, Bob Caliban, Jackson Beck, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant...
I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the wonders of your own imagination. For although I am about to tell you a horror story, it is really your imagination that will bring it to life for you. I shouldn't even say I will tell it, for it's really the story of Edward Somerset, as recounted in his private journal dated London, 1874. A truly harrowing account of what took place at Moorland Manor. Our mystery drama, The Headstrong Corpse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Suzanne Grossman and Gordon Gould. As you may know, it's a custom of mine, a hobby, if you will, to read old diaries and journals, the accounts of lives written down by people long since dead and in their graves. Recently, I had the good fortune to come across the journal of a certain Edward Somerset, a young London lawyer, barrister, the English would say, who tells a grisly tale of what took place at Moorland Manor in the year 1874. According to Edward Somerset, but no, let him tell the story in his own words, just as he recorded it in his journal.
And so, this being the appointed day, I took the coach to the village of Burley, 20 miles south of London in Kent, and in spite of the storminess of the weather, made the trip in less than 4 hours. I found Margaret Trezilian, the girl I loved devotedly, but who, alas, shall never be mine, in a terrible state of nerves.
Edward, how glad I am to see you.
And I you, my darling, though I feared you'd not welcome the sight of me.
Darling, if only I'd never consented to marry Richard Westmore, never given my promise.
You have no choice.
Is there no escape, no way out?
Only if Dr. Westmore releases you from your promise. Rescinds the marriage contract you and your father signed.
He'll never release me. In fact, he's coming for the weekend. He'll be here this evening to set the date for our marriage.
Perhaps if I were to have a talk with him. Now, what's all that?
Hobbs and Mrs. Murchison having another of their quarrels. Mr. Hobbs, is that?
Oh, no, it isn't, Mrs. Murchison, by no means.
Oh, we'll see, Mr. Hobbs, we'll see. Miss, what is it now, Mrs. Murchison? Since we buried my father a week ago, you and Hobbs have quarreled without let-up. What is it this time?
It's him and his lofty airs. That's what it is.
Sir Simon was hardly cold in his coffin before Hobbs began lording it over me and the other servants. Now your father is dead, he seems to feel he's in charge.
I am. That's the way Sir Simon would have wanted it. Oh, begging your pardon, miss, but as you know, I was butler and personal servant to your father before you were born. I've been with this family many years, most of my life, in fact.
Whatever this disagreement between you and Mrs. Murchison may be, we'll discuss it another time. At the moment, we must go to the crypt. Fetch a lantern so you can light the way. Well, why do you stand there?
Well, there'll be no need for me to enter the crypt, I trust.
I don't believe so. Edward?
No. The will merely states that the coffin was to be left open for a week and food and water left nearby.
The master was always afraid of being buried alive. Deathly afraid.
As many are. It's an all too common occurrence. But no, you needn't enter the crypt, Hobbs. Miss Trezilian must do that. And I, as a representative of the law firm of Costain and Loring, must accompany her.
Ah, yes, sir, but when it comes to putting the lid on the coffin and screwing it down...
I'll do that, since it seems to trouble you.
Oh, thank you, sir, and I'll fetch the lantern.
You may go, Mrs. Murchison. We'll discuss this matter later. Very well, miss. But Hobbs is becoming... He has become impossible.
Oh, now, who could that be on such a day as this?
Whoever it may be, let him in out of the storm, Mrs. Murchison.
Yes, Miss Edward.
Oh, thank you, Murchison. Thank you. Frightful. Soaked to the skin.
Oh, Curly. What brings you out on such a day?
Well, all days are good days for business, my dear.
Business? Oh, I apologize. I haven't introduced you. This is Mr. Edward Somerset of Costain and Loring, my father's solicitors. Edward Lord Burleigh.
How do you do, sir?
You're here on business, you say?
To be exact, to make another offer for Moorland Manor, my dear.
You've chosen a bad time, my lord. Though, really, any time would be bad. As my father told you more than once, I think, Moorland is not for sale.
Wrong tense, my dear. It wasn't for sale, but it is now. Or I happen to know soon will be.
What gives you that idea, Lord Burley?
Excuse me, Miss...
Hobbs has brought the lantern, Edward. Lord Burley will have to excuse us.
I had forgot. This is the day, and no doubt the time, for paying a visit to the family crypt, eh? Your father had a fear of being buried alive. Well, I'm sure you'll find him dead enough.
May I ask how you happen to be so well acquainted with the private affairs of Moreland Manor? How do you know this is the day we were to visit the crypt?
There's little goes on in Burley, in the county and at the village, sir, that I don't know. Good day to you, sir. And you'll be hearing from me again, Miss Tressilian.
Terrible man.
Certainly is. Well, Margaret, it's time.
Yes.
Hobbs, lead the way. Here we are. I'll open the door. Give me the lantern, Hobbs, and wait here.
Oh, yes, sir.
Come, Margaret.
Edward, I can't enter that awful place again.
I'm afraid you must. It was your father's wish.
So cold. Damp. So... Oh.
There's the open coffin. Let me just shine the lantern inside it to be sure your father's body is still there. Yes, it is. Look, Margaret.
Yes. The body is there.
Go outside now. I'll put the lid on the coffin and screw it down.
All right. I'll wait for you with Hobbs until you... Edward.
What is it?
There's something strange here. Something curious. The clothes on the body.
The clothes?
That isn't the suit we buried my father in. In fact, Edward... Oh, good Lord. It isn't my father's body.
Now,
Edward, I tell you it isn't. You knew my father. He was much taller. And he was thin.
By heaven, you're right. But this makes no sense at all. It's his head.
Yes, it is. I'm going to faint.
Outside, quickly. I'll join you.
Miss, what is it, miss?
Something horrible. Horrible.
What, miss? What?
I don't dare say it, Hobbs. I don't dare think it.
Mr. Somerset, sir, what is it? What is it in there?
The thing in the coffin. It's Sir Simon's head, but not his body.
Not his body?
Someone cut his head off, stole his body, and put another in its place.
Incredible. Utterly incredible, Somerset.
Dr. Westmore, what I've just told you, I saw with my own eyes. So did Margaret. In fact, she was the one who first noticed it was the wrong body.
Where is she?
Resting. Or perhaps I should say recuperating. It was an awful shock for her.
Well, no doubt. Have you notified the police?
No.
Well, why not, man?
There's only a constable in the village, and I've heard he's anything but competent. I intend to send a message to the London police by coach tomorrow morning.
Well, better still, I'll take it for you.
I'd rather not wait till you leave on Monday.
Oh, I'll not be staying the weekend now. Margaret will be in no mood or condition to discuss our wedding plans. And as a surgeon at London Hospital, I have much to do. No point wasting my time here.
You don't exactly sound like a man in love, Dr. Westmore.
In love?
With Margaret, of course.
But I'm not. Nor is she with me. It's all purely a financial arrangement, you understand.
Well, no, I didn't quite.
Oh, but of course. An arrangement I made with Sir Simon. He was a very ill man for nearly a decade. He sought my rather special services, if I may say so.
But as you know, Morland is mortgaged to the hilt, and he was unable to pay.
In return, he offered you his daughter's hand in marriage?
And Morland Manor, even though the estate is heavily mortgaged, it'll give me a tidy sum. A fortune, in fact, once I sell it. Now, look here, let's go down to the crypt. I want to see for myself.
I'll ring for Hobbs first. You say you're not in love with Margaret?
Not in the least.
I am.
Are you indeed?
And she's in love with me?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know quite how to ask this, except to ask it. Will you release Margaret?
Why, of course not.
Even if... Oh, Hobbs.
You rang, sir?
Yes. Dr. Westmore and I want to go down into the crypt. Bring a lantern, will you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and tell Mrs. Murchison she can serve tea in half an hour.
Yes, sir.
As I was saying, Doctor, even if Margaret signed over all right to Morland to you...
Why should I bargain for what will be mine once we marry?
And if she refuses to marry you?
Well, she won't. Margaret is a woman of honor.
What do you know of honor, Dr. Westmore?
Now, if you mean to insult me, Somerset...
I mean to give you the truth. I've had you investigated, Doctor. Quietly, but thoroughly. I happen to know that you have twice been brought before the Royal College of Surgeons on charges of conduct unbecoming a physician. Charges which could not be proved for lack of evidence.
I was not guilty.
That you are presently under investigation by the same College of Surgeons who this time do have the evidence to revoke your license. And will, Dr. Westmore, because you are considered unworthy of the name doctor and will be barred from medical practice.
You have been thorough, Somerset. Perhaps, under the circumstances, you'd prefer I went down the crypt without your company.
I'd better go with you, since one of the charges against you is that of body snatching. I'll take the lantern, Hobbs. You wait here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, and you told Mrs. Murchison about tea.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but I couldn't find her about.
What do you mean? She must be somewhere in the house.
No, sir. At least I was unable to find her, and you did want the lantern right away, sir.
No matter. This way, Westmore.
Those coffins, stacked one on top of another, their occupants have certainly been dead for years.
Some of them for nearly a century.
Curious. That's Sir Simon's coffin there, the one with the lid off?
Yes. And as you can see, the body isn't that of Sir Simon, but...
Good Lord! What in the name of... Here, raise the lantern. Let's have some more light. You did say the head was Sir Simon's?
It was.
But this is... It's the head of a woman.
Katie.
Katie?
Katie Johnson. The maid.
What's this? Well, it's incredible. First, if I'm to believe you, Sir Simon's body was exchanged for another, and now his head? Is this some sort of a joke?
I don't think so, Westmore. But if it is, it's the joke of someone gone mad. Stark mad.
A baffling mystery, wouldn't you say? You might even call it heady. Sorry, I couldn't resist that. Edward Somerset's daily journal, recording what took place later on, is even more baffling. And I'm afraid more ghastly. Most of this strange story, the body of it... There I go again. All I meant to say was, there's more to come. The world is filled with all sorts of shocking things. But I must confess that even I, somewhat of a connoisseur of the shocking, was totally stunned by Edward Somerset's account of what happened following the gruesome discovery that Sir Simon's head had now been replaced by Katie Johnson's. If I was appalled merely in reading about what had taken place, the feelings of those who actually lived through these ghastly events can be imagined.
But where is my father's body, head and body? Whose body is it in the coffin? Who killed Katie Johnson, severed her head from her body, and put it in my father's coffin? What?
Margaret, I beg you, enough. I can't answer even one of your questions, let alone a dozen.
I didn't ask a dozen, Edward.
You needn't snap my head off.
No. We're all somewhat nerved up.
Talk. We sit here talking when we should be doing something.
Perhaps you have a suggestion, my dear Margaret?
At least one murder has been committed in this house. Possibly two. Katie Johnson and whoever's body that is in my father's coffin. Shouldn't we notify the police?
The village constable is worse than useless. Dr. Westmore has offered to take a message to the London police when he leaves in the morning.
You'll not be staying the weekend?
I may soon cease to be a doctor, Margaret. Certainly if the College of Surgeons rescinds my license. But I still retain some remnants of the gentleman. You are certainly in no mood to discuss our wedding plans.
Neither now nor at any other time.
Ah, well, you have no choice there.
Perhaps she does. Or could have, if, as you say, you do retain some gentlemanly qualities.
You refer to the suggestion you made earlier, just before we went down into the crypt.
Yes.
What suggestion?
That Westmore release you from your pledge to marry him in return for Moorland Manor. Which, after all, is really what he wants.
Not quite, my dear fellow. Not altogether quite.
What do you mean? If you don't love Margaret...
Love has nothing to do with it. It's a matter of convenience and what is best for me.
I don't understand.
Well, you would if you'd allow me to finish. Once my license to practice medicine is revoked, and it will be this time, I'm sure, I shall go into business. Contacts, important contacts, are vital to business success. And the making of contacts requires a good deal of entertaining. So you see, I shall need a wife to fill the role of hostess. Does that answer you?
Yes. I guess it does.
I beg your pardon, Miss Margaret.
Oh, Hobbs, yes.
You asked me to find out where Mrs. Murchison had got to, and I have, miss.
Where did you find her?
In the kitchen, sir, where she claimed she'd been all the time. Only she hasn't.
Did you tell her I want to see her?
Yes, miss, he did. And I came straight along.
Where have you been the past hour?
In the kitchen, miss. Preparing tonight's dinner.
Mrs. Murchison, more than an hour ago, I asked Hobbs to let you know he wanted tea, and he couldn't find you.
Well, I don't know why not, Mr. Somerset. I've been in the kitchen all that time. And as for tea, there was no need to give me an order. Tea is always served in this house at 5.
Then why didn't you serve it?
Too busy getting dinner, miss. I gave Katie instructions to serve it today. She never got to do it. God rest her soul.
Hobbs said he couldn't find you. Not anywhere.
Well, that is a lie. I have been in that kitchen the last 2 hours. Never left it once. He's lying, he is. Trying to get me into trouble.
Oh, come now, Murchison. Why would Hobbs want to get you into trouble?
Because I know too much about him. That's why. And he's afraid I might tell what I know. He wants to see me dismissed.
The woman is mad. Stark mad.
Am I? We have been paid no salary in this house for 6 months. Now, not that I'm complaining, miss, I'm not. But ask him how he can afford to buy the finest of vintage wines to swill down his gullet. Ask him who pays for the costly cigars he smokes. And ask him where he gets the money for the expensive suits, shoes, whatever he wears when he goes to London on his days off. Ask him.
Is it true, Holmes?
Why, yes, miss. I'll not deny that I enjoy good wine and a fine cigar. How do I pay for them? Why, miss, your father paid me well in the many years I served him. I was able to save considerable. And that, miss, is all there is to it. Though Mrs. Murchison would like you to think otherwise.
Think what? Well, Mrs. Murchison?
Nothing, miss. I've said too much already. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a roast cooking.
1 minute.
Sir?
The inside of your right arm. I just noticed when you turned. It's smeared with what looks like blood.
What?
Well, look at it.
Oh, yes. Is it blood, Mrs. Murchison? I guess it is. Yes, preparing the roast, cutting it, I must have got a smear of blood on me.
Is that how you got it, Mrs. Murchison?
What do you mean, Dr. Westmore?
Nothing. Nothing, Mrs. Murchison.
May I go, miss? Yes. And you too, Hobbs.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Well, she could have got that blood on her from cutting a roast of beef.
Or from cutting something else. My suspicions of Mrs. Murchison were sharply aroused. I had myself stated to Westmore that whoever was responsible for these ghoulish happenings must be mad. Stark mad. I was speculating on all this in the drawing room after dinner, paying little attention to something Margaret and Westmore were discussing, when, to the surprise of us all, Lord Burleigh was announced for the second time that day.
His lordship, miss.
Good evening, Miss Tressilian, Mr. Somerset, and you, Dr. Westmore.
Good evening.
Lord Burleigh, I thought our business had ended this afternoon.
Ah, no, my dear. Business, sound business, that is, never takes no for an answer. Since I could not reason with you, I decided to ride over and, if possible, reason with your husband-to-be. To answer your look, Doctor, yes, I heard you were here.
Is there anything you don't know, Lord Burleigh?
Very little, very little. As your betrothed may have mentioned to you, I'm interested in buying Moorland Manor.
She didn't mention it, no.
Ah, yes. Well, I am prepared to make you, all things considered, a quite decent offer, Doctor, once you come into possession through marriage, of course. Would you be interested?
I would, indeed. Why do you want moorland, my lord?
Well, it adjoins my own estate. The 780 acres of moorland would be a welcome addition.
I should think so, yes. What are you prepared to offer?
£1 per acre, 780 pounds.
That isn't an offer, Lord Burleigh. It's an insult.
Not at all, not at all. If you look at it in the right light, Doctor, all things considered, as I said, it's really something of a compliment.
As attorney for the estate, I can assure you it's worth a very great deal more than £780.
Oh, can you, Mr. Somerset? Can you indeed? In your position, you must also be aware that the estate is impoverished.
Yes, but
that taxes are now a year in arrears.
Yes, still.
I know. You entertain the hope, the forlorn hope, Mr. Somerset, that through proper management, through improved land production, you might salvage the estate.
I would hope that Dr. Westmore would, when he becomes owner.
Well, hasn't he told you he means to sell more land within a month, perhaps less? You'd be willing to settle for shillings.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, quite simply, my dear, that there would be no one here to run the place for you. No servants, no farmers, no stable help, no one.
Why not?
Because the strange things taking place here, I refer to the occurrences in the family vault, are already known in the village, and the people are frightened. Within a few days, they will shun Moorland Manor as if it contained bubonic plague.
This is impossible. Well informed as you may be on what goes on in Burleigh, you couldn't be this informed. Unless...
Yes?
Nothing.
No, I insist. Unless what, my dear?
I said nothing.
But your silence signifies everything. If you're implying that I have a more than ordinary knowledge of what is going on here, that I am in some way involved, then out with it.
That is indeed what I do surmise.
Well, then let me assure you that you are wrong. I have my sources of information, yes. I have my informants, indeed a network of them. But I am not, I repeat, not a body snatcher.
Body snatcher?
Oh, good Lord, man, what do you think is behind all this?
Body snatching.
Oh, heaven help us, what naivete. Do you think someone is simply playing games, having some sort of ghoulish fun? You, Miss Tressilian, and you, Mr. Somerset, yes, I can understand it with you two. But Westmore, you? Do you mean to say you haven't suggested this possibility, this probability, to these two young people?
Should I have?
But you know better than anyone the need of bodies for dissection purposes, for the training of medical students. Medical schools will pay £10 for a fresh body, and 15, as you damn well know, sir, for a fresh head.
Really? You're far more knowledgeable than I am, son.
Oh, you know nothing of it, eh? You, whose case is on trial this very moment before the College of Surgeons for just such practices, you know nothing?
What is he on trial for? I thought it was body snatching alone.
No, that, of course. But in the eyes of the authorities, something far more vile. Dr. Westmore is a grave robber.
What?
Yes, my dear. He not only snatches corpses, but robs them as well.
Is this true?
I own to nothing.
You needn't. Your face says all.
Blast you, Lord Burley. For what you've done to me these past minutes.
I to you? Have you not done it to yourself, sir?
Yes, heaven above help me, yes. But I had hopes. Stupidly had hopes that I might repair the damage I've done others and myself. I dared to hope that with the monies I would receive from the sale of Moorland, I might regain some reputation, some respect, some personal dignity.
I ask your pardon. I had not known you had in you even a spark of decency.
Only a spark. Nevertheless, a spark, which I might have fanned into flame.
And you may still. What I have said has been said within the confines of this house.
No, Lord Burley, it has been said within the confines of this woman's heart, and will echo there till the day she dies.
Well, I am sorry. But now, as to my offer to buy Moorland Manor...
Another time. We'll discuss it another time, if at all.
Now, then I had best take my leave.
That would be best. And Lord Burley.
My dear?
Don't come back.
The revelation of another side to Dr. Westmore's character, a good side, came as a surprise to both myself and Margaret. Unhappily, this better side of Dr. Westmore, as Margaret and I discovered in a long discussion with him following Burley's departure, by no means influenced him in releasing Margaret from her obligation to marry him. When finally he had retired for the night, Margaret and I sat hopelessly talking of the future.
Edward, I love you so. And the thought of marrying Dr. Westmore, I shudder at it.
I too, my darling. There must be something.
What? What solution have you thought of?
One that only God could arrange, I'm afraid. Westmore's death.
Oh, Edward.
Frankly, there have been times when I've been nearly driven to arrange it myself.
You mustn't say such things, Edward. Not even think them. 2 a.m. No wonder we're having such wild thoughts. We're tired. I'll say good night to you, my dearest. Edward!
What in heaven's name?
Mrs. Murchison!
But where is she? Where are those screams? Oh, the crypt. The crypt! Sounds that way. Stay here.
No, I'm coming with you.
Here's the crypt. Don't come in, Margaret.
Nonsense, Edward.
Mrs. Cummins.
What is it, Mrs. Murchison? What are you doing here in the crypt? What's happened to make you lose control?
There. He's Simon the Cloth. Go and look. See for yourself.
Good Lord.
Edward, what?
No, don't look, Margaret.
I must. Oh, my God.
When I came to that part of Edward Somerset's journal, I could hardly wait to turn the page, to find out what new horror had taken place in the crypt. And a horror it was. A shocking horror. As you'll discover... Shall we turn that page of Edward Somerset's journal? Personally, I could scarcely wait to do so. But I am used to horrors. Can sort of take them in my stride. While you, on the other... You insist? Very well, then. We turn the page.
Margaret, for all her delicate beauty, is a strong woman, a woman of courage. But as she looked into her father's coffin, and the words,
My God,
escaped her lips, I feared she was about to faint. But she somehow managed to retain control. When I was sure she wasn't about to collapse, I turned my attention to Mrs. Murchison and said, "Pull yourself together, Mrs. Murchison."
I'll try.
And answer me. What are you doing here in the crypt? And at this hour of the morning? Well, answer me.
I wanted to clear myself.
Clear yourself?
To prove my innocence. Now, last night, when you saw the blood smear on my arm, the way you looked at me, all of you, the way you talked, I could see you suspected me of doing these foul things. But what brought you here? What could you expect to prove here? I don't know. I only know I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, all sorts of thoughts going through my head, all sorts of needs to prove to you that your suspicions of me were unfounded. I came down here in desperation, I suppose, thinking I might find something, some clue, some bit of evidence that would give the lie to Hobbs. Instead, I found that.
What do you mean, give the lie to Hobbs?
Sir, I was in the kitchen all the time he claims he was looking for me. The time when poor Katie was murdered. Oh, and see, that blood on my arm was from cutting the roast beef, from nothing else.
So you say.
You don't believe me still.
Why should I? We find you here in the crypt under very curious circumstances, and you expect us to believe your not very convincing story?
It's the truth. I swear to you, sir, you miss. It's true.
That's to be seen. The question now is, what's to be done?
Edward, the police must be notified as soon as possible.
Yes. Dr. Westmore was going to take a message to London tomorrow morning. Well, someone else will have to do it now.
Edward?
Yes?
Are we dealing with a madman?
I'd say what's in that coffin answers your question, Margaret. If we had found Dr. Westmore's head, just the head, I might still have some doubts, but not anymore. Not after finding Westmore's head with the lips cut off.
Terrible. Terrible what happened to Dr. Westmore.
Yes.
Will you be long in London, sir?
Only overnight. I'll return in the morning with, I hope, some member of the police force who can get to the bottom of what's going on at Moorland.
Strange. First Sir Simon's body taken, but his head left in the coffin. Then his head gone and Katie's... Oh, the poor girl. Her head put in its place. And now Dr. Westmore's head in place of Katie's and the lips cut off. Was horrible.
Very.
Have you any idea, sir, as to what's behind this?
I have my suspicions, Hobbs. But that's all they are. Suspicions.
Well, now, you'll be sure to return on the morning coach, and so I'll be there to meet you.
Yes.
Depend on me. And there now, you see, the village just below us in the valley. I told you we'd be in plenty of time.
Hardly touched your dinner, miss.
I'm not hungry, Mrs. Murchison.
Oh, small wonder. All that's happened here. And some of the village farmhands telling you today that they'd not be coming back to Moorland to work the fields. I'll see who it is, miss.
Lord Burley.
Is your mistress at home, Mrs. Murchison?
I'll see, my lord.
No need. I'm sure she is.
I thought I had informed you, Lord Burley, that your presence here is no longer desired.
You may change your mind about that.
If you've come to see me about...
I've come to see the crypt, if I may have your permission.
Whatever for?
I learned today that a good number of your farm hands have left you because of the doings here. Well, for my benefit, once I own moorland, I think it best to clear up the mystery of the crypt as quickly as may be.
You think you can?
I know I can. Because, you see, I know, on good authority, the reason behind what's been going on.
Is it body snatching?
Yes. So, in any case, I am informed. But I wish to see for myself before taking action. I have your permission?
Very well.
Well, come along, then. Now, first I want to look in the coffin. Poor Westmore. Lips mutilated as I was informed.
Whatever it is you wish to see or do, will you do it quickly?
To be absolutely sure, I'll open the top coffin on this stack.
No. You can't do that. It's sacrilege. That's the coffin of my mother.
I'm afraid it was the coffin of your mother, my dear. In truth, I'm afraid many of these coffins no longer contain their original occupants. They are now used as storage boxes for much fresher corpses. Now, with your permission, then. Yeah, so, see for yourself, Margaret.
Please. I'd rather not.
Oh, come, you must. This once. I want you to know I speak the truth. Look.
But why? If bodies are in such demand, why store them away? Why not sell them at once?
Oh, my dear, you are as devoid of business sense as your father. In business, there is an inexorable law known as the law of supply and demand. When supply exceeds demand, prices fall, and vice versa. There is more demand for corpses at some times than at others, more demand for heads at certain times. At the moment, medical schools are in need of heads. Why? I haven't the vaguest idea. My informant didn't know.
I do.
What? Hobbs, what are you doing here?
No need to answer that, Hobbs. That butcher knife in your hand is answer enough.
Answer enough for you! Damn your rotten soul! May rot in hell! Eyes and ears everywhere. Nothing hidden from him. Oh, knew everything. Knew all about what was going on down here. I even knew, I'll be bound, that I am the body snatcher. You didn't know. You didn't even suspect. Mr. Somerset did. Lord Burley did. Dr. Westmore, oh, yes, he more than suspected. He knew, because he was the one who bought what I had to sell. Westmore? He started me, but I ended him. I had to.
Why? Why did you have to?
He was soon to go on trial before the College of Surgeons. They have enough evidence to convict him, to break him down, and he will have told everything, including where he got the bodies, the heads, from me. Yes, from me. That's why I had to cut off his lips, so he'd never tell. Never.
You're mad.
Yes, that may be.
The bodies, the heads. How did you transport them? The nearest medical schools are in London.
I have a carriage. Well, more a wagon in the village. And the night before, I would go to London. On my days off, I would take what I had to sell into the village and stack them away in the wagon. You thought I went to London by coach? Yeah. I never did. I always went in my wagon, taking my produce to market, to Dr. Westmore.
And I never suspected. I never knew.
Well, you do now.
No. No, don't kill me, Hobbs. Please, don't kill me.
I must. And cut off your lips so you can't ever say.
No, please.
I'll be quick. It won't hurt. Oh, yes. I've become very... Mr. Summers, you came back.
I never went. But Hobbs will never know that now.
Oh, Edward. Oh, darling, he was the body snatcher, and he...
I know, dearest. I heard everything he said. But I knew the whole story before I came back from the village.
You didn't go to London?
I never intended to. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed that if Lord Burleigh could buy information, and he couldn't have got it any other way, then maybe if I spread the word in the village that I was willing to pay and pay handsomely, well, in any case, I did. And it worked.
You learned about Hobbs?
Everything.
Thank God you arrived in time.
I thank him not only for that, but for the future that lies ahead for us. There are two important tasks I shall devote the rest of my life to. One is restoring Moorland Manor to what it once was.
And the other?
Making you the happiest woman on earth.
And so ended, happily, the strange and horrifying events at Moorland Manor. Edward Somerset continued his journal for many years, and I'm glad to be able to tell you that he did restore Moorland Manor to its former splendor. And he must have made Margaret at least one of the happiest women on earth, if 9 children mean anything. Our story took place in 1874. There are many who say the world was a better place to live in then. Maybe it was. I don't know. All of us do face many problems, many frustrations, many fears these days. But one fear we don't have now that just about everyone had then is the fear of being buried alive. At least I don't think we have. Our cast included Suzanne Grossman, Gordon Gould, Anne Petoniak, Ian Martin, Kurt Benson, and George Lothar. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network. This is WOR New York and RKO General Station. At the WOR time signal, exactly 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time, here's John Wingate with the news.
The Mysterious Traveler. This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join him on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves. Where are we going? We're going to journey to the grave and learn the secrets of the dead in a tale titled The Accusing Corpse. Some years ago, when I was a county coroner, I was called in on a most interesting case.
A case which had begun in the country home of Philip Drake, the wealthy stockbroker.
Roger, thank goodness you were able to get here in time.
I left town right after I received your call. What's wrong, Philip? You sounded so upset over the phone.
It's Vivian. She's upstairs in her room packing. She says she's leaving me.
Leaving you? Why?
She seems to feel our marriage has been a mistake. Roger, won't you speak to her? Persuade her to stay. After all, she is your sister.
I'm afraid, Philip, that Vivian and I have never been as close as sister and brother should be. She's always been wild and spoiled. Perhaps, Philip, it would be better if you were to let her go.
No, I couldn't do that. I love her, Roger. I wouldn't want to live without her. Won't you please try to persuade her to stay?
All right, Philip. I'll do my best. But I must warn you, I haven't much influence over her.
Philip, I'm all packed and ready to... Why, Roger, darling, what a surprise. What are you doing here?
Vivian, Philip has told me. Now, surely you can't be serious. You know how he loves you, everything he's done to make you happy.
Now, Roger, you aren't going to start on that, are you?
Someday, Vivian, you'll get just what you deserve for walking over people, breaking their hearts. Every time I think of you being my sister, I feel
Roger,
like...
please. Would you mind waiting in the other room? I'd like to speak to Vivian alone.
Oh, all right, Philip. Call me when you want me.
Really, Philip, no matter what you have to say, you're just wasting your time.
Oh, Vivian, how can you do this to me? You know I love you, that I'd do anything to make you happy.
That's sweet of you, dear. Would you mind lending me your car to get to town?
If you leave me, Vivian, you won't get a cent. Not a cent, do you hear?
Really? Did you ever stop to think, Philip, that there might be another man with more money than you?
Another man? Oh, no, there couldn't be.
And why not?
But we've only been married 3 months. There couldn't be anyone in that time.
Oh, but there was.
Oh, Vivian, in spite of what you've done, I'm willing to forgive you and start over with you.
But, darling, I don't want you to forgive me. I want you to forget me.
Vivian, you can't do this to me. I love you. I won't let you go.
I really must be saying goodbye now. He's waiting for me in town, and I don't want to be late.
If I can't have you, no one else will, do you hear?
Oh, really, Philip, you're being ridiculous. I must go.
No.
Philip, what are you doing? A gun.
Yes, Vivian, a gun. I told you if I couldn't have you, no one else would.
Oh, Philip, you're insane. Put that gun down.
If you don't change your mind about leaving, I'll kill you.
Even with that gun, you can't keep me. Do you hear? I'd sooner die than go on living with you. I'm going. And you're not going to stop. Oh, you shot me.
Vivian.
Philip, what happened? I thought I heard... Vivian.
Roger, is she dead?
Yes. Philip, do you know what this may mean? Life imprisonment, perhaps. Even the electric chair.
I know. Nothing seems to matter now.
But you simply can't throw your life away like that, Philip. Oh, even if Vivian was my sister, I don't mind telling you that I always felt you were far too good for her. She didn't deserve to be your wife.
Oh, please, Roger.
Now, look, Philip, if we were to get rid of the body, who could possibly know that she didn't leave here tonight as she'd planned?
No, it wouldn't work, Roger. You can't get away with murder.
That's nonsense, Philip. Now, if we were to bury her in the woods, no one would ever find the body.
Bury her in the woods? I couldn't do that.
Then I'll do it. You can wait here till I return.
But, Roger, what if...
Philip, you must let me handle this. You better give me the gun.
All right, Roger. You are.
Good. Now, you wait here while I get rid of the body.
Philip watched, spellbound, unable to say a word, as Roger picked up the body and left the room. As Roger, carrying his burden, passed the gardener's shed, he picked up a shovel. In a few moments, he reached the woods which began at the rear of the house and extended for miles. He carefully made his way through the forest underbrush until he was well out of sight of the house. Then he stopped and looked about.
I think this is quite far enough.
I think you can put me down now, Roger. I'm tired of being carried like a sack of potatoes.
All right. Well, let me congratulate you on your performance as a corpse.
Do you think he suspects anything?
Of course he doesn't. He's positive that he shot and killed you.
You've got the gun, haven't you?
Well, certainly I've got it. You don't think I was going to let him discover that the bullets had been removed and blank cartridges substituted, do you?
Oh, no. Not you, Roger. You always know what you're doing.
I always try to, my dear sister.
You don't think Philip will give you any trouble, do you? Outside of being in love with me, he isn't an utter fool.
Don't worry. I can handle Philip. Now, here's the key to the apartment I rented in town. You'll find my car a quarter of a mile down the road.
All right. I'll be waiting for you at the apartment.
I'll be there in a few hours. Now, let me see. Yes, this seems like a nice place to dig.
The next morning, Roger called on Philip at his office. With a calculating glance, he noted that Philip's eyes were bloodshot, that his hand trembled as the two shook hands.
How are you, Philip?
I couldn't sleep at all last night. I kept thinking of Vivian. And what if her disappearance is noticed? People begin asking questions.
Now, all you have to do is tell them that Vivian left you and you don't know where she is. Or things like that happen every day.
You've been very helpful to me, Roger. If ever I get a chance to repay you for it, rest assured I will.
That's very good of you, Philip. Truth of the matter is, you could do me a favor if you would.
Of course. What is it?
Well, I'm in the midst of a business deal, and I find myself a little short of capital. If you could lend me some money, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, certainly, Roger. How much do you need?
$20,000.
$20,000? That's quite a lot.
Naturally, Philip, if you feel you can't lend it to me, I'll go to a bank and try to borrow
it. It isn't that I can't lend it to you, Roger. It's just that the amount surprised me. Shall I make the check out to you?
Yes, if you please.
All right.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, Philip.
As Philip wrote out a check for $20,000, Roger smiled. Things were working out just as he had planned. An hour later, Roger entered an old brownstone house and went to apartment 2C.
Roger, did you get it?
What does this look like?
Oh, Roger, that's wonderful. Now we can clear out and... Why, there isn't 100,000 here.
No, my dear. I only got 20,000 from him.
But we were after 100,000. Why didn't you get it all this morning when you saw him?
My dear Vivian, it simply isn't done that way. Blackmail is an art that calls for the use of psychology. Philip will give us many times over the money I hold in my hand, all in due time, of course.
You mean I'll have to go on hiding in this miserable apartment until you've finished your little game with him? Never being able to leave it for fear someone will recognize me.
Come now, Vivian, you've got the radio and books
I won't spend weeks in this apartment, I tell you. I won't. My arm!
You'll do exactly as I say, Vivian. Exactly, do you understand?
Roger, my arm, you're hurting me.
It's nothing to what I'll do if you disobey me. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, yes.
A week passed. A week in which Roger patiently bided his time. For time, he knew, was working on his side against Philip. Then one morning he called on Philip at his office.
Good morning, Philip. How are you?
How do you expect me to be? This past week I've been able to think of nothing but Vivian and what happened that night.
Philip, you must stop brooding over it. Whatever happened was her fault, not yours.
Yes, you're right. Perhaps what I need is a vacation.
Yes, of course. A trip would do you a world of good. And if I could afford it, I'd go along with you.
You mean you haven't any money?
I'm afraid not, Philip. That's what I've come to see you about. I must have $40,000 at once.
40,000?
Yes, I know it's a good deal of money, Philip, but without it, I'll be ruined.
Well, naturally, I want to help you, Roger, but 40,000?
If I don't get the 40,000, Philip, it may mean prison for me. Now, you wouldn't want to see that happen, would you?
Well, of course not, Roger,
but...
but...
After all, Philip, I saved you from prison. In fact, I made myself an accomplice to Vivian's murder by not turning you over to the police.
Well, yes, I know,
now,
but...
You could hardly expect me to remain loyal to you if you weren't willing to help me, could you?
I see. It seems I haven't any choice. Very well, Roger. I'll write you out a check.
Roger's eyes gleamed in amusement as he accepted the check from Philip. There was no longer any doubt that Philip understood him perfectly. Things were working out exactly as he had planned. Later that day, Roger went back to the old brownstone house. There was a smile on his lips as he entered apartment 2C.
Look at this. $40,000 in cash.
Oh, Roger.
Now, wasn't this worth staying in hiding for, Vivian? And there's plenty more where this came from. Who could that be? You better get behind that screen.
No. All right, Roger.
Yes?
COD for Miss Brown. It amounts to $64.
Oh, you must be mistaken. There's no Miss Brown here.
This is the address she gave. It's in care of Mr. Roger Martinson. That your name?
Why, yes, but I don't know any...
Those packages are for me, Roger. How much did you say the COD was?
$64, miss.
Oh. Here you are.
Thank you, miss. Here's your receipt. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
When did you buy those clothes?
This morning?
You mean you went out shopping in spite of what I told you?
Well, I was sick of being cooped up in this apartment day and night. I had to do something for a change.
And what of my plans? You risked everything with so much at stake.
Roger, stop looking at me like that. I tell you, I couldn't stand being cooped up in this apartment any longer.
But I gave you orders to stay here.
Well, I won't. I want you to get the rest of the money at once so we can clear out. And if you don't, I'll go shopping whenever I feel like it. You can't make me stay here.
You'll do exactly as I say, Vivian. I won't allow anything or anyone to interfere with my plans. I've worked out every step perfectly, and there isn't going to be any slip-up.
Another week passed, a week in which Roger made no effort to see Philip. Then early one evening, he got into his car and drove out of the city to Philip's home in the country.
Oh, it's you, Roger. Come in.
Good evening, Philip. Oh, where are the servants?
This is their night off.
Oh. You're not looking well at all, Philip. You shouldn't remain in this house by yourself.
What difference does it make where I am? Wherever I go, the memory of that night follows. It's hard to believe that it was only 2 weeks ago tonight that I killed her.
2 weeks ago tonight? Why, so it was. Oh, by the way, Philip, do you think you might possibly lend me $60,000?
60,000? You can't be serious.
Oh, but I am.
But I lent you that much already.
Yes, I know, but I must have more.
No. I won't give you another cent. You blackmailed me enough.
Blackmail is a harsh word, Philip.
What else can you call it? Now, you're just as hard and grasping as Vivian was.
Yes, but you must remember I'm alive and she isn't.
I suppose you're glad she's dead. In life, she was worth nothing to you. In death, you're able to get $60,000 for her. In death? How do I know she is dead?
Don't be foolish, Philip. You saw her lying on the floor in this very room.
Yes, but how do I know she's dead? It was you who examined her and told me so. And you buried the body by yourself.
Well, I just wanted to spare you, Philip.
Just exactly where did you bury Vivian? As a matter of fact, how do I know the whole affair isn't staged for my special benefit, so that you can extort money from me?
Oh, surely you don't believe that, Philip. Why, you shot her with your own gun.
Yes, and you took the gun away from me immediately after the shooting. Suddenly, that whole affair is becoming very clear to me.
I tell you, she's dead, Philip, and buried out in the woods.
Then I want to see the grave and the body you say is in it.
But this is ridiculous. I won't go searching for a grave in the middle of the night.
You shouldn't have to search for it, Roger. Not if you really dug one. Come along. We can pick up a shovel at the tool shed.
I won't do it.
I said come along, Roger.
Oh, very well. But I'm not certain I'll be able to find the grave. After all, the woods is fairly large, and it's been 2 weeks since I buried her.
That's all right, Roger. We'll stay out there until you do find her.
A few minutes later, Philip and Roger picked up the shovel at the tool shed and then continued on their way to the woods that began at the rear of the house. Neither of the men spoke as they entered the woods. Roger leading the way with a flashlight. Several times he stopped, trying to get his bearings, then plunged on again, hoping to find a familiar landmark. It became apparent that Roger was growing less and less sure of himself.
grave is someplace around here. I'm certain of it. Perhaps we ought to come back in the daytime. It might be easier to find it then.
I know, Roger. You shouldn't have any trouble finding it now, if it exists.
It does exist, I tell you. It's just that the woods are so confusing at night. Everything looks so different.
Just keep on searching, Roger.
Well, perhaps this is the spot. It looks something like it.
Well, is it or isn't it?
I don't know. It looks like the place where I buried her, and yet I'm not certain.
There's only one way to make certain, and that's to start digging. Here's the shovel.
But suppose this isn't the spot.
Then we'll dig somewhere else. In fact, we'll dig up the entire woods if necessary. After all, you're certain she is buried in the woods, aren't you? Go ahead, Roger. Start digging.
Oh, very well.
Well, Roger, you've been digging for 20 minutes now, and you haven't uncovered a body.
Philip, I told you I wasn't sure this was the spot where I buried her.
You're a great actor, Roger. But I'm afraid this time you've overplayed your role.
What do you mean?
Vivian isn't dead, and there's no use your pretending she is. Everything that's happened was part of a scheme the two of you planned to extort money from me.
I tell you she is dead.
Then where's the body?
I thought this was the spot, but I must be mistaken. I'm sure I didn't bury her any deeper than this, but if I... Philip, turn the flashlight this way.
What is it?
Look. Do you see what I've uncovered?
A hand?
Yes. This is the spot where I buried her, Philip. Just a few more shovelfuls and I'll have her uncovered.
No. Oh, it can't be.
There. There you are, Philip. Of course, she's been in the ground for 2 weeks, but I think you can easily recognize that it's Vivian.
Yes. It's Vivian.
And look, Philip, here's the bullet hole under her heart. The bullet hole that you made.
I don't want to see any more. I've had enough.
You should trust me a little more, Philip. Everything I did was for your own good. After all, you don't want to go to the electric chair, do you?
I don't care what happens anymore. I can't stand having her death on my conscience any longer. I'm going to call the police.
Don't be a fool, Philip. You know it might well mean the electric chair.
I'll take my chances. Anything's better than going on living the way I have these past 2 weeks. I'm going back to the house and call the police.
Philip, come back. Come back, Philip!
Operator!
Philip, wait! Wait, don't do anything foolish.
No, you cut me off. Take your hands off that phone, Roger.
All I want you to do, Philip, is to listen to me for a few minutes. At the end of that time, you may do as you please. Now, that's fair enough, isn't it?
Nothing you can say will make me change my mind about calling the police.
Listen to me first. Then if you still want to call the police, you can. Now, please put the receiver down, Philip. Yeah, that's it.
Well, what do you want to tell me?
Well, do you mind if I mix myself a drink first? It's been a rather difficult evening.
Very well.
Oh, well, what about one for you, Philip? You look as though you could stand a drink.
No, thank you.
Oh, nonsense. It'll do you good.
What is it you want to say to me, Roger?
Huh? Oh, yes, say to you. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Here's your drink, Philip.
Thank you.
Well, now, what shall we drink to? We'll drink to your good luck, come what may. There. I feel a good deal better.
All right. Now that we've had our drinks, what have you got to say?
Oh, yes. What I wanted to say was I never let anything interfere with my plans, Philip.
What do you mean by that?
Simply that I can't allow you to go to the police, and therefore you shan't. It would spoil my plans.
Oh, it would it? Well, I'd like to see you stop me.
I have, Philip. In a very little while, in fact, in just a few seconds, you'll be dead.
Dead? What are you saying?
Yes, Philip. The drink I mixed for you was poisoned.
Poison?
Aren't you finding that it's becoming difficult to breathe?
Oh, no. You couldn't have. My throat. It burns.
Yes, I know, Philip, but it'll all be over in a matter of seconds.
Now, I see it all. You might...
Yes, Philip. Just a week ago tonight, she died according to plan.
Call the police. Joe.
I'm afraid, Philip, that you haven't the strength left to reach the telephone.
I will.
I'm afraid you and Vivian never had a chance, Philip. I had things worked out perfectly, down to the smallest detail. Hello, operator. Operator, please connect me with the police.
It was at this point that I was called into the case. Inspector Carlton called me an hour after Roger Martinson had phoned the police. When I arrived at the Drake mansion, I examined the body of Vivian Drake, then that of her husband, Philip. When I had finished my examination, I entered the library, where Inspector Carlton was questioning Roger Martinson.
Hello, Doc. Oh, Doc, this is Roger Martinson. Mr. Martinson, this is Dr. Smith, the county coroner.
How do you do?
Hello. I'll be with you in a few minutes, Doc. Just stick around. Now, Mr. Martinson, you were telling me how you came to this house 2 weeks ago tonight to see your sister and found that she was gone.
Yes. Yes, my brother-in-law, Philip, told me that she'd gone on a vacation. Now, I thought it strange at the time that she should have gone away without saying goodbye to me, as we were always very close. But days passed, and I didn't hear from her.
Tell me, was it like your sister to go away and not write?
No, it wasn't, and that's what worried me so. These past 2 weeks, Philip kept putting me off when I inquired about Vivian's whereabouts. Well, tonight I couldn't stand it any longer. And I came to this house to have it out with him.
What did your brother-in-law say when he saw you?
Well, he was quite agitated at my unexpected arrival. When I couldn't get any satisfaction out of him regarding Vivian, I threatened to go to the police. Then he broke down and confessed that he murdered Vivian.
When did he murder her?
He told me that he'd done it 2 weeks ago tonight. Why, that was the very night I'd come here to see Vivian, and he told me that she'd left for a vacation.
I see. Go on.
Well, naturally, when he told me he'd murdered her, I was aghast. He led me to the woods and showed me the grave. We returned to the house, and before I knew what had happened, Philip had taken poison. Then I called the police.
Well, it seems like a plain case of murder and suicide. Outside of a few questions at the inquest, I don't think we'll trouble you anymore, Mr. Martinson.
That's quite all right, Inspector. I shall be at your service anytime.
Just a moment, Mr. Martinson.
Yes?
I was very much interested in hearing what you had to say to the inspector regarding the murder of your sister. You say that your brother-in-law confessed to murdering her 2 weeks ago tonight?
That's right.
That would be April 2nd, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Then you never saw her alive after the night of April 2nd?
Why, no, of course not.
What are you getting at, Doc?
Please, Inspector. Mr. Martinson, would you mind telling me where you live?
At 425 West 107th Street.
Tell me, were some clothes delivered to that address in your care a week ago today, April 9th?
Clothes?
Yes. To be exact, a woman's sports suit, which cost $64 and arrived COD.
Why, no.
You're lying, Mr. Martinson. I have in my hand a slip of paper that not only proves that you're lying, but that will send you to the electric chair.
Doc, what are you saying?
Yes, Inspector. Mr. Martinson's plan was perfect, but he slipped up badly. He forgot to search Vivian Drake's clothing before he buried her. When I examined her body just now, I found in one of her pockets this receipted bill bearing the date April 9th. That proves beyond a doubt that she wasn't murdered by her husband on April 2nd, as Mr. Martinson here claims.
No.
Yes, Mr. Martinson, the corpse has accused you from the grave of murder and has given us proof of your guilt.
No, it can't be. I had everything planned perfectly. Perfectly, do you hear? Down to the last detail. I couldn't have failed. I couldn't.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Have you enjoyed our little trip to the grave? Poor Roger. What a pity. After all that planning and hard work, to be tripped up by a sales slip found on a corpse. Just goes to prove that you have to be more careful when you're burying people you've murdered. Now, I recall another case where a woman drugged her husband and... Oh, you're getting off at the next stop. I'm sorry. I hope you'll join me again soon. But if you do, please remember this. Next Sunday, I shall take a train that leaves at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Don't forget, Sunday afternoon at 3:30.
You've just heard Chapter 20 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and unusual, brought to you each week by station WOR. In tonight's program, The Accusing Corpse, Don Randolph played Roger. Also featured were Maurice Tarplin and Philip Clark. The Mysterious Traveler, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is directed by Jock McGregor. Original music was played by Doc Whipple. Listen next week to a tale titled
Escape by Death.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual every Sunday over most of these stations. But beginning next week, The Mysterious Traveler will be presented at a new time, Sunday afternoons at 3:30. Please note the change in time. 3:30 every Sunday afternoon, beginning next Sunday. This is Mutual.
And on today's show, we have one which has never been heard before. We could say that it's from the Chronicles of Dr. John Watson. But to be totally truthful, we have to tell you that it was actually ghost-written for Watson by the talented Vancouver writer Lawrence Goff. It's called The Adventure of the Left-Handed Corpse, and it was produced in Vancouver by Robert Chesterton. We'll now take you to Baker Street in late 19th century London. Dr. Watson is returning home.
Good evening, Holmes. And a memorable one, since I must congratulate you on your singular imperturbability.
Eh? Huh? I'm not sure I understand.
Oh, come now, Watson. Your demeanor may be calm and impassive, but you have come directly from a very narrow escape, have you not? In fact, your situation was so grave that you found it necessary to use your pistol.
Why, that's remarkable. Utterly remarkable. How did you manage to come to such an astounding conclusion?
Though my conclusions may seem to sparkle and effervesce, the process of deduction is as flat and pedestrian as last night's champagne.
Well, I'm sure, but still, I'd very much appreciate it if you'd pour me a glass.
Very well, Watson. To begin with, your tread upon the stairs was ponderous and dull. And as you entered the room, I immediately observed numerous signs of a violent physical conflict.
You are referring to the fact that I have torn my coat.
Your hair is mussed, Watson.
Oh, dear me.
There is a slight cut on your forehead, and the blood which has run from it is not yet fully congealed. The knees of your trousers and toes of your boots are smeared with the remarkably tenacious mud of London. And, yes, the collar of your coat is badly torn. I would say it was obvious that you have been set upon by a gang of ruffians.
I see. But tell me, how did you deduce that I had fired my pistol?
You invariably carry the weapon in your Gladstone bag, along with the various implements of your trade.
Yes.
I simply observed that the clasps are not fastened. This breach of security is entirely out of character, Watson, and can only have come about as a consequence of extreme stress. You were forced to draw your pistol and to use it.
An extremely plausible and colorful tale, Holmes.
full of wonderfully logical deductions. But shall I tell you what actually happened? Kindly do not toy with me, Watson. I was on the underground. There was a mechanical failure. We had to separate one of the coaches and push it onto a siding. This happened on an exposed section of the line. The track was wet and slippery. We were warned to be extremely careful of the electric rail, but I wasn't careful enough. I lost my footing, Holmes, and I'd have been fried crisp as this morning's kipper had not the conductor clutched at my coat and pulled me to one side. That is how I ruined my clothing and bloodied my head. The conductor opened my bag in order to administer to my wound. His groping fingers closed on the trigger of my revolver, and the thing went off. Now that is why there is a faint odor of cordite in the air. So you see, my friend, you have not done very well at all.
I don't like being made a fool of, Watson. No man does.
I haven't made you a fool. All I've done is kept an accurate record of the transition.
What do you mean by that remark?
I'm talking about your increasing dependence on that hideous drug. Cocaine, Holmes.
It helps me to relax.
And cocaine is a dangerous drug.
We live in a dangerous world.
But not dangerous enough, eh?
What are you getting at?
I fear that danger itself has become a drug to you. And that in the absence of danger, you have languished and sought out a substitute narcotic.
Well, I would rather die of an overdose of pleasure than a surfeit of boredom and ennui.
Now, you listen to me, Holmes. I'm not about to stand idly by.
Careful, Watson. You are my Boswell, nothing more. It is your function to stand idly by.
I am a physician. Your physician, and I must warn you that...
Come in.
I'm sorry to have to interrupt at this hour of night, Mr. Holmes, but...
I quite understand, Mrs. Hudson. You have to be up at the crack of dawn, don't you?
Yes.
And you have a responsibility to your other equally distinguished tenants. And you have mentioned the noise on various other occasions and, well, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure you must think me the worst tenant in all of London.
No, not at all, Mr. Holmes.
Well, let me assure you that this evening's debate has ended. Dr. Watson was just about to concede defeat when you knocked.
Yes, but what I've been trying to say is it isn't the noise at all.
Then what in the world are you doing here?
There's a young lady to see you.
What does she want?
I have no idea, sir, but she's extremely pale and trembling something fierce.
You say she's trembling?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely beautiful she is, and in such a torment of anguish, you've no idea.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. You've made the situation quite clear.
Shall I show her up, then?
Well, of course.
One moment, Mrs. Hudson. What is this beautiful but tormented young creature's name?
Sarah Roberts. Oh, here. She's given me her card.
Thank you. Ah.
What does it tell you, Holmes?
That the lady comes from a good family, but is presently in financial straits and extremely distraught. Show her in, Mrs. Hudson, if you please.
Right away, Mr. Holmes.
And kindly do not drop by in 10 minutes with a nice hot pot of tea. Please sit down next to the fire, Miss Roberts.
Thank you.
Now then, are you quite comfortable?
Yes, thank you.
Warm enough? Good. Now then, pray tell us... Excuse me. This gentleman whom you see fibrillating before you is my very good friend, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do, Miss Roberts? Please excuse my appearance. I was attacked by a trio of thugs.
Oh, dear. Are you all right?
Life has never held more promise for me, I assure you.
Oh.
Now that you all know each other, perhaps you would be so kind as to tell us exactly what brings you here.
I'm worried. Terribly worried.
About my younger brother, Morton.
Pray continue.
We came down to London together, not quite 6 months ago. We'd always been very close, but here in the city we grew even closer. Morton was in the habit of visiting me every day, Mr. Holmes, even if only for a moment, to see that I was well.
And today he failed to visit you?
I'm not quite so precipitate as that. I last saw him on Monday.
6 days ago? Yes. Have you been to the police?
3 times. They grow more and more disinterested.
We shall have to do something about that, Holmes, perhaps. Is there anything else?
This evening, when I returned home from the police station, I found a note pinned to my door. If I wished ever to see Morton again, I was to go to a place called the Illustrious Client.
A public house? Next to St. Catherine Docks, I believe. Not a particularly uplifting area. Did you, by any chance, bring the note with you?
Yes, of course.
A good girl. Ah. What do you make of it, Holmes? Very little. The paper is extremely cheap and common, and yet I would not say that is true of the ink that has been used, nor the pen. You see, Miss Roberts, the paper is hardly scored at all. This suggests free-flowing ink, and that suggests a nib of silver or gold. In any case, according to these instructions, you are expected at the Illustrious Client in less than 3/4 of an hour.
I realize I've given you very little notice. I came by several times this afternoon, but apparently you weren't at home.
That's not quite true, Miss Roberts, but it's true enough.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
He was present in body, but not in mind.
Oh, I see.
Now then, shall we proceed? Coat, revolver, spare box of cartridges. What else do I need? Not an umbrella in this fog. Well, come along, Miss Roberts. If we hurry, we should manage to arrive just in the nick of time. I'd ask you to accompany us, Watson, but I don't imagine you've had time to recover from your attack. Much thicker down here. Influence of the Thames. Oh, step carefully, Miss Roberts. This area of the docks appears to be in considerable disrepair. Shall I take your arm, Miss Roberts?
Thank you, Doctor.
Quite welcome. What are you looking at, Holmes? Someone has preceded us. Quite recently. And they've been dragging something behind them. A man? Something smaller than a man. Oh, thank heavens for that. Oh, they ought to condemn this entire area. The rats hereabout are as thick as fleas and as large as West Country hounds. And would you hope to eradicate the undesirables simply by declaring the area out of bounds? Oh, now, lift your bullseye a little, Watson, and take a few steps to your left. Eh? Oh, yes, all right. We should be upon the doorstep of the place by now. Yet I detect no lights, no sign of life.
It's a very gloomy place. I hope that Morton is...
Over here, Holmes. Stay well behind me, Miss Roberts. What have you found, Watson? Our missing public house, or at least what's left of it. Burned right down to the waterline, so to speak. And not recently either. These ashes have been rained upon numerous times. Keep the lantern well to one side, please, Watson. Light the way, but not the wayfarers, if you see what I mean. Perfectly. Oh, watch out for the cluster of beams, Miss Roberts. They appear to be rather precariously arranged. Oh, my God. What is it? Miss Roberts, please, I implore you, don't come any nearer.
My poor Morton. What have they done to... Oh.
I've got her. So you have. You're not in the middle of a scrum, Watson, and there's no need to grip the young lady as ferociously as if someone had just passed you on your opponent's 25-yard line. Do you have some ether in your bag?
Yes, of course. But I wouldn't care to revive her just yet. She's better off out of it, I should think. Oh, I've never seen such a gruesome sight.
As a medical man and a surgeon, what do you think has been used here?
I've no idea. Something larger than a scalpel and smaller than an axe. But whatever the weapon was, it has been wielded with absolutely inhuman vigor. Oh, Holmes, what can the fellow have done to deserve such a fate?
Fellows, Watson. Look a little more closely. Oh, dear me. What a madhouse. Since Sarah was able to recognize her brother immediately, we must assume the head belongs to him. But who the arms, legs, and torso belong to remains, for the moment, a mystery. But we may be sure of one thing. There are at least 5 other victims involved in this hideous crime. Excuse me. 6. 6? The head from one victim, the arms from 2 others, the torso from a 4th, and the legs from the 5th and 6th. Have you observed the corpse has 2 left hands?
By George, so it has.
Time now for your vial of ether, Watson. Let us see what we can do about reviving the lovely Miss Sarah Roberts.
As a physician, I must say that I believe she should be allowed to rest. She's had a frightful shock.
Perhaps, but 6 men have been murdered, Watson. Think how frightfully shocking that must have been for them. Now then, Miss Roberts, if you've sufficiently recovered, perhaps you could answer a few questions. You've told me your brother Morton was a member of an obscure and somewhat ribald school of poetry founded by Mr. Oscar Wilde when he was at Oxford.
Yes.
Holmes, is this really the time? How many other men were involved in this?
I'm not sure. Perhaps a dozen altogether.
Please name as many as you can.
Well, there was Reggie Cunningham and a young man everyone called Aldershot. I don't know if that was his first name or his last.
Okay, continue.
Let me think. I remember a short, fat boy named Jimmy Mawson. He seemed to be Mr. Wilde's favorite. Mr. Wilde was always fawning over him, offering him sweets. And there was a tall, red-haired young man, very thin and delicate-looking. His name was Edward something. Yes, that's right. It was Edward Candlemere. Morton used to call him governor behind his back. I don't know why.
Anyone else?
Not that I can remember.
You've done very well. Tell me, were your brother and Oscar Wilde friends, or did they merely have a common artistic interest?
I'm not sure I understand quite what you mean.
I think you do.
Really, Holmes, what are you getting at? Must this inquisition go on forever? Can't you see that the young lady is exhausted?
Just a few more questions, Watson. Well, Miss Roberts?
They were friends, as you put it, yes.
Good friends?
Yes.
Might one even go so far as to suggest that they were intimate friends?
Oh, look here now, Holmes.
My brother was a warm, courageous, and sensitive man.
I'm sure he was. Did you approve of his relationship with Wilde?
I approved of my brother, Mr. Holmes.
I see. Well, Watson, I think it's past time you escorted Miss Roberts back to our Baker Street chambers.
Do you really?
I shall be staying here for a little while. You needn't feel you have to wait up.
But I don't do I? Over here, Lestrade. What the devil? Is that you, Holmes?
Naturally.
You must have bloomin' sharp eyes to be able to recognize anyone in this muck.
It wasn't you I identified, Inspector. It was your cologne.
Oh, was it now? Very interesting indeed.
If you'll continue to look straight ahead, but bend sharply forward from the waist, I think you'll see why you have been dragged kicking and screaming from your warm feather bed.
What are you talking about?
That.
What in the name of... Constable, give me your light. My God. You didn't by any chance catch a glimpse of the madman responsible for this slaughter?
I'm afraid it isn't going to be as easy as that, Lestrade. Note the 2 left hands.
Incredible. Quite incredible.
There are what appear to be metal fragments embedded in the palm of one of the hands. And there is a quantity of stone dust beneath the fingernails of the other. You will have observed that the torso is pale, thin, and decidedly undernourished, each rib casting its own gloomy shadow.
Yes.
The legs, both of them are muscular and thin, and both feet are slightly deformed, despite the fact that they are not a matched pair. I deduce a considerable amount of walking, cheap boots, an insufficient diet, and a shocking lack of personal hygiene. It is therefore obvious that the men represented by these limbs were artists, and typically unsuccessful ones at that. At least 2 of them were sculptors in stone and metal, according to the evidence, although I shall want to do a more thorough examination in my laboratory before passing final judgment.
Yes, of course. Here, hold on a moment. You said dead men? You mean all these pieces don't come from the same person? Oh, the newspapers will have a field day with this, and at my expense. Bits and pieces from 6 dead men, indeed. Ooh, flesh is uncommonly cold, isn't it?
As cold as the blood that courses through our murderer's veins, Lestrade. But look on the bright side of things. The harder the journalists play upon you now, the better you'll look when I solve the case for you.
You're going to do me that favor, are you?
Yes, and in return, you must do one for me. Stop wearing that scent.
I beg your pardon?
And now, my friend, I must wish you a pleasant good evening. I'm going to bed, and hopefully to sleep. And then, not quite first thing in the morning, I intend to visit a creature I have always admired, but never hoped to meet.
So good of you to drop by, Mr. Holmes. Is there anything at all I can do?
I should like to have a talk with you.
Where? In here?
Preferably some middle ground. Your drawing room would do nicely. And may I say that I am surprised you know my name.
A friend pointed you out once at the ballet.
I was at the ballet once.
My friend says that a man of my character, or lack of character, would eventually find himself fleeing either towards you or from you. I informed him that the likelihood was I'd find myself traveling in both directions simultaneously, a consequence of attempting to burn my not particularly brief candle at both ends. Do come in, by the way, now that my neighbors have had time to look you over.
Thank you.
It must be a wonderful thing to be a detective, to have a moral license to snoop into the lives of one's inferiors, eventually dragging the miscreants before the courts of justice, or what we like to think is justice. I must say, I often wonder why our society takes such pleasure in dragging a purse snatcher before a sow's ear.
Mr. Wilde.
Oh, me, Oscar, please. I'd be most gratified. Well, then, what exactly do you want from me? An autograph, an epigram, a glass of sweet sherry?
Last night, in the ruins of a public house near St. Catherine Docks, I came upon a corpse made from the limbs of 6 dead men.
What? You mean a sort of mixed grill of arms and legs and that sort of thing?
Exactly.
Oh, you've rendered me speechless. Thank God I wasn't a witness to this unnatural event. But tell me, Why have you bloodied my doorstep with such gruesome news?
One of the victims is a man named Morton Roberts.
Oh?
You knew him well, did you not?
Better than he knew himself. Which was just as well.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing, really. It was merely quip. Have you any idea who the other men were? Or should I say are? Or should I say nothing but simply remain silent except to call out for my solicitor?
I wouldn't go so far as to suggest that you are under suspicion at the moment, Mr. Wilde.
Really? How charming.
Morton's sister tells me that you and he were at one time engaged upon a similar style of poetry.
Sarah, isn't it? Yes. She kept a very close eye on Morton. I'm afraid she rather disapproved of me.
Lord Candlemere's son Edward also wrote poetry, did he not?
Good Lord. You don't mean to suggest that he's been murdered, too?
Except for Morton Roberts, the names of the victims are unknown to me, but can you think of anyone you knew who might have held a grudge against him?
No, not a soul. Of course, I haven't seen him in years. Life seems to move so rapidly, if somewhat erratically, along, my dear Sherlock. And one circle of awfully good friends is constantly changing, sad to say. A dim, shifting kaleidoscope of warm hellos and frosty, cold goodbyes. Oh, just thinking about it makes me so utterly melancholy and desolate that I can hardly think, except perhaps of having a bite to eat. Would you like... I don't suppose... Perhaps some other time.
Are you sure you won't have a cup of tea, Holmes? Constable Wilkins makes a rattling good cup.
No, thank you.
It's hot.
Yes, it sounds hot.
Well, I don't know how you found out I was about to arrest Mr. Wilde for multiple murder, and I don't suppose it really matters. I imagine someone in the force informed you that I had received an anonymous letter pointing the finger at him. It wasn't Inspector Gregson, was it?
Wilde is innocent.
Oh? Oh, so you say. But I need a suspect, Holmes. If I don't toss something to the journalists, they're going to keep chewing on me.
That is hardly sufficient reason to arrest the fellow.
Wilde is a known thrill-seeker and debaucher. Anyway, we haven't enough on him to make the arrest quite yet. But we're working on it. Mark my words.
Good evening, Holmes. Hello, Watson.
Lestrade wants to see you. The constable's been around twice.
I know. I've just come from the yard. The man's an idiot. Tell me, how is Miss Roberts?
Almost fully recovered. The death of her brother has been a terrible shock, but she's young and has a strong constitution.
Yes, very. What's your opinion of her, by the way?
I had never hoped to meet a woman as charming, erudite, and beautiful. Oh, you've no idea how sweet she is, Holmes.
A spoon of sugar for your cup of tea?
Oh, really, Holmes?
I'm sorry, Watson, but I've never in all my life seen you quite so starry-eyed. There's a galaxy swimming around in there, and I'm a trifle concerned that it might affect your ability to see things exactly as they are.
Are you suggesting that Miss Roberts is...
Not quite what she appears to be? That description applies to all women everywhere. No, Watson, I am merely suggesting that you try to remember that we really know nothing at all about this young lady.
Speak for yourself. I spent much of last night and all of today with Miss I say, please stop looking at me like that. I was at all times acting in a professional capacity. That should go without saying.
Then I wonder why you felt constrained to say it.
Well,
look here, Watson.
You must bear in mind the fact that this woman has embroiled us in a most terrible crime. And I have discovered that her relationship with her brother was not as warm as she would have us think.
I don't believe it. You're not going to open that window, I hope? Well, despite the firm convictions of my peers, I really cannot see how tobacco can possibly be beneficial to one's health. Oh, look at the sediment it leaves in the bowl of your pipe. I should think that was the very place for it. Anyway, I'd rather inhale a pinch of honest shag from the toe end of a Persian slipper than the thick yellow fog of London spewed from a million dirty grates. You're entitled to your opinion of a healthy atmosphere and of Sarah Roberts. Thank you. I don't agree with you on either count. But if you insist... What are you reading? The Soul of Man Under Socialism by Oscar Wilde. A lot of tripe, I expect. Wouldn't bother with it if I were you. Perhaps not. But as Mr. Wilde says, selfishness is not living as one wishes to live. It is asking other people to live as one wishes to live. Now, please try to be quiet. I have a great deal of work to do this evening, and I expect to be up till the wee small hours. Excuse me, Holmes. I wonder if you'd mind canceling the remainder of your 3 a.m. performance. While it's true that the entire house attends, that attendance is without exception involuntary. I see. Is there anything the matter? Yes, Watson. There is one thing I would like to know. And that is, why did the corpse have 2 left hands? Do you think that could be significant? And tell me, why has someone gone to such a lot of trouble to point the cold and lifeless finger of death at Oscar Wilde? That's 2 questions, not 1. I congratulate you on your ever-expanding powers of observation, Watson. Although I'm sure the credit for your success should be deposited in my account. Not Mrs. Hudson, I hope. Her signature is quieter, but less tentative. Shall I answer it? I think, Watson, that this particular call is for me.
Telegram for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you, my lad.
Are you Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
I was told that I was to give this to Mr. Holmes himself and that no one else would do.
Then let me assure you that tonight at least you shall be able to go to bed with a clear conscience, if not complexion. Now, if you please.
Really, sir, I don't mean to be rude, but if the other gentleman would be willing to speak up on your behalf...
Watson? Eh? Oh, yes, that's him. Sherlock Holmes in the flesh, the original and one and only.
Then there you are, sir, and welcome.
Well, thank you very much indeed, you conscientious little devil. Now, stay exactly where you are, just one moment. I may wish to send a reply.
Awfully sorry, I got a previous. I can't stay.
Boy, stop! Stop! After it, Watson! I just cannot see a thing. Neither can I. This damnable fog. Good Lord, I'm wearing my dressing gown.
No one's going to see you in this suit, Watson. It's as thick as any constable I've met.
I'm afraid we've missed the little rascal. Scampered down the stairs like a water bug, didn't he? Legs going like pinwheels, just a blur. Look out, Watson! Oh! Watson!
Are you all right?
Blood in my eyes. Did you hit him?
I doubt it. Let me see your head. Take your hand away. Oh, yes. Flesh wound, nothing more.
If you hadn't pulled me to
I think it's probably missed you entirely.
You fired a shot?
Yes, I tried to pick off the driver. The light was very tricky, though. Wouldn't give tuppence for my odds. Listen, are you capable of returning to Baker Street alone?
Why, yes, certainly I think so. Why, where are you off to at this time of night? Can't I come along? Oh, I see. Holmes? 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 He's still there?
Mr. Ives, if you forget your key one more time, I promise you I'll... Oh, you ain't Mr. Ives.
No one is more aware of that than I.
Well, what do you want, then?
To see Miss Sarah Roberts.
What, at this time of night? Look here. She ain't one of those, is she?
One of what?
Well, I mean, having men in at this time of night. She seems such a nice girl.
You said men. Has she had another visitor?
Well, just that other gentleman. The one who calls himself a doctor.
Watson?
Yes, that's the one. Says he's a medical man, but the way he looks at her, well, it seems to me he's the one who's running a temperature.
Well, I wouldn't have Miss Roberts arrested just yet, madam. Dr. Watson is as ethical as you could wish, and my name is Sherlock Holmes.
Never heard of you.
Then I must take it that you do not subscribe to the newspapers. Now, would you be so kind as to inform Miss Roberts that I should like to see her?
At 3 o'clock in the morning?
It is a matter of some urgency. Perhaps this will recompense you in some small part for any inconvenience.
Oh, my word. That's what Mr. Sampson down the street would call a veritable waterfall of wealth. Come in, sir. Come in.
May I have another glass of your wine?
Oh, yes, do. Please. I should very much like to try that as well. You seem to take such pleasure from it.
I'm sorry, Miss Roberts, but I must remain firmly opposed to such an adventure.
Well, I don't see why. It isn't as if I'm not willing to ask you nicely. And in as many ways as you like.
Cocaine is a particularly dangerous drug, young lady. Not suited to everyone by any stretch of the imagination. And my friend Watson insists that there is even a possibility of physical addiction.
But surely it wouldn't hurt to try just a little.
Come now, Miss Roberts. Don't be greedy. I should think one utterly new experience in an evening would be enough for any young woman.
2 hours ago, I would have agreed with you, Mr. Holmes. But now it seems to me that one's appetite for life grows with each moment spent at the table. Can't we just...
Unfortunately, I have an extremely busy day ahead of me, and I must conserve at least a little of my strength for the trials and tribulations that my enemies are no doubt even now strewing across my path.
Are you sure you're all right, Holmes?
Never better.
You look absolutely exhausted. Where were you last night?
Nowhere and everywhere.
I see. And where, pray, are we going now?
Windsor Castle.
And why are we going there?
Really, Watson, so many questions.
Well, if you weren't so unremittingly obtuse...
Windsor Castle is the country home of Lord Candlemere, Watson.
Oh, dear me. Holmes, I fear I must prevail upon our friendship and warn you, both as doctor and friend, that, in my opinion, your continued flirtation with that devilishly seductive drug has affected your powers of reason. I mean, the very idea that the son of a member of the upper house could hack up 6 men, it's simply ludicrous. I say, what are you doing?
You can't step outside.
No, of course not. Good heavens, man, why should I want to do such a thing?
Because it would be in character. You seem to jump to conclusions as skillfully and thoughtlessly as a frog skips across a lily pond.
Are you now telling me, then, that the Candlemere boy isn't involved in this bloody mess?
I will say this and nothing more. One doesn't board a steam train with the intention of reaching one's destination before the journey is ended. And as it is with steam trains, so it is with cold-blooded murder. Think of what you have seen with your eyes and heard with your ears during the past 2 days, Watson. The necessary clues are all there before you, like raisins to be plucked from a bowl of cold porridge. And now, you must excuse me. Last night was particularly exhausting, and if I am to be at my best, I must get some sleep.
Particularly exhausting, was it? Where were you, Holmes? You never did say.
I was in hot pursuit of a rather crucial piece of evidence, Watson, and may I say that I do not take kindly to being cross-examined.
Which one of you is Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes. Lord Candlemere? And may I say that you don't seem at all surprised to find me here?
Well, I am. I'm shocked and I'm offended. And if you, sir, are incapable of detecting that, then you have only yourself to blame. Now, what do you want?
I think you know the answer to that question even better than I.
Holmes, really, you embarrass me.
Doctor, has this fellow been drinking?
Lord Candlemere, I can only
Perhaps we could discuss the reason for my presence in the privacy of your library, Lord Candlemere.
Now, look here.
Or must I summon Inspector Lestrade from London?
I have no idea what this is all about, I assure you. But I can see that from Dr. Watson's point of view, it might be best if you were humored and then perhaps allowed to make your own way back to the city. Come in, gentlemen. Now then, Holmes, rattle away.
Lord Candlemere, I formally accuse you of the murder of Morton Roberts, James Aldershot, Reggie Cunningham, James Mawson, and 2 other persons as yet unknown. Have you anything to say?
Mr. Holmes, it is crystal clear to me that you've been carried away by your own press. Dr. Watson, do you have a good, strong sedative in your bag?
Why, yes, but...
With what?
But Watson has nothing but confidence in my methods. And if I say you are a cold and lifeless slaughterer of men, then he knows it must be so. Shall I tell you how you gave yourself away?
By all means. Let us see this fairy tale through to its conclusion.
Do you recall the scene of the illustrious client, Watson?
All too vividly. In fact, I doubt I shall ever forget it.
Nor I. I recall with particular clarity the severed ends of the various limbs that lay in such a macabre grouping upon the damp and ashy floor. A superficial examination of those limbs revealed that the wounds had been caused by a short, thick knife with a curved blade. Such a weapon is, of course, favored by the Gurkhas. Something you should have known, Watson, from your tour of duty in India.
Yes, of course. I've treated similar wounds.
Lord Candlemere also spent a tour of duty in India. Nepal, wasn't it? And didn't your many duties include commanding a company of Gurkhas?
Yes, I see.
I take it the knife was a memento.
I know nothing of any knife. My tour of duty in India was extremely unpleasant. I lost a great many dear and valued friends. The very idea of bringing back a memento of that awful span is horribly repugnant to me. And I must say that I strongly resent the fact that you've been prying about in my past.
Quite understandable under the circumstances.
But if that's all the evidence you have, Holmes...
There is also the matter of the courier.
Don't know what you're talking about.
A telegram was delivered to me late last night. The young lad substituted W's for R's, an affectation common only among the upper classes, Lord Candlemere. I take it you recruited the telegraph boy. Probably someone who was led to believe he was partaking of a practical joke.
I must congratulate you on your imagination, Holmes, if nothing else.
Watson and I immediately realized that the courier might lead us to the murderer. We chased him down the stairs and into the street. The fog was unusually thick last night, as I am sure that you remember.
I wasn't in London last night. I'm sure the servants will attest to that.
Oh, no doubt. In any case, we chased the courier down a narrow lane.
If it had been any narrower, I might have been killed.
You were waiting at the end of that lane in a two-wheeler from your London stables. That was a serious mistake, using one of your own vehicles. But then I don't suppose the idea of renting one would ever occur to you, would it?
Would you please get to the point, if there is one?
Your coat of arms was painted on the side of the coach. You covered it with lampblack, but the thickening fog condensing on the cold metal sides of the vehicle caused the lampblack to run. As you swept past us, striking Watson a glancing blow and knocking him head over heels into the gutter, I was able to catch a fleeting glimpse of the topmost part of the crest. Just enough of it to identify, actually.
Holmes, I had no idea.
I was also able to get off one quick revolver shot. This morning, I returned to the lane and found a splash of blood on a wall at a height of about 8 feet. That scarf around your neck, does it conceal a wound?
This is preposterous. Well, I have no doubt that you're in hot pursuit of a murderer, but why should you choose to badger me?
Would you rather we badgered your son?
What? Do you mean Edward?
I happen to know that he was for some time a guest in the home of Mr. Oscar Wilde, the playwright, Lord Candlemere. I also understand that you have recently sent the lad abroad against his wishes. I wonder why. And I wonder if you would wish him dragged into this sordid affair.
I knew Edward was involved in something that wasn't quite right. His manner towards me had changed markedly, and he was unable to account for much of his time. One evening, he went out, and I followed him. He went to an abandoned warehouse near St. Catherine Docks. His manner was extremely furtive. There was a small door at one end of the building. He knocked 3 times, paused, and knocked twice more.
A prearranged signal.
A man opened the door. He glanced round to make sure they were unobserved and then let Edward into the building. The door closed behind them, and I heard a series of bolts thud into place. I stood in the shadows for a very long time, listening to the rats scurry about in the dark, trying to think what to do. And in the end, I did nothing.
Not that evening. But you went back there, didn't you?
Yes, I did. 3 nights later, I was heavily armed with a pair of pistols and that knife. I still don't know why I took it, though I have thought about it for hours on end.
In any case...
There was a window at the side of the building at eye level. I peered inside and counted 6 of them.
Including Edward?
My son? No, I'd arranged to meet him at my club, and I'd left a message instructing him to wait.
Pray continue.
I knocked upon the door exactly as my son had done before me. When it swung open, I had a pistol in each hand. The man who opened the door tried to cry out, but I pressed both barrels against his face and pulled the triggers.
My God!
Fell back upon the floor, which was of packed earth. The smoke from my revolvers hung upon the air. For a moment, nothing moved. And I kicked the door shut behind me and killed them all. They're still there, buried in that warehouse, if you care to look for them.
You shot all 6 of the men.
There are only 5. The last one ran at me. He had something in his right hand. I don't know what it was. I had no more ammunition. So I pulled the knife from his sheath and slashed at him, nearly severing his head from his body.
That would have been Morton Roberts. Why did you cut up the bodies?
I reasoned that the more savage the attack seemed to be, the less likelihood there was that the search for the murderer would stray outside the realm of the savages.
Savages? Lower classes?
Yes. I still think it was a fine piece of logic.
Why did you send that note to Sarah Roberts?
I feared that she would eventually succeed in interesting the police in the case. I'd intended to murder her had she come to the docks alone.
Of course. But why the 2 left hands?
The newspapers didn't know what to make of that, did they? And naturally enough, since it meant nothing. I intended to provide the corpse with a left and right hand. But in the horror of the moment, I hacked off 2 lefts. Well, anyone can make a mistake, can't they?
Then you murdered those 6 men because you mistakenly believed them to be sexually deviant rather than because of their politics.
Politics? What politics?
I have good news for you. Your son's relationship with Wilde was a consequence solely of their common interest in poetry and radical politics.
No, I don't believe you.
Edward is an anarchist, as were the men you killed.
Anarchists? Are you sure?
The rock dust I found under the fingernails of the corpse proved upon further examination to be granules of blasting powder, Watson. The metal filings embedded in the palm of the corpse's other hand obviously came from the shell casing of a bomb. But despite the odious vocation of your victims, Lord Candlemere, I doubt you will find a sympathetic public.
You wouldn't dare make this revelation a matter of public record? Expose an affair of this sort to the masses, and you'd risk shredding the delicate fabric of British society. None of us could say what might happen. We'd be playing right into the anarchists' hands.
I agree. And that is why we 3 must quietly take justice into our own hands.
Oh, I say, Holmes.
Here, today, in this very room. Lord Candlemere, in my opinion, there is no way you can adequately expiate your sins. However, there are 3 things that you can do. To begin with, you must make a check out to Miss Sarah Roberts in the sum of £21,000.
How did you arrive at that amount?
It struck me as being a nice round figure.
Oh, I see.
Anything else?
Another check, this time to the workhouses of London, in a sum of £79,000. That's 100,000 altogether, another nice round figure.
You're asking me to pay penance to the tune of damn near £17,000 per man.
A fortune, I agree. But this, I promise you, you'll never miss a penny of it.
What do you mean? Why not?
There is a third condition to my continued silence in this matter. After Lord Candlemere has finished with his checkbook and his gold-nibbed pen, I want him to do something about cleaning his gun collection. Carelessly.
Oh, dear me.
Have I no choice?
Certainly, you have a choice. But after a moment's reflection, I am sure you will agree it would be much better were the press to find you slumped over a table in your gun room than across the prisoner's dock at the Old Bailey. After all, it's the very fabric of British society that's hanging in the balance. Is it not?
I've always believed that the Great Western Railway would better serve the traveling public by being just a little less punctual. I don't know how they manage it, but their trains always seem to arrive late and leave exactly on time. It's a nuisance, don't you agree? What time is it, Watson? 10 minutes past the hour. I imagine he's done it by now.
Yes. I would think he has.
Look here, Holmes. Do you mind if I ask you a rather personal question?
For the benefit of your reading public?
No. This is personal. I should like to know where you and I stand on a certain matter.
Then speak up, by all means. What is it?
I find Miss Roberts extremely attractive, and I wondered if... Well, I simply wondered how you felt about her.
There is no denying that Miss Roberts is an extremely attractive woman. There is something about her, a certain innocence.
I see.
Don't misunderstand me, Watson. My appreciation of Miss Roberts' charms is entirely objective. I admire her as I would admire a painting hung upon a wall, but I have no desire whatsoever to possess her, if that is what you mean.
More or less. But you're quite sure?
Watson, I'm beginning to suspect an infatuation. By the way, give her this check and advise her to cash it promptly today, if at all possible.
Oh, I thought you'd want to give it to her yourself.
I have more pressing business to attend to. I believe I owe it to English literature and the reading public to warn Mr. Oscar Wilde of the folly of his ways, and perhaps familiarize him with Section 11 of the Criminal Code Amendment Act.
I see.
No doubt my kindness will prove a waste of time. Wilde is a known voluptuary whose addiction to satiety will, doubtless, eventually require him to taste the ultimate sensation of ruin.
But still, it is a task which must be undertaken.
Precisely, Watson. Precisely.
Of the Left-Handed Corpse starred Christopher Newton as Sherlock Holmes, Leon Pownall as Dr. Watson, Peter Brockington as Oscar Wilde, Marion Eisman as Sarah, and Jack Ammon as Lestrade. Also appearing were Anthony Holland as Lord Candlemere, Barbara Tremaine as the landlady, Shirley Broderick as Mrs. Hudson, and Charlie Higgins as the courier boy. The engineer was Jerry Stanley, with sound effects by Jay Hyrene. The music was composed and conducted by Bruce Riddell. The Adventure of the Left-Handed Corpse was produced and directed in Vancouver by Robert Chesterman. Next week on Sunday Matinee, join us for With My Eyes Wide Open,